Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in beautiful sunny Antigua for the fourth and final day's play in this West Indies Championship 4-day match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. And look forward to an intriguing day's play. Finished stumps yesterday, Leeward Islands in their second innings 198 for 7. A lead of 224 runs. As I say, a very good morning and welcome to Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Good morning, Sylvester.
Good morning, Terry. Good morning to the listening and viewing public wherever you are. It's a wonderful morning again, as usual, from ever since the little drizzle on the first day.
Yes, we've been blessed.
Yeah, we've been blessed with good, sunny, nice weather. I think the only people may be upset with the weather is the scorers over that manual scoreboard. But overall, I think in terms of the cricket, we have a few days, 3 days of really interesting cricket. Both teams vying for supremacy. I don't think any of the two teams really took the advantage when they were in the position.
Right.
But Leeward Island Hurricane is playing themselves into a good situation here. Giving themselves an opportunity. It will be interesting to see how long they carry on and how much of a total they are looking at to give themselves some time that they can go after the Scorpions batting attack. But it should be a very intriguing day, as you said today. So we are looking forward for a wonderful day of competitive cricket again.
Yeah, I presume, Sylvester, the Leeward Islands thinking would be how long Rakim Cornwall stays out there today. He's 56, not out overnight, and we know how devastating he can be, so they're looking for quick runs and an early declaration. It would depend on that, but if he stays, you'd say about an hour maybe that they'd bat, get over 250, push towards 280 that you were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the plans should be very clear this morning. When they come out to bat, we should definitely see that the intent of what they are trying to do, because it's all about getting a specific total within a certain amount of time that you can give yourself the chance to go out and bowl as many overs as possible. How many overs do they want to bat? You have 90 overs in a day. Maybe you want to bat for the first hour, first 15 overs, and then have 75 overs, 70 odd overs to bowl to the Jamaicans to see if you can get them out. So the plan should be clear between the players. So when the battle starts this morning, the intent should be there to get the target that they have set and set up the game for a victory for the Leewards Hurricane.
Yes, most certainly. Cornwall has been the difference so far between the two teams to have Leewards 220 odd in front. He took a fifer in Jamaica's first innings and then backed it up with a half century. They batted for almost 83, 82.4 overs in their first innings, Jamaica. So it's all set up, but of course Jamaica, on the other hand, will be looking if they can take these 3 wickets quickly, and anything under 250, they'd still believe that they could chase that down with the time remaining, especially the way Leroy Lugg played in that first innings.
Yeah, I think the conditions are there for the team that wants to play positive cricket. We have seen through this entirety of the game so far that the batters that comes out and look to be positive, look to score, rotate the strike, and get the boundaries. Those are the guys look more comfortable, look more at ease, out there. And the situation today is going to call for that. If you depending on, as you say, if the Scorpions get the wickets early, you're going to need. Log, he showed that he's a very aggressive attacking batsman. You're going to need other players with him who can rotate the strike and put the bad balls away when they get the bad balls. And the run in between the wicket is going to be very important on both ends. So it should be interesting today. The game is well poised, well set up for a good game. Hopefully that we can have one entertaining few hours today.
Yeah, most definitely. Should be very entertaining. And if you're in Antigua, around the Coolidge area, come down. Beautiful day, great surroundings. The ground looks magnificent, and the pitch has played well, Sylvester.
Yeah, he plays consistent. Yeah, he shows now and then you have a few balls that keep a fraction low. Now, I wouldn't say that the crawlers, and some
Hmm.
pitches you have some crawlers, but this one, a few balls will squat down a bit, but not nothing to be so concerned about. And overall, I think it's a good wicket. If you bowl the proper areas, grouping is good. You have that wicket taking delivery, and if you bat positive, you can get runs. So I think it's a good cricket pitch, and kudos to the creator.
Most definitely. So we're just about set for this, the fourth and final day's play. Everybody, all the players are out in the middle, and it's going to be Jamie Merchant to start from the commentary box end, or the southern end of the ground here at Coolidge. He'll be coming around the wicket, bowling to Hayden Walsh Jr., the left-hander, who's on 13. As we start day 4, Merchant into Walsh Jr. Forward in defence, and there is no run. So 198 for 7, a lead of 224 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Sports is all about momentum, and if the Leeward Islands Hurricane can declare the innings, I think they will go into the game with more momentum. But if the Jamaican Scorpions would get the remaining 3 wickets,
Mhm.
I think they would be thinking that they have done a remarkable job, and that they're in the driving seat, setting up themselves to have a crack at it.
Yeah.
So it goes with the momentum. You see the Jamaican fielder is a captain, having a bit of energy, and it's good to see on the 4th day that they
Definitely.
come out with a bit of energy. Merchant starting his very effective bowling again. Nice 16 over 27 runs.
Yeah, no, he's
He's a frugal
bowled
man.
well. And tossed up a bit, and attempted drive there by Walsh Jr. He's bowling with a slip and a short leg, which has been mandatory during the match for the spinners. There's Merchant in again to Walsh Jr. Forward in defence again.
One of the things I see also is the short leg. For the off spinner, normally in a normal circumstances, it should be like a silly point.
Right, yeah,
Wherever the ball
yeah.
is turning to, that's where the fielder. But over late, I see they use it on the opposite end, the opposite side. So I don't know. It's like they're changing the natural way of life.
Of operating, yeah.
I don't know.
Quiet start here by Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Merchant into Walsh Jr. again. That one he drives, but well cut off there by the short extra cover to complete the first over of the day. So maiden there to start proceedings on this 4th and final day by Jamie Merchant. Leeward Islands Hurricanes remain on 198 for 7. That's with Rakim Cornwall on 56 and Hayden Walsh Jr. on 13. And the lead, of course, is 224. And this will be interesting, Sylvester, as it looks like Makino Minley will take the attack up from the northern end, and he will be bowling to Rakim Cornwall. And if he gets away, that will be what the doctor ordered for Hurricanes, but Jamaica, as they know, if they pick him up, and they could wrap this Leeward Islands innings up rather quickly. So Minley's going to start with 2 slips.
And the start is going to be important. I know either Cornwall and Minley both players are the Hurricanes and the Scorpions. It's important that Cornwall gets off to a good start, and for the Jamaican Scorpions would be hoping that Minley is the one that gets a good start. A good
Yep.
start here, I think, there by Merchant. If at this stage, if you're not getting any wickets, you don't want to be giving away runs,
Right.
making it difficult for the Hurricanes to score. So that's a good start, a good maiden to start off with, and hope Minley can back him up on the other end.
He's changed the field slightly to a wide first slip, or only slip, and a gully as that one goes to gully. And was that a chance? It's flown through gully into the boundary for 4. But he chased a wide one there, did Cornwall. And I think it did carry. It went through the gully fielder there, Sylvester.
Yeah, he did, and you can see the fielder is a bit despondent.
Can't pick
Can't
himself off the
believe it.
ground.
Yeah,
It was
'cause-
Kirk McKenzie there.
Yeah, he knows how important how important the wicket of Cornwall is, and getting Cornwall the first delivery, basically like they did yesterday morning.
Yesterday.
He got out on the second delivery that he faced, but fortunate for him, he not only got the drop catch, but he got 4.
He got 4, yeah. Minley again into Cornwall, and Cornwall steers that beautifully between the big gap between first slip and gully down to the boundary for another 4. So back-to-back boundaries by Rakim Cornwall. And
Well
Leeward Islands
controlled. That one was well
Hurricanes.
controlled.
Yeah, very well controlled. Just opened the face and guided that down to the third man boundary. So 206 for 7, the 200 coming up with the first boundary. And it's caused a change in the field. The gully has now gone down to the third man boundary. Cornwall quickly moves up to 64. The score 206 for 7. Lead 232. So basically the slip has now moved into a more of a gully position. Cornwall looking to force that on the onside. Can't beat mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Cornwall looks so much in control, like he's toying with the bowler.
He looked like he can do anything at any
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
no?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The field is well spread. At gully, cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket, fine leg and third man, and that's stroked nicely by Cornwall up to the long off fielder. And they take 1. Cornwall moves to 65. The score 207 for 7. Field will move in and change over for the left-handed Hayden Walsh Jr.
When you see Cornwall goes on strike, if you notice even the inner fielders, they go
They're
a few
right
way,
back, yeah.
a few way back, and Cornwall has all the open space. So the way he's batting, he just can punch it straight back up, long off, long on. He can just drop it and get off to a single. But I think that even like the extra cover and the mid wicket, they can come in a bit and cut the angle.
Right.
He's not gonna run any close singles or whatever.
No.
But
Minley around the wicket, shorter delivery to Walsh Jr., who rides it around the corner, back with a square for a single. It's his first run of the morning. He goes to 14. The score 208 for 7. But would you do that knowing that a lot depends on the wicket of Cornwall? Would you put a little bit more pressure on him, not only moving those fielders in, but maybe a couple of extra slips and try to attack him a bit more?
not necessarily. In terms of the field, I don't have a problem. So
I mean, the Cornwall is chipped that in the air, but evades the
mid wicket.
mid-wicket fielder.
It looks, because the fielders are so wide, it's like just a big open space.
Right.
So he doesn't really have to worry about any angles.
Mm-hmm.
Just put the ball in the gap, and if he place it to the man at long off or long on, it's going to be an easy single. There's the mid wicket is so far that he can't even come across and even cut off the angle. So what I'm saying is, if bring the mid wicket and the extra cover in normally, and even if it beats them, he's going to get one because he's not looking for any two. You have the sweeper and the boundary.
Right.
So just cut the angle. I just think the field is too open for him to see that he can just
put it anyway.
Anyway and get a single, and he's still getting the boundary. So you need to do something to try to contain him a bit more and make it even a little bit more difficult for him.
So Minley completes the over. He's bowled 7 overs, no wicket for 30 in this second innings. The score 209 for 7. Cornwall will be on strike now to Jamie Merchant, who has the same field that he has for Walsh Jr. with the short leg and the slip. Merchant into Cornwall now, and Cornwall is hoiking that backward of square, went in the air but safely. Deep backward square, runs around the boundary, picks it up and they take one. Cornwall moves to 67, and the score 210 for 7. A lead of 236.
Place is getting a little overcast. I see
Overcast, yes.
The groundsman itching closer to the cover, so I can't really see from our vantage point, but it seems like a little rain is in the area.
Merchant round the wicket to the left-handed Walsh Jr. Walsh Jr. punches that back to Merchant, who does the fielding off his own bowling. Yes, we could be in for something, although it still looks quite clear. It's just got a bit darker with the sun going behind the clouds. A reprieve for the manual scoreboard attendants. Merchant tosses that one up and swept beautifully by Hayden Walsh Jr. all the way along the ground into the rope now. 4 runs, good looking shot through the mid-wicket area by Walsh Jr. for his first boundary of the day. Takes him up to 18, and the score 214 for 7. The lead has crept up to 240.
Yeah, very good shot there by Hayden Walsh Jr. He fits one player in the Leeward Islands arsenal that can, sweep both direction, reverse and conventional sweep is Hayden Walsh Jr. And against these spin bowlers, especially when you're looking for, some quick runs to be more positive, Hayden Walsh Jr. is one that you can count on. And this partnership is 48 now. Very good partnership in the circumstances, started since yesterday.
Definitely. He's got acreage out there to work with on the onside as he covers up in defence to the next delivery from Merchant. On the onside, you got a deep backward square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So once he passes that mid-wicket area, he's got lots of room to work with there. Merchant into Walsh Jr. and he goes for it again and again, makes lovely contact, and that's 4 more. That's good batting, good intelligent batting there by Walsh Jr. He goes on to 22 now, and the 50 partnership has been raised for the 8th wicket between Cornwall and Walsh Jr. They've added 52 so far for the 8th wicket. The score 218 for 7. The lead 244.
A very good partnership here by these two for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and you can see that the contribution
is about the same.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Because Hayden Walsh, I think, he's batting well. He's batting well. I saw him early on and late last year, and saw him bat when I was in St. Kitts with the camp, and I thought that he was one that deserved to be batting a little higher. Honestly. Over. You have Jeremiah Louis as well, both,
right.
the lower half. The lower half, and then you have Raheem Cornwall coming before them, like, 6, 7, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very compact players, positive players, and these guys look in control of the inning. So that's something that the Leeward Island Hurricane, I think, can think about, because they have some batters in the top half. they're out of sync.
Right, you can tell that they're not in the greatest of form at the moment.
Yeah, so you can look at it and see how you can give yourself more options. I think it's options when you have batters and bowlers that can really bat well. You give yourself more option whether you want a spin, a different, another spin or out and out spinner.
Right.
So it's an option that they can look at. Even with the fast bowler, because I think in this tournament, in this competition, you have fast bowling points.
Right.
So if you can have an additional fast bowler to give yourself the opportunity to get points, because at the end of the day, and for the past 2-3 championships, I think maybe a few out of that they lost by a
couple of points. yeah, exactly right. McKean O'Minley to start a new over into Rakim Cornwall, and Cornwall is pushing that backward a point for a comfortable single. Takes him up to 68, score 219 for 7. So it looks like the rain has got a little heavier and the umpires have called the players off the ground. So hopefully it won't be too long a break, but the covers are coming onto the ground here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. A bright start here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, though. They've moved on from their overnight score of 198 for 7. They moved on to 219 for 7. The lead, which was 224, is now gone up to 245. We've had 3 and a bit overs this morning. So a good positive start by the Leewards, as we were saying before the start of play, Sylvester, they'll probably be looking for a declaration if this partnership can keep going. And the longer Rakim Cornwall stays out there and maybe bat for the first hour or so. But at the moment, no play due to rain, as they say.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is another thing that I have to take into consideration in terms of time, because, you're going to need time to bowl to the opposition. And if the weather, keep coming here and there, it's going to be important that you make the right decision so you can give yourself an opportunity. So it's something to the management and the captain of the Leewards Hurricanes to look at. They're off to a very good start in terms of scoring. They're scoring quite freely, and the lead is mounting up. So it's all in their court. The positive is positive in their court.
Yep, most definitely. It's going the way of the Leeward Islands at the moment. And, of course, runs on the board are runs on the board. So when Jamaica do get the opportunity to bat, they'll be under a bit of pressure there. But at the moment, as we say, it is raining. So play has stopped here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. While it's raining, we'll take the opportunity to have a break, and hopefully it won't be too long, and we'll be back shortly with some live action.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself is even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned, your dad coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff, so yeah. I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together, so yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get started again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches on their belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
I was thinking about what you gotta do, so yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone?
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua for this fourth and final day. We just had a rain delay here after 3.1 overs this morning. But good news is the weather is cleared enough for the players to get back on the field. The umpires are just walking back on the field, as well as Leeward Islands batsmen in Rakim Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. And the Leeward Islands moved on this morning with the three or so overs that we had before the rain delay, from the overnight score of 198 for 7 to 219 for 7, which means that they pushed the lead up to 245, and we should have play rather shortly. But a good little session so far for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, as I welcome back Sylvester Bouncing Joseph.
Yeah, the Leeward Hurricane would be happy, elated with the last, especially the last 2 overs. The last 2 overs yield almost 20 runs. So this is what the doctor's orders for them, the Leeward Hurricane at the moment. Get some runs so you can have the declaration hopefully sooner rather than later, to give their bowlers an opportunity. I mean, the weather turned out to be it looks a bit windy out there. All the trees are blowing from right to left, and it's a bit of cloud, so it should be good, especially with the new ball. If you can get a few overs in with the new ball in this condition, you should have some movement and hopefully pick up some wickets. So it left to be seen what the plan of the Leeward Islands is.
Yes, because it's still rather overcast, but the good news is that the rain has stopped, so the players are all back out in the middle now. And it'll be Makino Minley. He just bowled 1 ball of his 8th over. He's got figures 7.1 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 31 so far. He'll be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Walsh Jr. Here he comes now. Walsh Jr. is knocking this up to long on for a comfortable single to take the score up to 220 for 7. So the lead approaching 250. It's now 246. Walsh Jr. moves on to 23. And in that partnership, the contributions were about the same. 30 in the 50-run partnership, 30 to Cornwall, 22 to Walsh Jr., and the delivery is about the same, which means that they've been rotating the strike nicely.
That's a fun ball a while ago. A slow delivery where Cornwall walk across and try to just nudge it in the inside, but the Minley turned and run it, and had a big smile on his face. It was a real
day to take
fun
the single.
piece of cricket a while ago.
Minley into Cornwall, and Cornwall is flicking that down to fine leg for another single. 221 for 7. Cornwall moves up to 69.
I'm not sure about the plans of the Scorpions with Palmer and these guys. They're giving both batters the easy single, and
Yeah.
when they get the bad balls, they are putting them away. So they're not making it difficult for the Leewards.
No, not at all. And I said earlier, or referred to earlier, that I thought there would be a bit more pressure on, but he's clean bowled. Hayden Walsh Jr. coming around the wicket with the angle. Hayden Walsh Jr. was late down on that, and Makino Minley gives him his marching orders. So Jamaica Scorpions get the breakthrough that they were looking for. The partnership has been broken. Hayden Walsh Jr. goes for 23, bowled by Makino Minley, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 221 for 8.
And you can hear the voice of Minley telling Hayden Walsh Jr., you're waiting on the short ball. Because remember the ball just before the break that he faced, he got a short one where he just tug it there on the inside, but because he looks tentative there on that one, that he got bowled with. You know,
Yes,
so
yeah.
mainly was saying, "Oh, you're waiting on the short ball." So he was basically telling, "Well, I caught you. You know, you're looking at the short ball, and I bowl a good length ball and got you out bowl. You know, so good bowling there by Minley. Good effort, but I think I need to see more support in the field.
Yes, yeah.
The captain, I think, can do a little better in terms of especially the extra cover and the mid wicket. I think they can come a bit closer to cut the angle from some of those balls going down to mid off or mid on pretty easily. You know, so something I think that the captain should think about and make it just a little bit more difficult for the Leewards. It's too easy. I mean, if they keep on taking wickets, well, well, it's going to work out on their behalf.
Right.
But, you don't want the Leewards and Hurricanes to be scoring so easily.
No, they should be looking to wrap up this innings now as quickly as possible. And as you say, Sylvester, that would give them some momentum or better momentum going into their second innings. As Minley is into the new batsman Archibald, who hooks that down to a fine leg. Just the single. He prepared to take Minley on straight away. First ball. No need for a sighter. That brings the over to an end, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the end of the over. Successful over there for Michael Minley when he picked up the wicket of Hayden Walsh Jr. 222 for 8. Cornwall is on 69. Colin Archibald is on 1. And the lead is 248.
Yeah, even that delivery from Colin Archibald, you know, the way that he played the shot is like he was in two minds. You know, I think the plan should be clear what they're looking for, and when you come out to bat, you look positive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't get caught in no man's land like you don't want. If you get a short ball and you can play a positive shot, you play a positive shot, because this is the intent. This is the total that we're looking at, and it's too many of the Leeward batters you see basically like in two minds.
So Jamie Merchant will continue from the southern end, and he'll be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Colin Archibald. Slip and a short leg round the bat as he settles now. Merchant into Archibald, and Archibald is trying to force this. Lucky it didn't get through, kept a little low. Archibald's plans are quite clear. He's looking to get on with things, as he should be. Merchant in again. This delivery is cut, but straight to point, and there's no run. Merchant doing an excellent job. He's in his 19th over. He's got figures of 2 for 36. 3 maidens amongst that. He's in again to Colin Archibald, and Archibald is looking to force that through the offside. But there is no run.
Play those last two deliveries after the first one that kept a bit low. He plays those two deliveries with a much straighter bat, you know, and get some good nice timing, but didn't really pace the field. But 2 nice shots in the end.
And this one, beautiful delivery there by Merchant. Spinning away from Archibald.
Cornwall at the other end should be smiling. Yeah, to see that bounce and turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we know Archibald can bat, and Jamaica will be wary of that. He does have a first-class century to his name.
He had a few more attacking innings too. Not only the century,
Right,
but
yeah.
some attacking innings. So you have to be mindful that he's one that can, you know, in a short space of time, he can take the game away from you.
Merchant completes his 19th over, and that was a maiden. So the score stays on 222 for 8. Rakim Cornwall, who'll be on strike for the next over, is on 69. Colin Archibald on 1.
In terms of runs, I think it's good going for the Leeward Islands, and which is important, that they keep scoring and get up to that desired target. But the Jamaica Scorpions with that wicket, peg them back a bit and kind of slow it down, so it's still kind of poised, like something waiting
Poised
to
for something to happen. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Minley into Cornwall, and Cornwall is in defence. Hits it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, you just you can tell that something will give eventually. And as you quite rightly said, though Sylvester, with a bit of weather around, Leeward Islands will have their eye on the clock, or how many overs are left in the day's play and how many they think they will need to try and bowl Jamaica Scorpions out for a second time. Minley in again to Cornwall, and Cornwall is chipping this through the mid-wicket area. Takes a comfortable single. Takes himself up to 70, 223 for 8. And the lead 249. So at this stage and what we've seen so far this morning, you're still looking at about 280 if they don't get bowled out.
It depends on the time. I mean, they have to be more aggressive, I think, to get up to 280. Because I think the first hour, I will look at the first hour. And when you look at the innings, especially for the Leeward Islands second innings, this innings, Cornwall is there from yesterday playing it positively. You have a better outlook in terms of the second innings for the Leeward Islands, but it's still at 220 odd they score. It's not like a pitch where you can score and score.
Blaze away.
Away. You have wickets falling in between, so the wicket offers the bowler assistance as well. So it's a good cricket pitch in terms of he has a result in it.
Yes.
And you have to trust it. So it's not like you have to have 300 runs to make
feel
it
safe.
to feel safe.
Yeah,
I think it's difficult to score, especially if you bowl in the right areas.
Hooked again by Archibald. He doesn't get all of it, but it falls safe in the mid-wicket. Mid-wicket region. And they take a single. So the lead now is 250. 224 for 8. Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They had a lead of 26 on first innings, so the overall lead now is 250. As Cornwall comes back into strike. It's one slip, otherwise a pretty sparse field. Minley into Cornwall, and Cornwall is turning that nicely off his hip down to backwards square leg for another comfortable single. So they're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Still left-right combination here, like we had with Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr.
How much overs you think would be conducive for the Leeward Islands to have a good crack at it? They have 85 overs remaining now.
Yeah, I was thinking this morning about 80, around about 80, that they'd bet the first hour, and then if they didn't get bowled out, they'd bet the first hour. So, take 10, 13 overs maybe off the first hour, so around about 77, 80 overs that they'd give themselves. But Minley completes the over. 225 for 8 Leeward Islands Hurricanes, a lead of 251, with Cornwall on 71 and Archibald on 2. Yeah, but I think around about that. I feel that, and especially with the lead now passing 250, I feel that they've got enough to be safe. It just it just depends on, as you say, Sylvester, how much of a go they want to have at the Jamaica Scorpions, which should be a red-hot go, and they could in this position now. If they bet out the hour, which is about another 20 minutes, another 20 runs or so, 15, 20 runs, you get up to about 265, 270. I think that's plenty. Bat and last.
Well, we haven't really seen the urgency, in terms of Cornwall and Hayden Watch. They play some good shots, but in terms of the urgency, like you're trying to get a particular total, you haven't seen that. Even these two, the number 9 and is in, and he just picking up the singles. You don't see Cornwall trying to push the pace,
True.
So I guess they're satisfied with, just going through and see how it goes.
But it's been that type of match, though, hasn't it? Because I thought, when you talk about pushing the pace, I thought I'd take us back to that first day where, in the last hour of play, the Jamaica Scorpions had an opportunity to bowl, and he's hoiked that high over the rope. Yeah, four just dropped short of the rope. Cornwall, so another boundary to Cornwall through the mid-wicket area. Pulled that one nicely. Got his boundary, moves on to 75. The score 229 for 8. But they had the opportunity by taking that second new ball. They didn't. Of course, they know what they're doing and everything. You don't know. Minley might have, felt a bit off or whatever. But I thought that they could have forced the pace of the game then, and then, the Leewards had their opportunities. Jamaica fought back, and we're in the position we are now. So, as you say, that was a good pull shot by Cornwall, but he's not going after everything like they're in a hurry to declare. So it'd be interesting to see, but I think around 11 or just after 11, because we had the rain break, I think if they're not bowled out, we'll see something happening. You have to go for the win if you're in this position. If Jamaica are good enough to knock off the runs, well, so be it. But you have to go for the win.
But is this a trend that we are seeing in the Caribbean, that our cricket is not going forward? Because there are certain stages in the game where you have opportunity to push on ahead.
Yeah.
And you see the reluctance from also the management team, because Jamaica went in overnight and they came back the following morning with the same old plan.
Yeah, they still didn't take the new ball.
And when they did take the new ball, that's when they got the
wicket. Yeah.
And even in this situation, an opportunity here where there is a round and is number 8 and 9 or 9 batting. You even try and push the pace. You already have a reasonable lead. I think you're in a situation where you can push for a victory.
Yeah.
And additional 5, 6 overs.
But
show some intent.
But excellent point, though, Sylvester. And I was thinking about this last night, and then watching the West Indies this morning in the first test against Zimbabwe, and the commentators were saying, they're going well, but they're going very slow and everything like that. Nothing wrong with that, especially playing a test match, and they obviously a great toss to win on that type of surface that they're playing on, and they're looking, to put a big score on the board and only bat once. But it's the confidence, I think, that we lack. Especially the batsmen.
Yeah, when you said nothing wrong with that, I look at it. But if you put yourself in a situation where you can be more positive, the pitch is you're in as a batter.
Yeah. The pitch is doing nothing.
The bowler is not all that penetrative.
Mm-hmm.
You can.
And there's a big heave by Jimbo Cornwall off Minley's first ball, and that's gone all the way, sailing over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. So Cornwall's putting his foot down, and as I say, I don't think they'll bat on too much longer. But he hit that beautifully right out of the screws. But that's what I was saying, though, Sylvester. It's about confidence and backing yourself, and I don't think we're up to that level as yet. They safety first.
Yeah, it seems like that.
Protect, and then if we get into a position, then we can have a go. But safety first. That one's hit straight, straight back, and Jimbo was very convinced. It hit the stumps at the bowler's end. Minley had to go and retrieve it. Run, he said to Archibald, and they did. They took the single. So Cornwall onto 82, 83, I should say. Archibald back on strike. He's on 237 for 8, and the lead is 263.
In the situation, when you look at it, the more you look at it, you think that our mindset need to change. We need to be more positive in our approach. Because we're trying to stay there and stay there, but we're still losing.
Yeah, that's right.
We're not having any proper result consistently. It's like we're satisfied when West Indies bat a whole day. You bat 100 over.
Yeah.
But you're batting 100 over and score 200 or 190 or whatever. That doesn't help you, because if you get out, the team still have enough time to make whatever little score that you make. So, it's time that we change our mentality, and it has to start from not only here, but the younger ones on the age group cricket as well. So
under 15s, under 17s. But you're quite right, and we discussed that on the first day when Leewards were under 2 and over for the entire day. They barely reached 1.8 and over. And we were saying, well, that's all right that they got wickets in hand, but if you lose a cluster of wickets, then all of a sudden you've put the team right behind the 8 ball. So you do need to back yourself. But I just think that we've been down for so long, and they're trying to more or less take it step by step. In that we need to occupy the crease, so let's get that right. And we get that right, then we can move on into a more positive frame of mind and push for victories and things.
Yeah, but Terry, I understand that, and I see where they're coming from. But if you put yourself in a position, like the Leewards the first day they were batting, there is no devil in the pitch, and they're occupying the crease, choking the ball nicely, but you're not scoring.
Straight to fielders.
It's not like it was going out there to block. You have the skill set. You can see that they have the skill set. Rakeem Cornwall, he opens in the 2020, and he can hit the ball. It's just play according to the situation.
Yes, very true. And the same thing happened this morning. A lot of deliveries. We all know that they're both grafters. That's the way they bat in Brathwaite and Chanderpaul. But a lot of the deliveries that were hit straight to fielders could have been hit with softer hands or turned, just into the gap. At least I understand exactly where you're coming from. At least you're turning the scoreboard over. But I think that initial trigger movement is defend
first.
And that's how they get themselves into those positions. But I'm going to bring Denmore Roberts in for the first time today and for the first time this match. And I'll leave you with the score. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 239 for 8. That's a lead of 265, I should say, with Rakeem Cornwall on 84 and Archibald on 3.
Yeah, but you can't take anything away from Rakeem Cornwall. I think he's setting up the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for an opportunity to go for our victory. So far, he's our man of the match. My man of the match. He bowled tremendously well. You can see the confidence in his bowling, and now that you are seeing him in his batting, he's so in control. So he's the key, I think, for the Leeward Islands in this game, and he will continue to be so even when they get the opportunity to bowl. But as the vice captain, he tender his aggression yesterday a bit when the team was in a spot about it. Now, he put himself in a position that he can accelerate, and it's only all well and good. Hopefully that, I guess, he can get a century as well. But Denmore, welcome. First time, a long time I haven't seen you. You look well fresh in black.
Thank you very much, Sylvester Joseph. His delivery is smashed away by Rakeem Cornwall. down to a long leg position. They feel diving away down there on the boundary, saving some runs there because he made good connection on that one, just a single. Though takes his personal tally on to 84. 239 the score has gone on to for 8. 239 for 8. And you were just speaking about maturity. Raheem Cornwall showing maturity, understanding the situation that his team was in, understanding his role in the team now as a senior player, as a leader, and understanding that he can't go and be irresponsible. And so going out there and tempering his natural aggression and doing what the team needs at the time. Him and Colin Archibald faces. This is Jamie Merchant, and Archibald is hitting this one hard, but will only get a single as the man out at that long on position just takes a couple of steps around to his left and does the feeling. So one more to the total. Archibald is on to 3. 240 the total has gone on to 240 for 8.
Well, I thought Archibald had more than that.
I thought so too. He's played so many shots in the game today. I looked at the scoreboard, I was like, what? Because he's really had a flashy 3, you would call it.
Yeah.
Raheem Cornwall on 85 faces up now as Merchant has changed his line of attack. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Cornwall. And Cornwall is just standing up and playing defensively back along the pitch. Merchant feels his own bowling. So 241 for 8. Lead by 267 runs, the Leeward Islands. Raheem Cornwall would be hoping that he can get close, if not get a century here today. He's jumping down the track and hitting this one in the air, out to the mid-wicket region, and he's out caught. I was just about saying that he was just looking to get to a century. He jumped down the track, didn't get to the pitch of that one, went through with the stroke. The ball went in the air, and catch taken on the mid-wicket boundary. Who is that fielder there? We'll confirm the fielder, but that's the end of Raheem Cornwall, caught on the mid-wicket boundary for 85 of 94 deliveries. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are now 241 for, is it 9?
9, yeah.
For 9.
Yeah, and a very good innings, I think, there by Raheem Cornwall. I mean, it's unfortunate that he never really got that chipper figures, you know, because I think he deserves it. The way you said it, as you put it rightfully, the maturity that he showed in the situation, you know, I think he deserved a century. But very well played. Put the Leeward Islands Hurricane, I think, in a really commanding position. But that shot was kind of unconventional. I mean, Jimbo Cornwall, I haven't seen him chipping down the wicket.
He normally would play that straight.
Yeah.
I was
stand up and hit it,
yep.
you know, but he tried to do a little chip down the wicket. But the man there, that man in mid-wicket, he wasn't there all match, you know, and I guess they knew, they have an understanding that he was going to look to score. Because of the situation, so they implemented that play. The Jamaican fielders then more when the high catches, they look very confident on them. The way they set up and take those catches, it seems like they're very confident in catching those high balls, and it's good to see.
Yep, many looks as if they practiced quite
yeah.
a bit. He never looked as if he was going to drop that one. He was always confident. He settled on the conventional way. Fingers pointing to the sky, and he really took it gleefully, that catch, and that was the end of Raheem Cornwall. 241 for 9, so the lead is 267 with Sheeno Berridge, not known for his batting, but he's facing up to Merchant, and he's bowling. First delivery, looks as if he's bowled. That one was right up to Sheeno Berridge, and he came forward, looked nicely, but he missed it completely. The ball crashed into his stumps. That's the end of the Leeward Islands innings. So Sheeno Berridge, when we just look at it, this one went right outside. He actually played inside the line of that one, and the ball hitting the off stump, knocking it back, and that's the end of Sheeno Berridge. He's out without scoring first ball, leaving Colin Archibald not out on 4. The Leeward Islands all out for 241, which means the Jamaica Scorpions, they would need 268 if they're going to achieve victory in this first encounter.
And I spoke earlier about the mindset, and the confidence and momentum going into the innings. And in the Hurricanes dugout, I would declare. I would have, when Cornwall got out, I would have declared. You know why? Because just to show, to send a signal that we are in control and we think that we have enough. But the moment that you send out Sheena Berridge, and unfortunate for the Jamaicans, they got him the first ball. So now the Jamaicans think that the Leeward Islands don't think that they have enough, psychologically. So this thing is very important. But good to see that the Jamaicans, even they were under the pump a bit, but they stuck out, and the bowlers really, continue hitting those good areas. Merchant especially, I thought he bowled really, really well in this situation for the Jamaican Scorpions. Not only bowled tightly, but he eventually got a few wickets. I think he got 4 wickets. Yeah, so he got the reward, and he also gave Jamaica a chance. I think the game is kind of open up depending on Log and how he plays. Yeah.
Yep. So let's give you the Leeward Islands batting card. So far, Monson Hodge was caught Mang Singh of Jamie Merchant for 31. Kieran Powell was bowled by Merchant for 28. Casey Carty was stumped Thomas of Patrick Hardy for 26. Kofi James was caught Aldane Thomas of Akeem Fraser for 18. Jama Hamilton was bowled by Patrick Hardy for 9. Terence Ward was caught Makina Minley of Abijay Singh Mansingh for 4. Rakeem Cornwall was caught Kirk McKenzie of Jamie Merchant for 85. Jeremiah Louis caught Romain Morris of Abijay Mansingh for 6. Hayden Walsh Jr. bowled Makina Minley for 23. Colin Archibald was left not out on 4. And Shimo Berridge, the last man out, was bowled by Jamie Merchant first ball without scoring. Leeward Islands 241 all out with 7 extras, 2 no balls, 1 leg bye, and of course 4 byes. Makino Minley, they bowl in figures for the Jamaica. Minley 10 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, 1 wicket. Merchant 20.5 overs, 4 maidens, 43 runs, 4 wickets. Gordon Bryan 8 overs, 1 maiden, 35 runs, no wicket. Patrick Harty 17 overs, 5 maidens, 56 runs, 2 wickets. Akeem Fraser 8 overs, 2 maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket. And Abjai Mansingh, he had 10 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, 2 wickets. So the Leeward Islands giving the Jamaicans 268 runs for victory. What should be the approach of the Jamaica Scorpions on this run chase?
Well, I think the basis would rest on Lug. I mean, for what we have seen so far from him, he's the aggressor. That's the way he bats here, and he scores very quickly. So if he get off to a good start, I think he can really give the Jamaicans a good opportunity. But having said that, the Leeward Islands bowlers, they have been very consistent, especially the spin bowlers in Hayden Walsh and Rakeem Cornwall. So he's going to take a big effort here by the Jamaica Scorpions, even to get close to this total. In the 3 innings so far, is the Leeward Islands' first innings, and they batted a very long time in order to get to a 260. And now that you have to make more. After the second innings, they were bowled out for 241, and the Jamaica Scorpions, they were bowled out for
234.
Yeah, 234. So this is the highest total for the game, and in terms of time, both teams take Jamaica took 80 overs to make the 234. And I think they have less overs today. so it's a good opportunity, I think, for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to, if the bowlers can continue to hit those areas and create those wicket-taking deliveries. And they have to take the catches. The first innings, they dropped 4 catches then more. And in order for them to win this game, they definitely have to take those catches today.
Who do you think is going to make the difference in terms of the Leeward Islands bowling in this second innings? Will it come down to Rakeem Cornwall again?
I believe so. He's bowling really well, and it seems as though that the captain, believe in him a lot. He bowls most of the overs all the time. Sometimes we think that maybe a Terence Ward and Kofi James, who have been good wicket takers in their own rights, should be given more opportunity. But he tends to dwell on Jimbo Cornwall. Sheena Berridge. He bowled a good spell in the first innings as well. And Colin Archibald, he was the main man, especially when Log was going. He was the one that created a few opportunities with Log that they dropped him, but he got 2 wickets, so he's bowling well as well. So if the Leeward Island bowlers get it together and the fielders back them up, I think they have in for a good chance.
All right, because we're going to take a short break, just refresh ourselves, and then when we return, we'll have the reply of the Jamaica Scorpions, and we'll see what approach they take in chase of the 268 runs required for victory. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. And thank you and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes made 241 all out in their second innings, which means that the Jamaica Scorpions, they require 268 runs for victory, with 79 overs remaining in the day's play. So they have 79 overs in the day's play in which to get the largest total that would have been scored today by any one of the teams in this match. They have to get to 268 runs for victory. Terry Laraji is alongside me. Terry Laraji, what is going to be the approach of the Jamaica Scorpions? Do they have a realistic opportunity to win this game?
Well, I think it depends on Leroy Lung setting the tone. If he can do that and get them off to a good start, strong start, like he did in the first innings, and get them up to lunch. What have we got, about 45 minutes or so, 50 minutes, 55 minutes to the luncheon interval. And then they'd reassess from there. But a tall order, though, Denmore, as you quite rightly said, it would be the highest score that they're after for the match to win this one. So you'd say everything is in Leeward Islands Hurricanes' favour, but early wickets will determine that, of course, of how much the Leewards push for victory. But Jamaica is certainly not out of it. But as I say, it depends on Lug. He looked in fine form for his 79 in the first innings, and it was almost a runner ball. In fact, for the majority of that innings, he was going at better than runner ball. And that's the type of innings they'll need somebody to play here if they're going to get close to this 268. My personal feeling, I think the Leewards have got enough runs on the board. It just depends on whether the Scorpions can bat out the day.
Barrage is in, and first delivery is cut away down to deep cover. There's a fielder posted on the boundary, and just a run to Leroy Lug. So a short of a length delivery to start by Sheena Berridge, and the Jamaica Scorpions, they're off the mark. Lug on to 1.
Yeah, and straight away you could see his positive intent there, Lug, and played a nice cut shot to get himself going. And a lot will depend on the Leewards bowling also. Colin Archibald bowled exceptionally well. A great spell. It's about 10 overs on the trot in the first innings. But Shino Berridge entrusted with the new ball so far. Be interesting to see who opens the bowling with him. It was Jeremiah Louis in the first innings.
Berridge is in. Good length delivery right on the line of the stumps. The left-handed Kirk McKenzie covers up. There's no run. Lots of talking out there by the Leeward Islands fielders. Jamal Hamilton, the wicket keeper, and all the others, Raheem Cornwall and others that are in the slips.
Yeah, which is great to see or great to hear. But and Raheem Cornwall, I think he is the key to this match.
Berridge is in outside the line of the off stump and just watching the line and the length of the delivery and just raising the bat and allowing it to go into the gloves of Hamilton is Kirk McKenzie, and there is no run.
It was with Cornwall's fifer in the first innings, and then his half century while batting in the Hurricanes' second innings has been the difference so far in this match. Be interesting to see how the Scorpions go about handling him.
A delivery that is driven beautifully through extra cover, 4 runs. That's a good looking shot. It was right up to McKenzie, and he just leaned forward and eased that one through the extra cover region and picked up a boundary. Just look at that shot there, right through the extra cover region. Beautifully done. That's 4 runs.
Yes, he's very pleasant on the eye, is young Kirk McKenzie, and that will give him a lot of confidence. A great way to get off the mark and get himself going. But to me, Berridge and Louis in this match so far have just looked a bit off. Berridge has got better as the match has gone on, though.
This delivery again is
nicely.
whipped away into the onside. This time past the mid-on fielder. 4 more. That's another good shot there by Mackenzie. This time just slightly strayed. It was on the leg stump and just easing this one past that mid-on fielder and into a straightish mid-wicket boundary for 4 was Kirk Mackenzie. So 8 runs off the last 2 deliveries for Mackenzie.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries, and he's pleasant on the eye as we see the timing that he gets is immaculate.
This time outside the line of the off stump, one that is keeping low, and Jamal Hamilton in the end just tidying up, ball bouncing before it gets to him, and ends over number 1. At the end of it, 9 without loss. The Jamaica Scorpion, Kirk Mackenzie, he is on 8 or 4 deliveries, and Leroy Log just facing the 1 delivery. As a matter of fact, 8 or 5 is Kirk Mackenzie. And Log just facing 1 delivery on 1, 9 without loss at the end of the first over.
Yes, excellent start there by the Jamaica Scorpions at Kirk Mackenzie. 2 lovely shots. He always looks classy, Denmo, that he's got a lot of time. Very promising young batsman. And it will be Jeremiah Louis taking up the attack for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And in the first innings, as I say, he batted very well. But it was a surprise that he opened the bowling, given that he was out there at the crease for about 3.5 hours for his 60-odd. But Lug took a liking to him and put a few licks under him, so it'll be interesting to see how he bounces back, or if he can bounce back in this second innings.
Log is driving outside the line of the off stump to the first delivery from Jeremiah Louis. Shouts of catch it as that one went past the outside edge. No damage done in the end. Seeing Jeremiah Louis open the bowling for the Leeward Islands, does this suggest that the Leeward Islands have a crisis or a problem when it comes to fast bowling in terms of genuine fast bowlers? We know that there's Alzari Joseph out there, but do we need some other genuine fast bowlers? Another delivery outside the line of the off stump. This time Log playing above that delivery as it kept a little bit low into the gloves of Hamilton. No run.
Yeah, good point, Denmo, because Colin Archibald to me is the quickest of the 3 between Louis and Berridge, and he bowled extremely well in that first innings. I'd be giving him the new ball. I'm not quite sure why they tend to stick with Louis, but Louis had problems with his length more than anything. He was very full to Lug in the first innings, even though Lug put him over mid-wicket a couple of times and looked very comfortable. He still wasn't prepared to put his length back a bit and try and trouble Lug. Yeah, is there a short Calvin Pittman, the young Calvin Pittman, who looks very impressive, very quick, genuine pace. He is in the squad. So they've always got that option.
Louis is in once more. And Log is just looking to dab at that one outside the line of the off stump. So no damage done in the end. Just a word from Mackenzie, as Log just seems to have lost his confidence just slightly. As he hasn't been able to score, and he's just looking to play at all those deliveries outside the line of the off stump. That last one, I thought that he might not have played at it, just left it alone. Opted to try and dab at it.
Yeah, for sure. It was a wide delivery by Louis, so he could have well left it alone, but he likes to get on with it. He likes to feel bat on ball by the look of him.
Louis outside the line of the off stump. This time, Log just watches it as it goes into the gloves of wicketkeeper Hamilton. No run. But with Leeward Islands, with the rich history of fast bowling and fast bowlers that have come through, seen Jeremiah Louis, somebody who is at medium pace at best, working the new ball for the Leeward Islands. Must be a concern for some of those greats who would have held the new ball, you would say, for the Leeward Islands, or is it just a difference in era now, or a different type of cricket that we're playing these days? Here is Louis in, and Log is playing this one out into the offside field. The fielder who is at that short extra cover did very well, coming across very quickly and preventing the possibility of any run. The end of the second over has come up. A maiden over, 9 without loss is the score. It remains, Leroy Log remains on 1, and Kirk McKenzie, he is on 8.
Yeah, very interesting point you make, as I say, Denmore. And we were having this discussion yesterday that a lot is expected of Raheem Cornwall. He keeps picking up wickets. He's, but that's talent. That is experience and everything on Cornwall's behalf. But when you've got somebody consistently bowling, match in, match out, 40 plus overs, you're tending to rely on that particular bowler far too much. And as I say, if you got, I mean, Colin Archibald does have pace, so why he hasn't got the new ball, I'm not quite sure. But he would be in this setup. He would be my pick. I can understand why they hold Pittman back, young up and comer. That's fair enough. Coming into first class cricket, but you're depending a lot on Cornwall, and the others aren't really picking up the slack, so to speak.
Here we watch. This delivery again is hit away on the back foot through the point region. That's 4. Short of a let delivery to Kirk McKenzie, and he gave it the treatment. He just stood on the back foot and just played that one with a flat bat through the cover region and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and that got the treatment it deserved. Short and wide there by Berridge once again. Both these bowlers are not picking up their lines and lengths as we expect them to. And Kirk McKenzie, he's come out this morning. He looks in fine form. But it would be a concern, I believe, for the Leeward Islands hierarchy. And so with a new ball bowler, a genuine fast bowler to open the new ball.
Here's a striking him on the pad. There was an appeal for leg before. Umpire just signaling. Probably might have pitched outside the line.
Yeah, I think I pitched
Just
outside.
look at it again.
Down.
Yep, just about pitching outside that leg stump. Probably would have hit the stumps, but was pitching outside leg, so should not be given out leg before. But just a change in angle from Sheeno Berridge coming over the wicket to the left-handed Kirk McKenzie has made a difference. Here is Berridge once more in and bowl on the line of the leg stump. He's going to get a single. It was a little bit of an indecision yes-no between himself and Log, but the ball clearing that fielder who was at that straightish mid-wicket position, and the field at mid-on having to do the fielding, and the batsmen were able to cross for a single. 13 it has gone up to. 13 without loss.
But just to finish the conversation, though, Denmore, a genuine fast bowler, whilst Alzari Joseph is on West Indies duty, I agree with you. I think it would be a concern for Leewards at this stage. And that's why I say I'm very surprised that they don't use, or haven't so far, used Archibald with the new ball.
Berridge goes in once more. He's in. Outside the line of the off stump. Much too wide for Log to be interested to play at that one. Ball into the gloves of Hamilton. The sunshine is coming back with us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. There seems to be a strong breeze blowing across just from the swaying of the trees in the distance. So this is Berridge. Turns in front of us. Goes away from us. He's in. And this one is down the leg side. Fired down the leg side. Skipped across and taken cleanly by Hamilton to end another over. The end of over number 3. At the end of it, the Jamaica Scorpions, they're chasing 268 for victory. They are 14 without loss.
Yeah, good positive start here by the Jamaica Scorpions in pursuit of 268 for victory. But bowling both Berridge and Jeremiah Louis just struggling to find their radar at the moment, of course, with the new ball, and need the 10 wickets to win the match. You want the batsman playing at the majority of deliveries. Unfortunately, so far for both these new ball bowlers for the Hurricanes, they've been a bit wayward, and the balls that have been hit deserve to be hit and gone to the boundary. So a good positive start by the Jamaica Scorpions, as Louis will continue from the northern end.
So Jeremiah Louis from the northern end, still with 3 slips in place. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Kirk McKenzie. McKenzie has been positive. He's on 13 off 9, has had 3 boundaries so far. Faces up now on Louis outside the line of the off stump. Ball just angling towards the first slip area. Skipping right across in front of the slips was Hamilton to take, and there was no run.
And Sylvester Joseph came up with a good point the other day when both Louis and Berridge were bowling. Their wrist positions on the point of release were pretty much
changing his line of attack outside the line of the off stump, but no ball though delivered by Jeremiah Louis, called and signaled by the umpire. So
they were pretty much like premeditated, that you could see the angle of the wrist, which way the ball was, they intended the ball to travel. So that's something that they need to work on as well.
Louis is in, outside the line of the off stump. The batsman McKenzie just allowing it to go by, doesn't offer a stroke.
And also with Archibald, during that spell of 10 overs on the trot, 2 for 27, I think it was, he bowled extremely well to the left-handers. And of course, McKenzie is out there now, who is a left-hander. So
Louis is in, and this delivery, the batsman is up on his toes and playing
another
it.
no ball.
Scrape the wicket, but another no ball delivered by Jeremiah Louis. He's gonna want to fix that.
It looks like he's going to go back over the wicket.
Just having a little bit of an issue coming around the wicket, so he's decided to change back to over the wicket. Jeremiah Louis in the distance and begins to move in now. Louis in, and this one took off from good length outside the line of the off stump. That one must have hit something. That one flew through to the wicket keeper, and we took it well, but there is no run. 16 without loss. We're in the 4th over of the Jamaican second innings. Remember, they need 268 for victory after the Leewards gave them a 267 in total. This is a good delivery on the line of the stumps, and covering up and playing it back along the pitch is McKenzie. There's no run. 241 all out, Leeward Islands, with that lead that they had on the first innings of 26 runs. So giving the Jamaica Scorpions 268 for victory. And our scorer says to us it's a maximum today, or minimum of 79 overs left in the day's play. So they have quite a number of overs still to go. 75 after this one. Here is Jeremiah Louis outside the line of the off stump again, just bowling through to the wicket keeper. There's no run. Kenny Benjamin used to say a lot in his coaching that sometimes the bowlers would need to learn to bowl a couple of overs to the wicket keeper, just so that they can settle down, that they can get things right. And quite often you find that a lot of bowlers, especially when they're under pressure, especially if people are attacking them, they bowl too many deliveries on the bat, and he used to remark that they need to just bowl a few overs to the wicket keeper. Louis again bowling almost to the wicket keeper outside the line of the off stump, and the batsman doesn't have to offer a stroke. The end of over number 4, the end of it, Jamaica Scorpions, they are on 16 without loss.
Yes, and Louis got better in the latter part of that over. He tried to go around the wicket to try and get his line right and be more at the stumps. Bowled a couple of no balls, so went back over the wicket. His radar is just a bit off. Bowling the ball very full, but very wide outside the off stump. It's not troubling the batsman at the moment. Just have a look. They got 3 slips, and the same Berridge's also got 3 slips. But you notice, Denmore, how close they stand, and they missed a couple in the first innings, and I think it's got a lot to do with how they...
Outside the line of the off stump, Sheena Berridge, this one through to wicket keeper Hamilton. There was no run. They are standing pretty close.
Very close.
To each other.
Yeah.
And I think that is probably because the pitch is not carrying as much as they would have wanted to. The balls are tending to keep very low as it goes through. They're trying to cover anything that might drop short there. Slips go down now as Berridge is in. And this time squaring up his log. It looked as if he was going to play an aggressive stroke, and then came down with a defensive bat, playing back along the pitch for Berridge to field his own bowling, and there is no run.
It's a good pitch. They can just about trust the pitch. We've had an odd one that's shot through or a bit of extra bounce, but in general, especially on the 4th day.
Log is driving this delivery out into the mid-wicket region. It came off of the thick inner portion of the bat, going out to mid-wicket, who is deep on the boundary, and he's able to get just a single. Probably wanted a lot more than that, Log. Wanted to play that one a lot straighter. Ball peeling off the inner portion of his bat and going down to that fielder who is down there on that deep mid-wicket position.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for the boundary there. Full pitch delivery. Taking the inner portion of the bat. Hasn't quite got going as yet.
Here's Berridge once more. Driven delivery, but straight to the mid-off fielder, Kofi James, who just fires it back up to wicket-keeper Hamilton, just to stay into the game. No run. It remains on 17 without loss in the 5th over. Just about 30 minutes or so to go in this session.
If they can get through to lunch, the Scorpions, without losing a wicket, will give them great confidence.
Here is this delivery driven back past the bowler. It's going to come pretty close to the boundary, but it's fielded. Looks to be Hayden Walsh Jr., who is very quick in the outfield. Out-sprinted Kofi James to pick that one up, and the batsmen were able to come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, if they can get through without losing a wicket, then they can reassess at lunch. So important half an hour or so before the luncheon period, as could have a desired effect on the outcome of this match.
19 without loss, as that one is outside the line of the off stump. The batsman just watches it as it goes into the gloves of wicketkeeper Jamal Hamilton, and there is no run. The end of another over. Mackenzie is on 15, Log is on 2. Jamaica, they are 19 without loss.
Yes, and no real demons in the pitch, as we say. Pitch is still playing quite true, and the bowling so far for the Leeward Islands hasn't really troubled the two openers in Lug and Mackenzie, especially Mackenzie. He's looking very good. 15 off 20 he has so far, but he's striking the ball very nicely. We've still got a game on here. 3 results are all still possible.
Certainly, and you would have been, if you're watching the screen, you would have seen the summary of what has taken place so far in this game. Jeremiah Louis is going to continue from the northern end. He's in, and a delivery to Lug, and this time Lug is going to get a single as the fielder diving across from that straightish short extra cover position. Could stop the fielding, and a poor bit of cricket there. The fielder coming in off the boundary threw the ball away, allowing the batsman to come back for a second run.
Yeah, there shouldn't really have been a single there. The short extra cover was a bit slow to move towards that one, and then the overthrow given away as well. So Leeward Islands, they need to be a bit more switched on, I think.
Delivery outside the line of the off stump again from Jeremiah Louis. Log looking to, that cut shot seems to be one of his favorite, but the ball is not rising enough for him to play it, so he's having a little bit of an issue playing that cut shot. So
He hasn't found his groove as yet. He's playing at a lot of deliveries that he doesn't need to play at.
Louis moves in again, is in and bowls to Lug wide
Again.
outside the line of the off stump, called wide by the umpire. The Leeward Islands, they are wondering what that call, but it was pretty wide and Lug was playing at it. Got pretty close to it though, but wide given by the umpire. So the total is on to 22 without loss.
It's extremely wide, but there's been a few in this game that they haven't called, but I like to see them called.
Louis is in and Lug gets a delivery just about on the line of the off stump, squeezes it down to a deep point, who comes in off the boundary, and the batsmen are able to cross for a single.
I think it was in the first innings that Minley was deliberately hanging the ball very, very wide outside off stump, and they weren't called to keep Cornwall off strike. Louis, sorry, off strike. I'd rather see him called then more in the longer version, in a red ball game. They tend not to, the umpires, but they've had excellent game, the two umpires out in the middle. So I don't mind that at all. Louis needs to just attack the stumps a bit more.
Here's Louis in once more.
That's better.
Better delivery on the line of the stumps. Mackenzie just covering up, playing this one up on the inside. Louis is able to field to his own bowling, and there's no run. 23 without loss. So we've had just over 5 overs bowled so far in the 30 minutes or so that Leeward Islands have been out in the crease for this second innings. Remember, the target is 267, 68 correction, 268. Outside the line of the off stump again, much too wide for Mackenzie to be interested. He went into the gloves of wicketkeeper Hamilton, and Hamilton is probably exaggerating some of those because he's taking them in front of the first and second slip, they probably look a lot wider than they actually are.
True. But Mackenzie looks quite determined. Of course, he's a former West Indies under-19s player, and we've had 2 centurions in this opening round of the West Indies Championship.
Here is this
Sharp.
delivery driven
Sharp.
through the offside. 4 runs. Beautiful shot. That was exquisite. Right up to him. Just leaned forward. Hit this one through the extra cover region. Not a man move. That's 4 runs. Beautiful shot indeed.
Excellent shot there by Mackenzie. Got it on the full and just stroked it beautifully through the cover region. But yeah, we've had 2 centurions from former under-19s West Indies players in Kamani Malias, a big one, 192. And
Happy to see Kimani Melius getting amongst the runs.
For sure.
I long thought that he's very talented and just needed to be handled well and needed somebody to talk to him about the attributes of batting long, that if he gets in and stays in, that he has the ability to get runs. So I'm really happy to see that he has gotten runs. Somebody that I also want to get some runs is Alec Athenes, the newly appointed Windward Islands captain. And it's good also to see Matthew Nandu, somebody who we haven't seen since the under-19 days, making his debut for Guyana and starting off well with 100. Here is this delivery, a slow delivery.
Close.
There's a loud appeal. The umpire says not out. That one was very close. We will have to see that one again because it looked to have been a slow delivery.
And it was very full.
Looks as if it might just have been a good decision. Looks to have been going down. What do you think? What are your thoughts there, Terry?
I don't know, maybe just sliding down, but that was a very good shout there by Shino Berridge. It was a full delivery and lug played all round it.
Can we look at it again?
Didn't have far to travel, maybe just sliding down, but excellent delivery.
Looks to be a good decision by the umpire. For me, I looked to former umpire Sylvester Joseph, and he's saying going down, and we'll take his word for it. But it was a good shout. It would have been a good shout.
Yeah, good delivery.
But good decision, I believe, in the end too. Outside the line of the off stump, this delivery just bouncing through to wicketkeeper Jamal Hamilton, who takes it and ends up just in front of third slip. A really exaggerated take on these deliveries. And there's no run. 27 without loss, the total remains.
Yes, and just the 2 opening bowlers in Berridge and Louis, they're just failing to string a few good deliveries together. They've been too short, too wide, too often so far.
Berridge is in. And they're going to get a single, as this one was almost a defensive shot, but it left the bat almost like a bullet from a gun. Came very quickly out to the long off region, and the batsmen were able to walk through for the single. We've just lost the sunshine just for a moment. No immediate threat of rain, because when there is rain, we see the groundsmen moving nervously into position. We've just lost the sunshine, maybe just some overhead clouds. Leeward Islands in need of a breakthrough. The Jamaica Scorpions would be happy so far with their response in the 7th over, 20 without loss. Trying to get to 267 for victory. I think that is going to have a lot of spin sometime probably after the luncheon interval. The likes of Rakeem Cornwall, Terence Ward, Kofi James and others. This delivery is another slow delivery from Shino Berridge. The left-handed Mackenzie just stands up on his toes and plays this one into the offside field, and there is no run.
But we were talking then more about the 2 former under-19s players getting centuries, and Kirk Mackenzie, the way he started in this innings. And that all bodes well for the future of West Indies cricket, especially if this is their breakthrough century and they keep going from here.
Mackenzie's
Sharp,
driving
sharp.
beautifully again for 4.
He's classed, this boy, for sure.
Overpitched by Berridge, and again just driven all along the ground into the boundary for 4. And just as I was saying that there was no threat of rain, we see the groundsmen moving quickly into place, almost as if they were caught off guard, but they're now sprinting on as the umpires go off, as we have a sharp shower coming down here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. The Jamaica Scorpions, they would go off with this rain break on 32 without loss.
Yeah, excellent start by the Jamaica Scorpions in pursuit of 268, but unfortunately the rain has returned, coming down a bit heavier this time, so it might be a longer delay, or the umpires will check 20 minutes before the luncheon break, so maybe an early lunch here, but unfortunately the weather might have the final say today.
The forecast is for intermittent showers throughout the day. The weatherman, I was listening to the weather forecast last evening, and they said it was almost like a 70% chance of rain throughout the day across Antigua and Barbuda. However, it was said that it shouldn't be buckets down for any long period of time, just some passing showers as they have some clouds blown across the island. This one was a sharper shower than we had earlier in the day, and so it might be a little longer delay. Let me just bring you up to date. Mackenzie is not out on 23 of 25. Leeward log is 6 of 18, and Berridge so far from his 3.5 overs has had 22 runs taken off of his bowling. 22 runs taken off of his bowling, and so he too would be pretty expensive, and that might be a concern as well for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, yeah, I didn't think either Louis or Berridge were on song so far in their opening spells, and I'll say again that I was surprised that Colin Archibald didn't get the new ball. He looked the sharpest, and he bowled very well in that first innings. But the rain is certainly coming down
it's
here
coming down
now.
here, and it's pretty heavy, so we're going to take a short break. We're going to leave you with the news that Jamaica Scorpions, they are 32 without loss. We have rain coming down here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. We're going to take a short break, and then when we rejoin you, it will be whether we have play continuing. We see the groundsmen struggling to get on some more covers as the rain is heavier than expected. So we'll take a short break from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We'll be back shortly.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, you know, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But you know, it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and yeah, be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, you know, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so yeah, always that kind of guy. He just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So, yeah, basically, some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Yeah, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches under your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
Yeah, you know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly your batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe model your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting, all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
Yeah, he's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and the kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field.
Well, like I say, yeah, he's a very cool guy, and the field, you know, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys, yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since on the 15th, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there, yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. You know, how have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and I think they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you know you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then funny, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately, had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just playing a lot of cricket, developing my skills, trying to be better in the future. Yeah.
All right. So for people who do not know about the academy setup, somebody like me, you know, what does, let's say, training day or training week look like for you guys?
It's really a holistic approach. We have sessions where people come in, like development, personal development, nutrition, all those things, and then we hit the back where we work on our technical skills, and then we have a couple of games we play against teams here from Antigua. All
right, so going through all of that then, for you personally, what have been some of the highlights from the academy for you?
Really the nutrition part of the sport, knowing what to eat and how it affects the body leading up to game days and stuff.
All right, so we're now at the beginning of the first class season. You have yourself a chance to be in that setup again. You played 1 game last year, I believe it was. How ready are you now for this year?
I think I'm better prepared. The academy kind of helped with that, playing a lot of cricket, a lot of training, kind of fine tuning certain things, and going back home, continue working on them, and come back here, places that I'm used to. I trained here a lot, so I think it should be good for me heading into the tournament.
And then finally, obviously, you have to set yourself some personal goals should you get the opportunity. Obviously, we have 2 games for the break. You know, what are you hoping to achieve for this first class season?
We're just trying to first score 100. That's a big thing for me as a batsman, but trying to put myself together to know the back end of the tournament I'll be in good stead for most runs or something like that. You know, just trying to think of it on that line.
That's definitely high aspirations there, but yeah. Kirk, all the best for this first class season.
Thanks a lot.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication to my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's with you were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys, I must really say. He was really, really kind to us, really open, willing to hear what we have to say. And he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, you know, it's a special feeling, receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But you know, it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and yeah, be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, you know, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandafal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches on their belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
Yeah, you know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe model your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting, all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
Yeah, he's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you have a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and the kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what's the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, but for long periods, and he runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guys been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tage.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. Have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. How have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then finally, Shane, obviously, you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously, there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just playing a lot of cricket, developing my skills, trying to be better in the future. Yeah.
All right. So for people who do not know about the academy setup, somebody like me, what does, let's say, training day or training week look like for you guys?
It's really a holistic approach. We have sessions where people come in, like development, personal development, nutrition, all those things, and then we hit the back where we work on our technical skills, and then we have a couple of games we play against teams here from Antigua.
All right, so going through all of that then, for you personally, what have been some of the highlights from the academy for you?
Really the nutrition part of the sport, knowing what to eat and how it affects the body leading up to game days and stuff.
All right, so we're now at the beginning of the first-class season. You have yourself a chance to be in that setup again. You played 1 game last year, I believe it was. How ready are you now for this year?
I think I'm better prepared. The academy kind of helped with that, playing a lot of cricket, a lot of training, kind of fine-tuning certain things, and going back home, continue working on them, and come back here, places that I'm used to. I trained here a lot, so I think it should be good for me heading into the tournament.
And then finally, obviously, you have to set yourself some personal goals should you get the opportunity. Obviously, we have 2 games for the break. What are you hoping to achieve for this first-class season?
We're just trying to, first, I score 100. That's a big thing for me as a batsman, but trying to put self together to know the back end of the tournament I'll be in good stead for probably most runs or something like that. Just trying to think of it on that line.
Oh, that's definitely high aspirations there, but
Yeah.
Kirk, all the best for this first class season.
Thanks for that.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now, obviously, a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication, with my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's Super 50. You were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys. I must really say, he was really, really kind to us. Really open, willing to hear what we have to say, and he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So, basically, some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandafal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches on their belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe modeled your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting and all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
Yeah, he's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and the kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When we go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, you know, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, try your best every time and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. Um, he does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming and everybody seemed to get along well with new players and even the guys who were here before, they treat you well and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. How have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then finally, Shane, obviously, you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously, there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just play a lot of cricket, developing my skills, trying to be better in the future. Yeah.
All right. So for people who do not know about the academy setup, somebody like me, what does, let's say, training day or training week look like for you guys?
It's really a holistic approach. We have sessions where people come in, like development, personal development, nutrition, all those things, and then we hit the back where we work on our technical skills, and then we have a couple of games we play against teams here from Antigua.
All right, so going through all of that then, for you personally, what have been some of the highlights from the academy for you?
Really the nutrition part of the sport, knowing what to eat and how it affects the body leading up to game days and stuff.
All right, so we're now at the beginning of the first-class season. You have yourself a chance to be in that setup again. You played 1 game last year, I believe it was. How ready are you now for this year?
I think I'm better prepared. The academy kind of helped with that, playing a lot of cricket, a lot of training, kind of fine-tuning certain things, and going back home, continue working on them, and come back here, places that I'm used to. I trained here a lot, so I think it should be good for me heading into the tournament.
And then finally, obviously, you have to set yourself some personal goals should you get the opportunity. Obviously, we have 2 games for the break. What are you hoping to achieve for this first-class season?
We're just trying to, first, I score 100. That's a big thing for me as a batsman, but trying to put myself together to know the back end of the tournament I'll be in good stead for probably most runs or something like that. Just trying to think of it on that line.
That's definitely high aspirations there, but yeah. Kirk, all the best for this first-class season.
Thanks for that.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first-class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Um, Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication, with my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's with 50. You were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys. I must really say, he was really, really kind to us. He really open, willing to hear what we have to say, and he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, you know, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game. And
And welcome back to the College Cricket Grounds, where we are about to have a resumption in play after early lunch was taken, when we had that sharp shower just before the luncheon interval, maybe about 15 minutes or so before the luncheon interval, which forced the players off the field and forced the umpires to take an early lunch. We advised that no overs have been lost because of the rain, so the number of overs remain the same. The number of overs remaining in the day will still be, I think, 74, and of course the target remains the same, 268 for victory for the Jamaica Scorpions. They are 32 without loss with just one delivery of over number 7 to go. So they revised all the timings, and of course we will have you updated later on as we go along. The Leeward Islands players, they are back out on the field. Shino Berridge is just warming up once again, just having a little go through. He has just one delivery to go to finish his over. So far he's been pretty expensive, 3.5 overs for 22 runs. And so he will definitely want to improve those figures. Still some cloud around, but the clouds are not in the threatening locations as we know them here at the college cricket grounds. The ground staff did a pretty good job of getting the covers on and off very quickly. As a matter of fact, they got the covers off very, very quickly. And so the players are back out in the middle. And we expect that this afternoon we're going to have a pretty engaging afternoon of cricket here in the West Indies in the 4-day competition. Berridge will go in from in front of us here at the southern end. He's in, and Mackenzie gets a delivery that he's covering up. Thought of a single, but thought against it in the end as Hayden Walsh Jr. sprinted across just to prevent the possibility of any run. 32 without loss. At the end, we've had 7 overs. Sylvester Joseph is back alongside me. Sylvester Joseph, what's your thought on the approach of the Leeward Islands so far?
Well, good afternoon again. Good afternoon to the viewers. Watching, from the outside, I see that the way that they started with, I don't like the idea with all these fieldsmen on the boundary for Log. We know that Log is an attacking player, but this is a new ball, and we are looking here to win this game. With this great opportunity that we have here, and to see that they have in basically a defensive frame of mind, especially against Log. But overall, I think the Mackenzie Kirk, he definitely looks like a one to watch. We saw a glimpse of him in the first innings in terms of his balance and his stroke play. But so far, I see some lovely shots there.
It does look good. Yeah. It does look good. He's really played some wonderful strokes in this second innings of Kirk Mackenzie. It's going to be Louis to continue. And this delivery, just looking to force it away on the offside, is Leroy Lugg. Not timing it, the ball just bounces down into the ground, into the region where Hayden Walsh Jr. is posted. And of course, there is no run. So still an overcast situation here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. We've lost the sunshine. We saw the sun just for a brief moment before the luncheon interval, and it has pretty much disappeared. We have clouds overhead that are obscuring the sun as Louis moves in to bowl to Log outside the line of the off stump, and Log is cutting this one down to a deep point, who is on the boundary. Lob throw back to wicketkeeper Hamilton, and the batsmen are able to cross for just a run. So, first run after the interval. So they require further 236 runs for victory. All 10 wickets still intact for the Jamaica Scorpions. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are hoping that they can get an early breakthrough, get a couple of wickets, and probably look to put the pressure back on the Jamaicans. So far, the Jamaicans, they've had it pretty easy going in the innings so far. Nothing of alarm thus far.
I think you use the right word, hoping, because the way how they are setting the field, it seems like they're hoping that the Jamaica batters make a mistake instead of creating good groupings in terms of the bowlers and creating opportunities and look like they're in command. The Leeward Islands team, to me, looks like they're just waiting on something to happen. They in situation or position that they're supposed to be.
Do you think that has anything to do with captaincy, the approach? Is it all down to the captain?
Well, to a certain extent.
Here is this one peeling off the edge and going past the diving third slip fielder and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. So an edge, inadvertent stroke by Kirk Mackenzie. Not the type of flowing shots that we've seen earlier from him, but the result is the same. He gets a boundary down to the third man.
But that is what we're talking about. I mean, if you bowl the ball in the right areas, you can create opportunities. But when you come out with a negative mindset and hoping that you will just bowl the ball wide outside the off stump and contain the batters, it negates the fact that you're trying to win a game here. They had the third slip, and for some reason they took him out, and the conditions are overcast. Louis normally gets the ball to swing away from the left-hander, and they moved the third slip, and now they brought him back when the ball already gone. You know, my manager Ross and Atto now would say that when the horse already bolted, then you you bring back you close the door. So,
This one is down the leg side, and good take in the end by Jamal Hamilton. This one just clipped the pad of Kirk McKenzie. Was looking to work this one on the inside. The ball clipping the pad and bouncing down. A tumbling save from Jamal Hamilton, and there is no run.
but when the question that you asked in terms of the keeper, I think you can put it twofolds, because like you're coming out of break and they just came back on the field, so it has to be a plan by not only the captain but the whole entire team, including the management, because from the onset they have all the men on the boundary for log, you know, and then they brought up a few men for Mackenzie, but Mackenzie now is the one that is playing the attacking role.
Louis is in outside the line of the off stump, picking it up and allowing it to go into the gloves of the wicket keeper is Kirk McKenzie. That one had a little bit of swing on it as it came back after going past the bat of McKenzie, and brings up the end of another over. At the end of it, 37 without loss. Kirk McKenzie is on 27 and Leroy Logg is on 7.
Yeah, good start here by the Jamaica Scorpion openers, especially Mackenzie and Log. Log is not the free-flowing Log that we have seen, but they're really bowling him very, very wide outside the off stump, so they're not really coming close to him, so he can create an opportunity or whatever, But Mackenzie, the main scorer at the moment, and the ones still, going at a reasonably good pace.
They're going to continue with Berridge. And right up to Log, who's into a drive and just driving it back on the bounce to Berridge. Can't score. Log, a little bit of a burly figure. Right-handed opening batsman for the Jamaica Scorpion. 79 he made in the first innings for the Jamaica Scorpion. He would be hoping for a repeat. Here is he edging. Oh, this one cut through. Almost thought that he might have gotten an edge, but that one cut back at him from Sheena Berridge. And he got trapped on the crease there. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, as I said, if you bowl at the right areas, because now and then you see deliveries like that, one will keep a bit lower, so it is difficult for the batters to bat, and be fluent if you're bowling in the right areas. But the mindset you can see from the Leeward Islands team is not becoming. To be honest, I'm not pleased with what I'm seeing here from the Leeward Islands team. Look at that.
Outside the line of the off stump and driving and edging and caught behind is Leroy Logg. That one was pitching just outside the line of the off stump, but he went into a full-blooded drive. The edge found and catch is taken, and that's the end of Logg. Edging, nice deviation through to wicketkeeper Hamilton, and that's the end of Leroy Logg. And he goes for 7, and the Jamaica Scorpion losing their first wicket. They're 37 for 1.
Yeah, and those are the areas we know that Berridge is capable of bowling, and he, support the bowlers and give them the right feel. And what I'm saying then more, if you start in a particular way, starting positively looking for wickets, you have enough bowlers who you can come and set fields to contain the batters. And we have seen that this pitch is not a free-flowing wicket, pitch, sorry. So the Leeward Islands have this is a chance, I believe, that they should have, come out, and we are going to win this game. But when we look at it, from a overall cricketing perspective, if you look, you see it's like they come out kind of negative, not showing if we can win the game when you're in a situation where you're supposed to try and press home the advantage.
Mm-hmm. They certainly would want to do that. Sort of came out with to me, halfway.
Yeah.
They weren't sure because you had the slips in place, but then you had the other fielders all on the boundary, sort of sort of situation.
They had
and then-
five fielders on the ball, have deep cover, long off, long on, deep cow corner, and then they have a deep square leg. So I don't know. Maybe I'm in Wonderland or something.
Probably you are. But you're definitely watching live cricket here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. It's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Jamaica Scorpions. As the first wicket would have fallen, it brings in Romain Morris to the crease. Romain Morris, left-handed batter, has come in to join Kirk McKenzie. So two left-handers at the crease now for the Jamaica Scorpions. Here is Berridge in to bowl to Morris, and Morris is driving a full-length delivery, can't score. It comes up to the mid-on fielder, and there is no run. So just checking to see in the first innings, Morris only made 2. He was caught off the bowling of Colin Archibald for 2. So he would want to do a lot better in this second innings. Morris faces up now as Berridge is in to bowl to him, and he's driving. It's an opportunity for a run out. There was shouts of backup as Hayden Walsh Jr., but it was always a run because it was going to his weaker left hand, and he would have to have gone around that one to really pick it up and try to effect a run out. So good run in the end. So Morris is off the mark.
And there wasn't really any hesitation between the batters, so that was basically jubilation, trying to scare.
Yeah, there was a lot of excitement by the Leeward Islands. I thought for nothing because clearly it was going to be an easy single.
Luckily, they didn't hit the stumps. Maybe they would have gotten an overthrow or two.
Probably would have.
Yeah.
Here we watch as Berridge is in once more. He's in, and McKenzie's going to get some runs here as he angles the bat down to a short third man position, pretty wide. The fielder who was in short at point runs back, does the fielding, and the batsmen are able to come through for a run. 39 it is for 1, 39 for 1. At the end of that over, Kirk McKenzie is not out on 27, and Romain Morris is on 1.
Yeah, success there for the Leeward Islands in that over. It's a good start in terms of getting the first wicket, and they can build on that. Hopefully now that Log is gone, you will see a more conventional field placing and allow the bowlers to bowl a bit straighter, because I think they can get reward if they bowl straighter. You have the balls are squatting more often now, and bowling that good line and length to create a lot of opportunities.
Jeremiah Louis, his first delivery of a new over, striking Romain Morris somewhere on the thigh pad region. Just looking to turn that one on the inside. The ball hustled onto him. Went into the thigh region. As we look at the match summary so far, Leewards 260, Jamaica Scorpions 234, and Leeward Islands 241 in their second innings. So Jamaica Scorpions looking for 268 for victory. Jeremiah Louis is in. Here is the edge in and dropped at that second slip position. That was a thick edge carried to the man that slipped. He juggled with it, but the ball fell to the ground, and a bad miss there on the part of the Leeward Islands.
Well, I have said it early on. If the Leeward Islands fielders take the catches, they will be in a winning position sooner rather than later. But if we continue, and this is a continuation from the first innings, that was an easy slip catch. If you're a real slip catcher, that should have, you should be laughing.
Somebody like a Terrence Ward, that one carried at good height. The type where you pretty much
just
cup your
Cup
hand,
your
and take that one.
And laugh. That is a
Yep.
that is the catch that you want as a slipper.
That's the type of catch. That was a comfortable
Yeah, I
height,
tell you.
and he really made a mess of it. And even with the bubble, he didn't even bubble it in the direction of one of his teammates.
I think it's the way that he caught the ball. He was catching it, with his fingers down. When the ball was above his shoulder, just about shoulder height, you can't catch those balls in that in that way. So even the ricochet, it goes behind where even the other fielders weren't. So if he had cup it, reverse cup, the ball would probably hit his hand and go in front.
And then go in front.
Yeah.
Yep.
But his technique.
His technique was poor. Poor
Yeah.
technique in that location. And maybe I'm hard. If I was captain, I'd be getting him out of the slips.
Yeah, definitely
somewhere
hard.
close to the boundary.
Yeah, definitely hard. Come on.
You think I'm hard?
Yeah, harsh.
Yeah, I'm harsh.
Yeah,
All
harsh.
right. Good thing I was never captain. We watch as Louis gonna try once more. He comes in, goes past the umpires in, and here's he striking the batsman on the pad. Is a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Again, we'll just have to see that one again on the replay as we look at it. Maybe it was just pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Yes, looks just about, maybe just outside. St. Joseph.
Yeah, look a bit high.
Probably even a little bit high.
Too much doubt. I think there is too much doubt. If you could go upstairs, with the review and so on, you would definitely probably have a better understanding. But from the naked eye, yeah, it's too much doubt.
Again, looks a good decision for me from the umpire. Louis comes in once more. He's in and outside the line of the off stump. And Louis is having a little bit of a good spell here. He's worked up the batsman and he's been able to carry him to the slips. He's had him a shout for a leg before. So Louis is on top at the moment. And he would want to keep it that way. Kirk McKenzie is on 28. Romain Morris on 1. Morris has just faced the 2 deliveries. McKenzie really should have been back in the pavilion. Here is the edging this time. Caught behind by the wicket keeper. So Jeremiah Louis gets his man after having him dropped in this over at second slip. This time the edge taken, catch is taken by wicketkeeper Jamal Hamilton. Kirk McKenzie walks back dejectedly, but that was a good delivery and good catch in the end by Jamal Hamilton. Raheem Cornwall looks up into the sky as to say, I would have had that one as well. But good cricket this by Jeremiah Louis, having his man in the end.
Yeah, and well deserved. I think he's well deserved for the spell that he's bowling and the areas that he's bowling, the consistency that he's showing. But Hamilton decided I'm not going to take any chance because Raheem Cornwall put down I think 2 as well in the first inning. So Hamilton with the ball so close, he decided that I'm not going to take any chance. Yeah, these fielders are not really showing us that they're taking any catches. So let me take it. And this is what I'm talking about. Then more. From what we're seeing, if you bowl the ball in the right areas and this, you get opportunities. So why is it that the Leeward Islands are not thinking positively from the onset? Give yourself the opportunity. If things doesn't go how you want it, then you can make the adjustment. But don't come out with the negative mindset.
Yep,
No.
mindset. It's almost as if I thought that they came out and they showed log.
Yeah.
Too much respect.
Too much respect.
In the first instance, it's almost as if they expected him to come out blasting at them, and they decided, you know what, from the get-go we're going to defend against his attack, rather than actually see what was taking place. So 2 wickets down, 39 for 2. We've had 10 overs gone. So pretty much 2 new batsmen at the crease, Romain Morris and Aldane Thomas. Here is Berridge continuing. And the left-handed Morris covers up a delivery short of a length. And just covers up and plays it out into the offside field. Kofi James at that short mid-off position. Fields, there's no run. So 3 slips. There's a man at backward point. Then there is Hayden Walsh Jr. just about in the extra cover position. Mid-off is Kofi James. Then you have a mid-on, looks to be Powell, straightish mid-wicket, and a man down at the long leg position. Here is Berridge, runs in and bowls. Here is driving beautifully is the batsman in Romain Morris. He's going to get 4. That was a good looking shot. It was over pitched and he came down with a straight back and hit it back past to the left of Berridge and past Powell, who is at that mid-on position. Kofi James gave chase but just to retrieve, and that was a beautiful shot for 4.
Yeah, back then they said when you can drive a ball like that, you're a proper batsman. That was a
Beautiful, a proper cricket shot there by Romain Morris.
And he had a bit of stylish pose to the end. If the cameraman was here, you will get a good, nice picture.
Good, nice photo. Here is he facing up now as Berridge is in, and he's clipping this one past the wicket keeper and down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So again, just straying in line is Sheena Berridge and coming inside and clipping it down past wicket keeper Jamal Hamilton, and he picks up a boundary down to the fine leg region.
Yeah, badly line delivery and got the treatment that he deserves. After a beautiful shot from basically a leg stump half volley, he tried to compensate, but the length. The line was still down the leg side, so Morrison capitalized and put those 2 deliveries.
Berridge is in once more. Outside the line of the off stump inadvertently, and this one has gone past the slips, and will it run into the boundary? It does now, and that's 4 more runs. So 3 boundaries in a row. This one inadvertently, he was looking to come out of the shot and the ball taking the edge of the bat, but it had enough bat on it to take it all the way down to that 3rd man position. Hayden Walsh in chase and all, and he picked up 4 runs, 47 for 2. And the runs have really come quickly in this over.
Yeah, 3 consecutive 4s. The last one was really convincing. He got away with it just wide of Munson Hajdi at the 3rd slip area. But the length, the length and line, they kind of teasing when they bowl it in those areas. You kind of give the batsman a bit of doubt. So more often than not, if they can, they will get a few opportunities.
Here is he again, just almost playing it the same way, and the result is the same. He's gotten 4. Almost looked as if he was pulling out of it, but again, just guiding it through that vacant backward point position, and the ball raced down the hill. Hayden Walsh Jr. didn't get anywhere close to it in the end, and 4 4s in a row for Romain Morris. And the total has gone on to 55. 55?
I think in all fairness, that one looked like he had more control, like he played it with more control, like he willfully played that one a little later. So the edge, I will give him the benefit of the doubt.
Certainly. That last one, seeing it again on the replay, he did have more control, and he pushed it through that vacant area and was able to pick up himself a boundary. 55 for 2 in over number 11. So the Jamaica Scorpions have reduced the asking to 213 runs. They have 8 wickets in hand, and Romain Morris must be in heaven, having had 4 boundaries in a row, even though one won. The 3rd one we would say inadvertence, but he would be happy with all of his 17 runs so far. 15 more than he scored in the first innings. And the sunshine is back out, so he's happy for that as well. Here we watch. As outside the line of the off stump, he's just coming across and then raising the bat, allowing it to go into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Hamilton. The end of a eventful over. Sheena Berridge's 6 overs have gone for 40 runs. He's taken 1 wicket. Morris is on 17. Alden Thomas yet to score. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 55 for 2 in their 2nd innings.
Yeah, very good over there by for Morrison. 4 4s. 3 well controlled. 1 was a bit dodgy, but Runs on the board is runs on the board, and as you're still there, and he's using his opportunity so far. So that's a good sign. He looks positive. He, just the continued effort there by Berridge, keep putting pressure on him. So it's a good battle, but he's up for it. He shows that he's up for it, and it's good showing here. Jamaica Scorpions really need this partnership to prolong for a little bit more.
Certainly, they wouldn't want to lose any more wickets anytime soon. The Leeward Islands, though, would be hoping for the opposite. They would want another a couple more wickets to put to expose the Jamaica middle order, as we would say. It's going to be Louis to continue. And this delivery is driven through the mid-wicket region. He's just clipping this one. He gets one, comes back for two. That's all they will have.
Come down here.
As Kofi James chases back and has a strong, so he has a good arm, Kofi James, and he has a strong throw back to wicket keeper, and the batsmen are able to cross for 2-run. Aldain Thomas gets two, so he's off the mark with 257 for two.
I think Louis has a tendency, like if he's getting the ball to do a bit, that he kind of floats it up, in a half volley area, trying to just let it. When he looks a lot better when he run in and bowl the ball. The ball will definitely natural in swing.
He's delivering a no ball, and the batsman also gets a run as the ball is played into the offside field, and they take off and get a easy single. Third no ball we've seen from Jeremiah Louis in this innings, in this day and age, and the no balls are frowned upon, because with all the technology and the way that bowlers now mark their run, and they use the measuring tape and all of that to make sure that they have it down packed. Don't want to see bowlers overstepping, especially in tight games. Every run counts, so that's something that probably Captain Hamilton would have to have a word with Louis about, or maybe give him a cross eye. Louis is in, and he's been bowling very good to the left-handers.
Yeah.
Here is he with Romain Morris just getting up on his toes and playing one into the offside field. And there was no run. It remains on 59 for 2, 59 for 2 the total. How do you guys reprimand as a captain? How do you reprimand one of does the cross eye work on the field?
Well, sometimes you get a face. I don't. You call it a cross eye, but
captains have that kind of
that
face.
look. Yeah, that look.
Yeah, that look that tells you off without words.
Yeah, you got to. And the players understands. The player knows. Yeah, he knows where the skipper is not pleased with that.
And sometimes I've seen captains, they have a way that they take the ball from you, the way that they drag it out of your hand.
Yeah.
That alone should say a whole lot. Louis circles, almost does it twice, and he gets ready now to move in to both to the left-handed Morris, who is playing a big shot at that one, missing outside the line of the off stump through to wicket keeper. That was dangerous. A little dangerous from Morris. Some of the banter coming into our ears here. Some words coming through from the skipper and also the batter. Just a little bit of friendly banter we're hearing as it comes through our outside effects microphone. Here we watch as Jeremiah Louis is in again. He's driving again. Is Romain Morris, and missing outside the line of the off stump into the gloves.
And folks, it's not a replay. It's live. That's
It's
not
live.
a replay.
Live. It looks similar to what you've seen before. And probably even some of the frustration getting to Morris. A little bit of banter that's coming from the Leeward Islands captain. Jamal Hamilton and Jeremiah Louis putting the ball in good areas, I find, especially to the left-handed batsman. Here is he now in bright sunshine, runs in, and Morris again is driving, but straight to the fielder at that mid-off position, and as there is no run, brings up the end of another over. At the end of it, Jamaica Scorpions, they require 209 runs for victory with 8 wickets in hand. They're 59 for 2.
Well, Morris seems like he's not that wondering. He's going after it. 3 drives. He missed two. The first 2 look like swiping, but the next one, you thought for a second that he would just, allow the wide one to pass, but he tend to go again. So that's the intent that he's showing, and I like the way how the Jamaicans, come out in terms of their intent. It's not like they're out there, they lose a few wickets and they're going into that shell and trying to pad and block. They are still looking to score and still looking to rotate the strikers. It's an opportunity for them as well. This game is still wide open, a good partnership, and being positive. At the back end, you never know. This game is still poised for a good finish.
Certainly, still, as Terry Laraji said earlier, all 3 results are still possible. Here we watch as Berridge is going to continue. The captain has been very patient with Berridge because he's been expensive. 40 runs so far from his 6 overs. So, Sheena Berridge continuing. Here is he moving in once again. He's in and bowling. A delivery that is driven through the onside for 4. That's a good looking shot. Right up again to the batsman in Aldane Thomas. And that seems to be the national shot of Jamaica because they play that one very well.
You took that thought right off my brain.
They all seem to play that shot very well. That one was excellently undriven.
Yeah.
And 4 runs.
Whether right-hander or left-hander,
left-hander.
they undriving the ball beautifully. Beautiful shot.
Berridge seems to like to see that shot as well. He's been bowling them in that right there. Here we watch as Berridge is in outside the line of the off stump. A tumbling take by Jamal Hamilton with his low frame just rolls across the mighty frame of Raheem Cornwall. Ends up in the 3rd slip position. 205 runs remaining for the Scorpions for victory. Leeward Islands, they need 8 wickets. All the results are still possible. Say good afternoon to the folks who are listening. We have folks who are listening in Anguilla. Here is this delivery played away, and then there's a chance. And in the end, good running. The fielder was a little bit deep, and I thought that the batsmen were positive from the get-go. There wasn't any hesitation. They might, if there was any hesitation, it might have been a little tighter. But in the end, the batsmen were able to steal a single. 1 more to Thomas, 1 more to the total.
Yeah, and Thomas especially, he keep on looking to score. Well, the wicket-keeper batters these days are very positive. Every time you see a wicket-keeper batsman, it's a shotsman always busy between the wickets, and he's no different. Aldane Thomas, always looking for that scoring opportunity.
Here is this delivery outside the line of the off stump, and flashing and missing again is Romain Morris. We're just seeing that flash shot from a different angle, similar to the ones that he played to Jeremiah Louis in the last over. Just flashing, just playing loosely outside the line of that off stump. I was saying hello to the folks who are listening in Anguilla, in Montserrat. We know there are folks listening in St. Kitts and Nevis and the Virgin Islands, and especially our friends over there in Jamaica. Good afternoon to Peter Prendergast and some of my friends over there in Jamaica in the football referee world. Here we watch. This delivery is right up to the batsman, and he's peeling off the outer edge. Gets 2 down to a wide 3rd man position. more of a deep point, deep backward point. 2 more to the total. Shouts of over at the end of it. 66 for 2 is the total. Romain Morris, he is there on 19, and Alden Thomas on 8.
Yeah, Romain Morris seems susceptible to the ball that is just foolish and wide outside the half stump. He keep on going after it, and he's scoring. He got a few runs from it as well, and so that looks like an area that the Leewards Hurricane bowlers can exploit. We have seen again that the Leeward Islands open bowlers they're bowling well in spurs, and the captain persisting with them. Giving 6 overs straight. When you have a lot of options, you should try basically and rotate some more. Giving one bowler, like we have seen in the first innings, Colin Archibald, he bowled 10 overs straight, and he came back. Well, I think this morning, he didn't really have the energy to come back yesterday, because sometimes you have to manage your bowlers. You can't really give them that extended spell when the game is in a situation like this, that you have to change up because you're trying to win a game.
Louis is going to continue outside the line of the off stump, and Thomas was thinking about playing that one. I'll give him the benefit right at the end, probably just pulling out of the stroke. The ball carrying through at good height to wicketkeeper Hamilton. No run. 66 for 2. We've had 13.1 overs so far. If you're hearing the sounds in the background, just the craft either landing or taking off at the VC Bird International Airport, which is just outside our location here. Here we watch as this is Louis in, and a ball that is cutting back at the right-handed Alden Thomas, and he gets it down to a square leg position, be able to come through for a run. Quite surprised that the captain has had these extended spells with these bowlers. I thought that with all the options that he have available to him, that he would have probably had made a change, maybe have given Colin Archibald a quick sharp burst, maybe to say, I'm giving you 3-4 overs to come in and bowl quickly and try to prize out another wicket or 2.
Well, from what we have seen, that's not his style. His style is that you bowl your full quarter, whether 6-7, you bowl your full quarter, and then if you have to make a double change, you make a double change. But from what we see,
is he textbook, too textbook style? Maybe sometimes captains come in with a mentality. I'm going to give this bowler 7 overs. I'm going to give, and not willing to change from the original plan.
Well, you have seen it, and even in the recently concluded Super 50 in the last game, there you have Colin Archibald bowled at 5 or 6 overs straight for about 60 runs, and he still persisted with him until they lost the game.
When folks when he was heavily criticized for that decision, folks thought that he didn't try anything different, and lost the game. So maybe something for Jamal Hamilton to work on in terms of his captaincy. But one more run to the total. Romain Morris, he is on 19. Alden Thomas is on 9, 67 for 2.
But the vice captain is right there on his left, Rakim Khan also. And you have a lot of senior players out there, even the bowlers. I mean, they need to communicate some more, not unless he's one that, he's bent in his own way. Sometimes I used to be like that.
Here is he beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump. Is Jeremiah Louis with a good delivery. He's been bowling well to the left-handed batsman again. Romain Morris just within 2 minds there, sort of playing and then just pulling out right at the end. Almost as if he's been drawn into that stroke outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, even though where off stump is, those balls are, good areas, but you pick up the length and line and you realize that there is no harm. Only harm you can edge it to the keeper or to one of those catches down there.
Here is a no ball delivered by Jeremiah Louis. Just about to appeal for a leg before when he heard that cry of no ball and the outstretched arm of the umpire. 69 for 2. So psychologically, they've gone below the 200 mark. 199 runs remaining. Are those psychological marks only for commentators? Do you cricketers study those things that we've gone less than 200, or is it just us? Here is this delivery. Batsman is reaching for it and playing it defensively into the offside field. Kofi James is quickly in, and there is no run.
Well, it depends on the individual. Sometimes you're out there. It depends on who you are. You're not even thinking about. You never know. You're never thinking about anything about scores and this and that. You're thinking to stay out there to get some runs or something.
To get some runs.
Yeah. So it depends on the player and the situation of the game. Like in the one-day game, when you're you're checking and pacing the innings. You're conscious of the fact that we're on and we're getting closer. So it psychologically gives you some momentum or some positivity. But some players, man, especially if you just make a debut or a young player, you're thinking about getting a score or something under your belt.
Certainly, we're going to see bowling change for the Leeward Islands. Looks as if it's going to be Raheem Cornwall, the off spinner, who has been the subject of a lot of discussion recently. I won't join the discussion. There are many folks who felt, or if I should say, that we should have been watching him on the TV this morning over there in Zimbabwe, but we're watching him live here
on the stream.
On the stream, so you're still seeing him, but in a different capacity. He's playing for the Leeward Islands, and of course, that whole subject of his weight and fitness and all that discussion continues. I don't think that will ever end.
What are your thoughts? Are you not including your thoughts?
My thoughts are very simple, and it has always been: if you're effective playing, give you the opportunity. Here is this delivery driven over the top of that straightish mid-wicket position, and they're able to get 2. Ball left the bat in the air. Could have been dangerous there for the right-handed Aldane Thomas, but he picks up 2 runs in the end. Being somebody who struggles with weight myself, I've always not liked when people are discriminated against simply because of something like that. So I am firmly of the opinion that if you are able to perform, matters not what size you are, you should be given a fair opportunity like everyone else. Because my take is you have very slim people who don't perform as well. Here we watch as Cornwall, again, just badly lined so far. He's been slightly leg side-ish, the 3 deliveries that he's bowled so far. I thought he's gotten away with 2 of them. Here is he again, just almost a walk in, and this time the batsman having to cover up and playing this one into the onside field, and there is no run. However, Cornwall too has to be mindful and also take that into consideration with the way that he carries himself and the work that he does. Gets a run, does the right-handed Aldane Thomas, and the outfield is a bit slow because we saw that one just dropping and almost stopping there, not carrying through. So the batsmen they're going to have to work for their runs.
Yeah, maybe the rain. Well, the rain definitely will put a damper on the outfield. Yeah, the ball is not
as
running
fast
like
as before, and so it might make things a little bit more difficult for the Jamaica Scorpions. Cornwall around the wicket to the left-handed batsman in Romain Morris. Just stands up, and this guy was guiding that one down to a short third-man position. Can't score. Shouts of over by the umpire. The end of it, Jamaica Scorpions, they are 173 for 2. 173 for 2. Romain Morris on 21 and Aldane Thomas on 12.
Yeah, the Leewards Hurricanes, they definitely have to, stay in the game because the Jamaican batters, these guys are playing positive cricket, and if you're not careful, the game partnership will be, will get away. So you have to stay in the game, look for the opportunities. These guys are looking for every possible single. So even the infield fielders, you have to stay in the game. Sometimes it tends like the Leeward Islands players are on a bit of a relaxing mode. But now is not the time, because the intensity and the focus of the Jamaica Scorpio, they are trying to win this game, because, as you said, the key results are still possible. So they have to be conscious of the situation and stay positive within what's happening.
So Colin Archibald is going to come into the attack from the northern end, and Archibald is going to be bowling to the right-handed Aldane Thomas. Here we watch as Archibald is in, and here is he out caught at that mid-on position. It seemed very inadvertent, because he almost just chipped it up to that mid-on position. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was very, very easy. Ball right up to Aldane Thomas. He just chipped it into the hands of that mid-on fielder. He walks back dejectedly. Archibald strikes with his first delivery. And when you look at it again, just a nice little chip to Powell at that mid-on position. And that's the end of Aldane Thomas. Caught Powell off the bowling of Colin Archibald for 12. Jamaica losing their third wicket. They're 73 for 3.
And he got out of the undrive. Jamaica. I thought that was the Jamaican national shot. But I think maybe the angle of the left-hander, they were playing some beautiful shots from the right-hander with Shino Berridge. But because of the angle of the left hand, and he was coming around the wicket, so maybe angled in and then straightened, and because the way that he played, it's like he didn't really expect it, like he wasn't to the pitch, so he just chipped it back, and easy catch there to Kyron Powell.
And Powell didn't even have to move. Just stood there, the ball. He couldn't believe his luck. The ball just floated out to him at that mid-on position. And he was able to get the easiest catch he will have in a while out at that mid-on position. And the third wicket going down for the Jamaicans. Paul Palmer Jr. is the next person to come in to bat. He's the captain of the Jamaica team. And so he has a lot on his shoulder to carry for the Jamaica team.
And they're going to need him to have a partnership here with, to control the batting, to have a good partnership here, and to take the game down as far as possible. They cannot afford to be losing wickets so in such regularity. So you definitely have to, as a captain, you have to come and steady the ship and see if you can have a good partnership with Romain Morrison.
First delivery outside the line of the off stump from Archibald. He just raises the bat. And he got 47 in the first innings. He was caught Terence Ward off Raheem Cornwall for 47 of 96 deliveries. He spent 126 minutes at the crease in the first innings, and he would be hoping for similar.
Might need some more.
Certainly, he would have to bat longer. That's a good delivery from Archibald. And Archibald just almost as if he's bowling within himself in this first over. Just trying to get his groove on, find his rhythm. Doesn't seem to be really striking up the pace as yet. Just bowling within himself.
He's moving a bit stiff, gingerly,
almost as if he wasn't warmed up properly.
I wonder if he recovers yet from the 10 over that he bowled in the first innings.
Might still, the ice bat might not have worked. Here we see outside the line of the off stump delivery that Palmer pulls the bat inside the line and just allows it to go into the gloves of Hamilton. But first game of the season and given 10 overs on the trot.
First spell.
Yep, you would definitely not be sending your captain a Christmas card. It's not on your list of people that you like. We watch as here is Archibald comes in and outside the line of the off stump. And just as we've seen there, that one starting straight and then just angling away from the left-hander, which also tells us what might have happened
With Palmer.
with Palmer.
Yeah, not with Palmer, with
Thomas.
Thomas, yeah.
Is that same ball that just angled into him, and he just didn't get to the pitch of it and just chipped it out to that mid-on position. So Archibald begins to move in once more. He's in. And he's looking to force this one away. On the onside is Palmer. Doesn't time it. The ball falls on the onside, and he's unable to score. 73 for 3 at the end of over number 16. Palmer yet to score. Romain Morris is on 21.
Yeah, and this partnership is going to be crucial. And on the other end, Raheem Cornwall would want to, nick a few out here to get the Leewards really into the heart of the Jamaica Scorpions batting. But it's going good so far for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And Colin Archibald, he was the pick of the fast bowlers in the first innings. Well, in his first spell, he really pegged back the Jamaicans and bowled some good areas, got some aggressive line and length, and he got a few wickets as well. So create a few more chances.
Certainly. Raheem Cornwall and Captain Hamilton, what you call they having a difference of opinion conversation. Hamilton very short and Raheem very tall. You're not sure what is the long or short of it, what they're trying to say there, but certainly they're just planning strategy as Cornwall just stands there, looks as if he's going to go around the wicket to Morris, and he has two left-handers to bowl at this stage, with both Romain Morris and Paul Palmer being left-handed batsmen. Morris is on 21 off 21. And Palmer, facing 5 deliveries so far, is yet to get off the mark. So he has a slip in place. Has a man at silly point. He also has a short leg in place. A man at backward point. He also has a extra cover in the mid-off. Cornwall floats it up, and this one is driven out to the offside. Hayden Walsh knocks it down, but the batsmen were positive. They run through for a run, but that was driven pretty firmly by Romain Morris.
That's Archibald. That worked.
Archibald,
Chicago.
yes, Archibald.
You gotta give Archibald the credit. He looks like he feel it like Hayden Walsh.
Feeling it like Hayden Walsh.
So he looked world class. I mean, he looked world class.
He looked good. He got across there very quickly. He knocked it down. But that's Archibald in that position there.
And
watch.
I see a good friend, Jarmo Aldwin Walsh, walking around the boundary in all black. It seems like
he said he wanted to pass by and have a look.
Oh,
he's a fan of Hayden Walsh. I wonder why. But is Hayden Walsh's uncle, former Antigua cricketer. Here is an opportunity. There's a shout for a run out, but batsman would have made his ground.
Captain Palmer said, "My good man, my good."
Yep.
Yeah, that very cheesy man.
If you're wondering, he is speaking English. It is. We call it dialect in Antigua and Barbuda and across the Caribbean.
Jamaican dialect.
Yeah, we all understand it and we know and love the lingo. Cornwall it is, who's in. Delivering nice flight to it. Had a little bit of a loop to it. The batsman reaching forward and playing it quietly into the offside field. And there's no run. 74 for 3 is the total. Cornwall with that walk in, and then he breaks into his stride, and again just a little bit of a loop to that delivery. Looking as if he's starting to find his stride, Cornwall. Here is he in again. This one here is a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Cornwall thought that he had his man. He was animated.
It's the fastest we have seen him move in the wild. What you said? What's the appeal? That one is missing.
Yeah, he's missing, but
What's the movement? What's the
almost begging that one from the umpire. But that one looked to have been missing,
Yeah, definitely
especially
missing.
down the leg side. And so good. Again, the umpires have made some good decisions. I think when it has come to leg before. The end of the over, it is 75, correct? 75 for 3, the total.
Yeah, I mean, the umpires they're having a fantastic game so far. We commanded them yesterday and even the day before, but they really doing a consistently good work. Some of the decisions where look to the naked eye like they are plumb, but they're in the right position and the right place, making the right decisions.
Archibald starts a new over. First delivery is played defensively by the left-handed Paul Palmer, who said, "My good man, my good." And in.
We need to see Raheem Cornwall in that appealing way.
That meme,
Yeah.
he moves like that all the time.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he was animated, excited, jumping around, as we would call it there just now. Here is Archibald in to bowl Palmer, and Palmer gets a delivery on the line of the stops that he plays up to the mid-on region. That looks to be Kofi James, who's posted there. And there is no run. So 193 runs required for victory for the Jamaica Scorpions. Remember, we have a minimum of 79 overs to be bowled in this innings today. Archibald is in, and they're looking for a run that's not on and sent back.
And that's the real Hayden Ward Jr. on preventing them from even thinking about that single.
A single. He was quickly in, and the batsman thought of it and quickly changed their mind, sent back. So score remains on 75 for 3. Current run rate is 4.3. So they're going at a positive rate, the Jamaica Scorpions. This one outside the line of the off stump, bouncing through to Jama Hamilton. There is no run. And let me use this opportunity, Bouncing Joseph, just to say I don't think that she's listening, but I just want to say a happy 50th birthday to my sister, Tulip Phillip, who works at Big Banana.
Wait, Tulip is your sister?
Yes, that's my mother's third child. So Tulip is my sister. She turns 50 today. I'm just saying congratulations to her. Doesn't look a day older than 40, but she's getting there. And just hope that she has a wonderful day, and the Lord continues to bless her. Archibald continues to look for a wicket here. Has one so far.
My family and I went to her workplace for dining a few weeks ago for my son's birthday, and we had a wonderful time.
Wonderful. Siolo's getting there.
Yeah,
how is he
he's
doing in the golf? Is he playing today outside the line of the off stump?
Definitely he's playing today.
Have some young students from T.N. Kernan that have shown interest.
Yeah.
We sent out a contingent yesterday out to the golf course to
wonderful.
try and start that program. So delivery outside the line of the off stump to end the over. At the end of it, 75 for 3. We've had 18 overs gone. And of course, the current run rate is 4.21. So 75 for 3. Remember, the Leewards made 260. Jamaica Scorpions 234. And the Leewards in their second innings 241. Raheem Cornwall getting 85 off 95 in that second innings. And he'll be hoping that he can be among the wickets in this second innings. If the Leeward Islands is to stand a chance of winning, you would tend to think that he will have a lot of bowling to do. Here we see, again, just flighting one in to the left-handed Romain Morris. Morris just stands firm on his crease, playing this one down into that Silly Point region where the fielder is posted and there is no run. Cornwall is in once more. And Morris is bold. Came forward, missed it completely. Didn't read that one from Cornwall, and the ball went right through the gate for Romain Morris. That's the end of him. That one that turned back and just hit that off stump. That was a beautiful off spin delivery from Raheem Cornwall. That's the end of Romain Morris. And Jamaica Scorpions, they are 75 for 4.
Well, he looks more at ease when he's celebrating than when he was appealing. That was a tremendous delivery. That was an off spinner's beauty. Pitches on stump and then it was turn just a fraction, and undo Morrison. But Morrison wasn't looking confident at all outside the off stump. He has been beaten a few times from the Pacers, and even the previous 2 balls before, Cornwall beat him outside the off stump. So with Cornwall, getting his rhythm right.
And he looks as if he's getting into the rhythm, because we've seen maybe 5-6 deliveries that have really he's really bowled well, and good to see that he's into the wicket. So we see Abhijay Singh, Man Singh, he's coming in to face, and of course we see Terry Leraji standing by. I wonder if he's ready to come in. Looks anxious, and so he's saying he's signaling to me after this over. Doesn't want us to get all the excitement. Sylvester Joseph, he's trying to get in. So at the end of this over, you'll hear Terry Leraji coming in alongside Sylvester Joseph. So Man Singh is in, and he's coming to join his captain Paul Palmer, and no doubt he's going to be required to play a strong innings, and in the first innings he got 56, so no slouch with the bat whatsoever.
And just for you to know, if you weren't following him on the first day, he is a medical substitution, so he wasn't really in the original 11.
Yeah, because I was looking, I was looking on and I see here that he was listed as out.
Yeah, Williams had a medical condition, so
Alwyn Williams.
Yeah, Alwyn Williams. So he came in and he did really well. He bowled well as well.
Bowled well, and got a half century in the first innings. So that's the kind of substitution you want. Somebody that comes in and really does well. He's facing up to Raheem Cornwall, his second delivery. Just turning it away into the onside region. He's surrounded. There's a conventional slip. There's also a leg slip, a man at Sealy Point and a man at short leg. They go down now. As Cornwall with a little bit of flight. And the excitement there as Man Singh was pushing forward. And I think the ball might have left the bat in the air, gotten past that man it got past that man at that Silly Point position. Just left sharply, maybe pad onto the bat, and it went. And Cornwall continues. He's in, and this delivery, the batsman just coming across and covering up and playing it into the onside field, and there is no run. The end of the over has come up at the end of 19 overs. The Jamaica Scorpions, they are 75 for 4. They still require 193 runs. After more thoughts from you, Sylvester Joseph, we're going to hear Terry Leraji.
Yeah, this is a good period here for the Windies Hurricanes, especially Raheem Cornwall, who continues to bowl well and taking wickets for the Leeward Islands team. And it all goes well for the Leeward Islands, but the energy and the effort from these Leeward Islands players seems different. You have more men around the bat catching, you have more attacking fields. The Leewards are on top from at the moment. Terry, welcome back.
Thank you, Sylvester, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Yes, Leeward Islands are firmly in control at the moment at 75 for 4. And I think they got the right combination on 2 as Archibald continues from the northern end into Palmer. Palmer drives that one up to mid-on and there's no run. Yeah, the right bowling partnership between Colin Archibald and Rakim Cornwall causing problems. But their spirit and their energy was a lot, you could notice the level raised a lot more after the luncheon interval. Some important innings here for Captain Palmer as he faces Archibald, and he's got him, has he? Hamilton's convinced it was very close to that outside edge. Umpire unmoved. So the excitement continues here at Coolidge. It's all happening. That one beautiful delivery. Just past the outside edge. Hamilton still having words with Palmer.
These thumbs mics get you up close and personal.
Exactly. Archibald in again to Palmer, and this time he shoulders, arms, and well left outside the off stump.
But I mean, you see Archibald after the Super 50, especially the last game, because he was the victim of the disaster, so to speak.
Right, yeah.
With how he bowled in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And to see that he comes back here, he didn't really get upon himself in a way that negatively affect him, because for what we have seen from the first innings as well.
To Palmer again, spot on target, but well defended by Palmer.
From the first innings, and he comes with a positive attitude, and he's bowling well. We know what he's capable of doing in terms of his batting and feeling. It's all around game. But to see, he still has that confidence within himself and can come and put the balls in the right areas. That shows character from this young man, and it's really something that I think the whole Caribbean can look at when things are going against you.
Yeah.
You can continue to believe in yourself and do what continue to work hard.
Archibald in again to Palmer, and again he lets that one through to Hamilton. Yeah, and he's certainly looked the pick of the seam bowlers.
Yeah.
Anyway, in this match, and Paul is bowling very, very well. But it was interesting to hear both yourself, Sylvester, and Denmore talking about Hamilton and with his keeping and rotating of the bowlers and everything like that. I just think Hamilton is unfortunate. So we wait for Archibald. He's in again, left alone by Palmer to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions in pursuit of 268 for victory, 75 for 4, with Palmer on 1 and Man Singh yet to score. But he's in the mould of West Indies keepers for the last while now, where, as we were talking earlier, it's safety first. They don't like to change two things.
Yeah.
As you were saying, if they got a plan, they stick to it. That's it. They don't read the game as quickly, maybe, to come up with a different plan. If plan A is not working, they take forever to go to an alternative. And I just feel that he, with his field placings, he's generally conservative.
Yeah.
And with his rotation of bowlers, as you say, I think he's got a number in his head, and no matter what happens, they're going to bowl that amount. Yeah. As Cornwall continues to Man Singh, defends that back to short leg, and there's no run. That's why I was impressed with Palmer, how he captained the team and rotated the bowling, especially in that first innings. Nice stroke there by Mansing, and a bit of a misfield by Berridge, it looks like, at mid-off. So they get 2. And that gets Mansing going. He goes to 2, and the score 77 for 4.
Desperate feeling there by Berridge diving to his left. It's a sight to see these days when you have fast bowlers diving and diving. Who could have told Courtney Walsh and Curly Ambrose to dive?
A very brave man.
Nobody dare even to think about that.
No.
Cornwall looks like he definitely is at his best.
Yeah, he looks good both with bat and ball, and I think he's showing a lot more control and maturity with the bat also.
Yeah, I mean he's been dominating for a while now, and in the recent past he's been traveling to different countries to play like the T20 leagues. He's rubbing his shoulders with the big boys more consistently. I think there are a lot of tournaments in America now where he goes and dominates. I think one time he had a double century.
Yeah, double century in the T20. Yeah.
So so all those facets will give you a more assurance of yourself and what you're capable of doing.
Right. Yep.
He's getting to that stage. As we come up to the water break now, the Leewards will be, as you can see, the body language from the Leeward Islands team shows that this is a team that is on top of the situation, in control of the game. You hear a lot of chatter. When the game started, when they started feeling, all of the fieldsmen were on the boundary. So
it's pretty hard to have a chat. Huh?
Yeah, so now they have a good thing going. So they are really grabbing hold of it and taking control, and they're looking forward for a victory here, if they can pull through.
Yes, exactly, Sylvester. 6 wickets away as drinks break is taken here at Coolidge. Jamaica Scorpions 77 for 4. Back to the college cricket ground as Archibald starts a new over to Paul Palmer, who's in defence. Strokes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So 77 for 4 in pursuit of 268, the Scorpions to win the match. Hurricanes 6 wickets from victory. And you'd feel, Sylvester, the way things are going today. Another couple of wickets here before tea, with about an hour to go before tea. Archibald into Palmer, that one wide outside the off stump. Left well enough alone, through to Hamilton, and there's no run. Another couple of wickets before tea could set the cut amongst the pigeons as far as the Scorpions are concerned.
Yeah, and I see some movements there from some of the gongs, man. I'm hoping that my shower is not on its way, because we're getting into the nitty-gritty of this game.
Definitely. Archibald in again, and Palmer tries to cut that one, gets the bottom edge of the bats. Rolls out to point, and there's no run.
You said that Leeward Islands are 6 wickets away from victory. The Jamaicans would say that they are 191 away from victory as well.
Yeah,
so
most definitely.
Yeah. But I think the Leeward Islands is in control of the game now, more so than the Jamaica Scorpions. They're still fighting, and you know that they are fighters, so they're not going to give up. They're going to keep going as Captain Palmer punches this one beautifully to cover for picking up another 2.
Yeah, just the way the game's going, especially since the luncheon break. Early lunch was taken because of a bit of rain around, and since then I think Jamaica Scorpions with 32 without loss at the lunch break. So they've put on 40 odd but lost the 4 wickets. A bit of discussion with Captain Hamilton and his bowler in Colin Archibald. You might see a bit of an adjustment in the field. Taken Onsen Hodge out of second slip and moving him into a short mid-wicket area.
I think the time,
or are they?
These guys are moving like they have the most time in the world.
Okay.
You know, when you're trying to win a game, you need time, especially with the weather. You know, coming circulating. You need time. But Captain Hamilton is taking a lot of time in his field placement, his decision making. You know, you need to keep that momentum going.
Archibald spot on target. That one well defended by Palmer. To a short mid wicket in Hodge, and there's no run.
You know, I used to have some bowlers. I never really had to go up to my bowlers and talk to them like that. I would set a particular field, and the bowlers will just look at the field and know what they need to do. You know, but I had some really good, like Kerry Jeremy and Curtis Hammer Roberts. These guys were really, really smart bowlers in the end.
Archibald into Palmer, full pitch delivery, driven firmly but straight to Kieran Powell at mid-off. No run to complete the over. So at the end of that over, Jamaica Scorpions 79 for 4. Palmer's on 3. Man Singh is on 2. And as Sylvester told you, they're 189 runs away from their victory target of 268. And the Hurricanes are looking for 6 wickets. But that's interesting, though, Sylvester. You talk about that you set the field as the captain. There's always a lot of debate, like friendly debate, I mean. Who should set the field? Should it be the bowler, so the bowler feels more comfortable bowl into a field that he's set, rather than bowl into a field that the captain set? Or should it be a bit of both, or should it be up to the captain?
Well, it should be a bit of both, because sometimes they have bowlers when they're bowling, and you come with the experienced bowlers, you know what you're capable of doing, what the batsman can do, and how you're going to bowl, and the captain will trust you because he knows that you can bowl to the field that you're working with, you know. So It depends, because sometimes you have some bowlers, and these guys will tell you, Skip, I want to put them on there, because you know that they have the control and they are working because
Yep.
they know what they're doing, but
Cornwall tosses that up and that just goes through the short leg of Mansing's bat. Coffee James under the lid there.
and then again when they give them the opportunity and they set the field and they're not bowling to it, then you take over. You have two options. You either take them off, or you set the field and tell them, look, you bowl to this field.
Bowl to this field, yeah.
But that
Cornwall in again, troubling Mansing, who's back crossing defence, peels off the outside edge, but all along the ground. He's got a silly mid on, a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. So 4 men and the keeper around the bat of Mansing, who just digs that one out. A quicker one by Cornwall. Bowling stump to stump with that one. Just dug out in time by Mansing. As the sun returns.
Mansing looks like he come to block today. I mean, he was batting more confidently yesterday in terms of coming to the pitch and looking at when the ball is there, he looks to score, but he seems like he's in a blocking mood at the moment.
Yep, most definitely.
I guess it's a pressure of the situation, because yesterday he was on a bit of pressure. He needed that partnership, but I guess the case now is that if you get out this time around, you're gonna lose the game. So that in itself
Added pressure.
It's added pressure.
Yeah.
But he has to be careful how he's staying back. To Cornwall. Cornwall is bowling some good lengths and getting the ball to turn, and now and then the ball will go straight
on.
Yeah. So you gotta, and if you're playing back, where if you get struck on your pads right in front of the stump, the umpires, who are doing a fantastic job, will have the job will be easier.
A lot easier, yes. So Archibald is about to continue the attack from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Hall Palmer. Left arm to left-hand batsman. Again, delivery by Archibald, but well played by Palmer. Yes, so the sun has returned to Coolidge, which is good news. So the 2 slips for Archibald. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Square leg in front of the umpire as Archibald is in, and Palmer's
Shot by Palmer again.
Yep, hitting that very nicely through the cover region for 2. They think about 3, but no.
Good work there by Casey Carty. Yeah, young, agile,
young fresh leg.
Yeah, and he hasn't done much batting, so he's still fresh as a rose.
Yeah, he hasn't been in the game much, which he'll look, I'm sure, to turn around in the second round of the West Indies 4-day competition.
Casey will be fine, man. He's
a
good player.
Good cricketer.
Just need some runs on your belt. No matter how good of a player you are,
right.
you need some result to get that that added boost.
Archibald into Palmer again, and Palmer is covering up. Hits it to Carty in the cover region, and there's no run. So 81 for 4. Palmer's on 5, and a lot of responsibility rests on his shoulders. Not only if Jamaica Scorpions still feel that they have a chance of chasing down these runs, but in saving the match also, a lot will depend on Palmer. As Archibald runs toward him now, and this one's turned nicely off the hip by Palmer for another single. Takes the score up to 82 for 4. Palmer moves to 6, brings Mansing on debut, and he's had a tremendous debut. The young man, wrist spinner, bowled very well in the Leeward Islands first innings, and surprisingly was used very sparsely in the second innings. I thought he was late to come on, and then when he did come on, he took a wicket. But they didn't tend to use him. Maybe they don't want to over bowl him.
Over bowled.
Archibald into the right-handed man Singh plays that down to backward point, and there's no run.
This is a crucial partnership here for the Jamaica Scorpions, because looking at the batting going back down the line, one really recognize with a few half centuries is Merchant, that in the back end, but the remainder of the batting order wasn't really convincing, so the Leewards getting another wicket or two here will be in with a good shout.
Archibald into Man Singh, and he rides the bounce, taps it down to backward point again, and there's no a run to completely over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 82 for 4. Paul Palmer Jr. is on 6, and Man Singh is on 2. Yes, quite right, Sylvester. You feel another couple of wickets here before tea. It would leave him 4 wickets to get in the final session, which is still a lot of work to be done. But just the momentum at the moment is with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and that's why it's very vital, this partnership. Quite right about Jamie Merchant, a good cricketer Jamie Merchant, but he got a good one from Cornwall in the first innings. Cornwall about to start a new over from the commentary box or southern end of the ground here at Coolidge. Being balled into left-handed Palmer, coming around the wicket with a slip, short leg, and silly mid off. Just
Hamilton is taking forever to set the, to set the field.
Absolutely.
You want, if you can get extra overs, you do that. You try to speed up the game. So if you need extra over at the end, that you have enough time to do that. But sometimes he's taking too much time, I believe, to get going. The bowlers, everybody else is waiting, and you're setting one fielder for how long?
Yeah, he's wanting his fine leg to come a bit finer, and he's moved him in about 3 or 4 or even more paces off the rope. Right, and Singh is determined to cover up to Cornwall deliveries, just trying to keep the big man out. That one's well flighted, driven nicely by Man Singh, straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Cornwall again into Man Singh, and again nice looking forward defence.
We haven't seen Hayden Walsh yet.
We haven't seen Hayden Walsh, no. Wrist spinner to wrist spinner, that would be if Man Singh's still at the crease when he does get his opportunity. Hayden, it looks like Jeremiah Louis has been doing a few exercises between. Maybe in that attempted sweep, and it's taken the edge, and balloon to silly mid off there. Monson Hodge takes a simple catch, and Man Singh has gone. Jamaica lose their 5th.
No, that's Palmer.
Palmer's gone,
The
even
captain.
worse. For a Jamaica Scorpions point of view, at that one he tried to sweep, and it looked like it took the under edge onto his pad or boot and flew up gently to Hodge at silly mid off. Another wicket for Cornwall, his first for this innings to go with his fifer in the first innings of the Jamaica Scorpions. Palmer has to go. He's gone for 6, and the score 82 for 5. That's a big and important wicket there, Sylvester, for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the captain looked quite animous there at the wicket, trying to balance in the attack and defense and try to keep the Jamaican team at a reasonable good position. Trying to fight to T to see how they can increase the scoring or increase whatever do after T. But him getting out from the sweep shot.
Well, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because we were talking about Hamilton taking his time to set the field, but that's what he was doing. He was trying to get the fielder at fine leg into what he thought would be a better position. So he brought him in from the boundary and took him a little finer, knowing that Palmer likes the sweep shot. But instead of just playing the sweep shot naturally, he went to really bludgeon it to make sure that he get it past the fielder, I presume, and lost his shape a bit.
Yeah.
And it brought down his downfall. But anyway, he's gone, and that was the end of the over. So Archibald starts a new over to Man Singh, who's on 2, but 82 for 5. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be telling themselves they're halfway there in looking for these 10 wickets. And it's Jamie Merchant, of course, that's joined Man Singh at the crease. He's the non-striker at the moment.
You're gonna need an effort like how Jeremy Merchant bowled for the Scorpions.
Oh, and it's edged again by Man Singh, just below and to the right of Monson Hodge there at third slip into the third man boundary for 4. So a streaky shot, but 4 nonetheless. Man Singh goes into double figures now.
Fortuitous.
No, he's on
boundary.
6.
Yeah. Good area though. I think Colin Archibald with that length and line, just a bit fortunate for Mansin, to beat Monsin in the third slip area.
Man Singh beats Monsin. It's like Harty bowling to Carty.
Yeah.
Well, they've strengthened the slips cordon. 4th slip has come in and they've gone a bit wider, so they are covering a touch more ground. And we've got a deep backward point. So 4 slips now for Man Singh, and he's put it straight through, guided it straight through past the 4th slip and the backward point for 4 more.
You call that the perfect bisect.
Exactly.
That is class. That is class.
It was excellent. Very well played.
That is class.
Put another slip there and I'll do the same thing.
Wow. Well, those 4 slips, they look a bit close to each other, innit?
Yeah, they've
pretty
looked too close the
Yeah.
whole match. Even the Jamaican slip cordon. They certainly don't cover much ground.
They look really, really close.
Really close. Because if you're standing that close, Sylvester, surely you must see the person standing next to you out the corner of your eye. As Man Singh again tries to guide it down to third man, but this time goes straight to Carty at backward point and there's no run. So 90 for 5. Man Singh's gone on to 10. Merchant is yet to get off the mark. He hasn't faced a delivery as yet. But yeah, surely it must be off-putting though when you're that close.
Well, not really. I mean, well, not for them because they seem very comfortable in standing so close to each other. I mean,
Until the ball flies in their direction. We saw that a couple of times in the first innings. And again, it peels off the outside edge, this time in front of the backward point. 4 more. So Man Singh, he's not going to die wondering.
It's a lovely shot. That was a lovely shot to the covers there. Good timing. And he's not really pushing, playing with too much anger. It's just the timing and placement. The balance is really good. So he can place the ball where exactly he wants it to be. Good balance.
Well, that's what I've been impressed with him, since he came into the match. He seems to me to be the type of cricketer that makes sure he does and gets the basics right.
Yeah, he seems that way. He seems that way.
very good prospect. Archibald into Mansing, and Mansing is punching this to point, and there's no run to complete Archibald's over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions in pursuit of 268 for victory are struggling. They're 94 for 5. Mansing on 14. Jamie Merchant yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Manson seems like he has good composure.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't in any rush. He has basically one tempo from what we have seen.
Right,
you know,
right.
Just stay with the bat and just be, apply the basics for as long as possible. You know, and he shows that good first game. He's good for development. He has a base that he can work with.
Yep.
You know, with some more intent, I think, with the base that he has. You know, you never know. And the more he plays, and you get the more experience. You know, you will see he will be more fluent in his choke play, I believe, because he put himself in very good position, to execute certain shots.
True.
You know,
and a wrist spinner also. We've been crying out for more wrist spinners around the region.
Yeah.
So all good signs.
He has good control also in his ball. It's just his technique. When you have a good technique, you can see bowling, batting, feeling.
Right.
You have good balance. That's where you be consistent. And just that he's balanced when he's bowling, even when he follow through to see how he looks for the return catch. And when he plays his shots, he has balance and his hands flows and head over the ball. And even in the field, he does some wonderful fielding as well. Some dives and stuff. So it's a balance. The more you're balanced, and it tends to carry over to the different areas in your game.
So Cornwall into a Merchant for his first delivery, and he's chipped that back just over the top of Cornwall, which is a feat in itself. And he gets off the mark.
He was a bit fortunate with that.
He was very fortunate.
Cornwall jumping, he's not going to jump too high. but he got a hand to it. He just hit a bit, I guess, a little hard, so he couldn't really, held on to it.
Of course, Cornwall got him with a beautiful wrong and late in the day on the second day's play. So be mindful of that, but happy that he didn't get a pair in the match. He's off the mark with a single big peel against Mansing. Cornwall cannot believe it, but the umpire once again unmoved.
It is one thing when Cornwall believes that you're out. The appeal.
The animation.
What's it?
That spun back. It missed the bat, but obviously the umpire thought he had the stride in, and it was turned into too much.
I think he struck the back leg, innit?
And that was much better played by Mansing. Just came forward and then rocked back, turned it into the onside, back with a square for a single.
You'd like to see another replay of that.
Yeah, it must have been close.
Yeah, it seems like he struck the back, but probably it was a bit high. Maybe when we see the replay again after the over, we can tell. But I see the captain is opening up the field like Merchant is not going to die wondering today. I don't like the. Anyway, these captains are different. I mean, he has to go over the top. Let me see.
Exactly, and that's what you want him to do when you're looking for wickets to win the match. Yeah. Again, appeal, half-hearted appeal though that time. I think that was.
He wasn't convinced with that.
Struck outside. Yeah.
He wasn't convinced with that one.
He was about to.
Yeah. He got himself.
End of Rakim Cornwall's over. Jamaica Scorpions 96 for 5. Mansing is on 15 and Merchant is on 1. Cornwall's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 9.
With long off and long on, you can keep up the mid on, the mid off, and if you want to put back the long on, well, you can understand because the ball is turning in. But he just started batted 4 or 5 deliveries, and you have long off and long on. Yeah, no, he has to convince me that he can hit the ball over there before I
push both
men back. Because the deep, the long on can be used as a catching position, but for the left arm, for the off spinner, to the right hander. So I don't have a problem with that. But the mid off,
Should be out.
going back to long off. No, let him work for that single. Well, it seems like they're going to put everybody.
I was going to say, I was
backward
counting
point.
them. Yeah, backward point, gully, and 4 slips for Mansing, who we face in the left arm of Colin Archibald, and Archibald is up to the wicket now, and that one wide outside the off stump, and let go by Mansing. Yeah, so we got 4.
It's too obvious. The field placement is too obvious that with this field placement, he can't afford to come any too straight. You know, it's too obvious for me.
Yes,
And the pitch is playing up and down. I mean, give yourself an opportunity. Just come and push the ball wide and hope that he edges it. You can. I mean, give yourself more options. You have the LBW option, you have the bowling option, and
right.
also you can
Yeah.
But it's like one option to me.
That's slashed straight to point, well fielded there by Kieran Powell, and there's no run. Yeah, so we got 4 slips, a gully, a backward point, a point, a short extra cover, mid on the only one on the onside.
There's no.
So as you say,
no
Sylvester, he hasn't really got the opportunity to bring Bold or LBW into play here. And the edge goes flying past the diving Powell at point. That gets Mansing off the mark. Off the strike. 97 for 5. Mansing goes on to 16. It looks like he's going to keep. He's going to keep the same field for Merchant. They're just moving around a bit. Yeah.
The gully goes back to point, and the deep point goes to cover, mid off and mid on. But there is no fine line. They have a deep man there forward the square on the onside. Quarter.
About 3/4 to the boundary.
Giving Merchant something to think about.
In comes Archibald to a Merchant, and that one beats him. Good lifting delivery, just on or about off stump.
Why he doesn't bowl that? Why
he
doesn't bowl that line and then there to
Mansing?
That is a good and give yourself option.
Right.
You know, he still can edge it to slip.
Yeah.
You can get an LBW. You can get a card behind a bowl long. But when you just bowling it wide, you're taking out so much.
Full and wide.
Yeah, just full and wide. You're giving us just one. Just looking for him to edge the ball, and Mansing is equal to the task. It seems like that's his favorite
shot. Yeah. That one turned quite comfortably off the hip by Merchant into the mid-wicket area, and they stroll through for a single. Merchant goes to 2. The score 98 for 5.
I would love to see Hayden Watts coming from the top end to, give him a few overs to see how it goes.
Yeah, he can't be far away. This is Colin Archibald's 7th over from the northern end.
You never know. Maybe remember his quota is 10.
Well,
so we have to be careful.
That's right. But then he bowled 10 and we never saw him again.
So let me see if his quota is definitely 10.
In he comes to Mansing, who's driving beautifully through the covers. That's 4.
That's meat and James man. He seems like he loves that shot.
He does.
They bowl into his strength.
In every delivery. Every delivery they're getting the opportunity. But that was very well timed, very well played by the young Mansing. He moves to 20. And at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 102 for 5.
Wonderful shot there by Mansing. Beautiful cover drive. Extra cover. Yeah? Nice balance, nice weight, and good flow of hands. The ball is in the slot. You need to run in and bowl at length, man. Bowl at that 3/4 length. That ball is too full looking just to bowl a wide half volley and hoping that the batter would edge it. No, man, let's play some good cricket. You've been bowling well.
Yeah, and he's been bowling well back of a length.
No,
right,
man.
yeah.
We don't need to be doing that. Giving away runs and hoping too much hope.
Hoping for a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let me create.
Create the opportunities.
Yeah.
Cornwall starts a new over, and lunging forward is Merchant. This backward of points, and I'll just get the one run. So 103 for 5. Merchant goes to 3. Brings Mansingh back on strike. He's on 20. Still 165 for victory for the Jamaica Scorpions. Leeward Islands Hurricanes searching for 5 more wickets. There's Cornwall just adjusting the field for Mansingh. He's in now and gives that nice flight, but while forward in defence is Mansingh. No run.
Mansingh confidence should be up now. That defensive shot there a while ago seems like the confidence is up after Colin, put him back in form. he looks
a lot more
confident,
composed.
Against Raheem than he did previously.
Yes, Cornwall was troubling him early on in his innings. He's in again to him, and this one takes the inner portion of the bat, but goes safely into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. Cornwall again. 2 steps into Mansingh, a lot more flight on that one, but not tempted as Mansingh. He just strokes it to, looks like Jeremiah Louis there, short mid-wicket. Cornwall in again to Mansingh, and that was a quick delivery wrapped on the pad again. A huge shout again by Cornwall, and he looks away in disgust. He can't believe it. Even the umpire just having a quiet word, he's saying, but he walks across his stumps. But I think that was turning too far down leg, and a bit of height there too. So Mansingh survives. End of Cornwall's 8th over. He's got the figures of 2 for 10. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10. And the score at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 103 for 5. Mansingh is on 20 and Merchant is on 3.
It was a good show, but I think it was a good decision by the umpire. In the moment and the heat of the moment, you really want a wicket, but a nice firm stand there by the umpire, and that ball was, I think, missing. The ball, too much doubt.
Definitely.
Too much doubt.
Yeah, definitely. You could say all things about that.
I think if you go upstairs as well, and
still be too much doubt.
Too much doubt. even if they brushing the stumps, they're gonna say umpire scored.
Right.
You see Jeremiah here. I was looking forward to seeing Walsh.
Right. Yeah.
But, nevertheless,
because what do we got, about 10 minutes or so before the tea interval?
Yeah.
10 to 12 minutes.
Yeah. Nevertheless.
So it will be.
Remember, they made the adjustment with the tea. 2:50, so it's about half an hour.
2:50, so half an hour before. 2-0, and Jeremiah Louis starts with a rise in delivery outside the off stump that Merchant tried to hit on the up.
I like seeing Louis when he runs in and ball. When he has a tendency that when the ball is doing a bit, he just
floats it up there. Yeah.
When he runs and hit the seam, he does so much with the seam, and he has good pace.
Yeah, he looks a completely different bowler.
Yeah, maybe I think from the first innings when you saw him, because he batted for so long.
Right.
But this time around, you can see, more energy and more effort, really hitting the pitch more often than not.
Merchant covers up, defends that to short extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, he looks a lot more buoyant in this innings.
Yeah.
Which they
this
should
guy's
be.
He has a good future. He's at 26.
Yeah.
And he has been around for a little while now.
For a
so
good
he has,
while.
he has
Yeah.
good future, man. He's strong young man. If he gets stronger and fitter,
Right.
and bold, he can become a real all-rounder.
Yeah, real genuine all round.
Yeah.
He bats very well.
And he can feel. He feel really good too. So, the sky is the limit. These guys have to be motivated to be the best that they can be, to try and make the West Indies team. And, they have the quality. They have the skills. It's just sometimes it's a mentality. You have to change your mindset and know what you want.
And wanting it.
Yeah, and putting the work.
hard work
Yeah,
in.
putting the hard work.
Yeah. Because even with Archibald, I know he bowled those 10 overs and so, but then not to be able to come back from that.
Yeah.
Louis, all right, he batted the 3.5 hours, but he didn't score 206. Maybe he scored 88 or whatever it was. But you know what I mean? And then they get a bit weary and everything. Right.
Yeah,
right,
it shows
right.
it shows a lack of fitness.
Right.
These guys need to be.
So how much do they put in the off season, in the off time and everything? Given that this is the first round of matches.
And they've been playing a lot of practice games
matches. They've been in camp.
So I know. So they're supposed to be at a certain level.
Right. Louis bounds into a Merchant and digs it in again. He's gone for the pull and he's pulled this beautifully straight out of the screws into the boundary for 4. Backward of square. Good shot there by Jamie Merchant.
For 4.
For 4.
And the fielder was so far in more than 3/4. If you're setting up the man here, I prefer to see that the fielder run in and then maybe the ball drop in front of him. Then the ball goes over your head for 4. If it goes over your head, it should be 6.
Right. But so would the fielder, wouldn't they, Sylvester? Because it's a lot easier to run in than to try and run back and catch the ball.
Yeah. So if you're setting him up, put the man back.
Now he's putting back. So he's all the way on the deep backward square
after
boundary after the horse has bolted again. Yeah. Jeremiah Louis tries again into Merchant, and this one is Fuller, quick run. Oh, and a direct hit might have had Merchant in trouble at the non-strikers end there by Casey Carty. He was quick in, through, turned and threw the one time, but Merchant lives to fight another day. And that brings the over to an end. So the Jamaica Scorpions 108 for 5. Merchant is on 8. Mansingh is on 20. So they're still 160 away from victory, with about half an hour before tea on this 4th day. And then a session after that. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, of course, searching for 5 wickets, and it looks like Big Rakim Cornwall will continue from this the commentary box end, as I welcome back and say a very good afternoon to Denmore Roberts. Good afternoon, Denmore.
Good afternoon to you, Terry, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Leeward Islands, they have to also be careful, because even though they have things pretty much under control, the Jamaicans are scoring, and scoring pretty freely too. So they have to bear that in mind.
And that one peels off the inner portion of the bat. Backward of square. The fielder comes off the boundary and they take a single. So 109 for 5. Merchant goes up to 9. Yeah, and that's refreshing too, though, Denmore, that Jamaica, they haven't, shut up shop or gone into their shell or anything. Of course, get late in the day, that's expected. You understand you're trying to save the match, but they certainly haven't come out with that attitude from ball 1 in this second innings.
They've been positive, the Jamaicans. They have not come out and have gotten into an ultra-defensive mind. They are of the mindset that they're going to come and play their natural game. They're going to play natural cricket. They've lost some wickets, but that has not necessarily changed the approach. And so the Leeward Islands have to make sure that they, 1, continue to get wickets, and 2, don't allow the Jamaicans to get too confident, because I heard Sylvester earlier saying that Archibald had bowled Mansingh almost back into form. Bowled to his strengths, bowled to the areas that he wanted in the deliveries, allowed him to play some shots, and then all of a sudden he's even batting better against the spin.
Exactly right. He brought his confidence back, and you can see him now. He looks a different player out there, facing Cornwall, who did generally trouble him earlier in his innings. He faces Cornwall now into this delivery forward in defence. Puts that onto the onside.
We must give
no
Cornwall
run.
credit though that he is bowling well.
He's bowling very well the whole match.
Tight,
Yeah,
and he looks to be in good rhythm and putting the ball in the good areas.
And again, forward comes Mansingh in defence. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's bowling well, and he's playing some good cricket, and he has been the difference between these two teams, no doubt about that. Tossed up, and that one
Almost.
just evades Coffee James there at short leg. Lucky to get away with that one, Mansingh, but well bowled again by Cornwall. 109 for 5. Cornwall in again to Mansingh, and this time he's got him, surely. No. Ho, that looked a lot closer to me. Hands on knees bent over is Cornwall. He cannot believe it. The umpire again
I'm
is
just having a
saying
look at
settle
the
down.
replay here.
Oh, that looks okay.
Ooh, that one. I would be very disappointed with not getting that one, because that one
He's only
looked to have
half forward.
pitched in line,
yeah.
half forward, and that
And
one
it's hitting below the
just
roll.
about the knee, below the knee roll.
Yeah.
That one was a good shout by Cornwall. But he's going to have to continue to bowl that way. You can see what he's trying to do with Mansingh. I tend to think that he's trying to set him up. He's setting him up. He's bowling him the conventional off breaks, and I think that he's setting him up for the wrong one. I believe sometime soon you're going to see him bowl him one of those ones that go straight on with the arm and look to knock him over. Should have really. I thought that one was tighter than look the umpire, though he's strong. Maybe that stride, the umpire keeps thinking that he's gotten enough in with that stride. But that one looked very tight on that occasion. Cornwall was unlucky.
Very, very close. Very, very close. But Louis starts a new over to Merchant, who turns that back with a square. They go for one, and they're coming back for the second, and that's very, very good running there between Merchant and Mansingh. So the score goes up to Nelson again. Jamaica Scorpions 111 for 5.
There's a lot of space on that leg side there, and with the fielder in that straightish mid-wicket position, there are acres of space in that square leg position, because Kofi James, who is on the boundary, is a good 80 meters away from the stump. So it's a good run if the ball is traveling slowly in that direction.
Louis into Merchant, and that's a good delivery. Beaten all ends up there was Jamie Merchant.
Very tentatively. He's pushing very tentatively at those deliveries outside the line of adjustment. That is what But Louis hasn't been consistent. He's been all over. His line has not been consistent. He's been too leg side-ish too often, and I think it's because he's not patient enough. He needs to be patient enough in what he's doing.
Louis into Merchant again, and this one, he went for a heave through the mid-wicket region. It didn't get up. It was wide outside off stump, flew through to Hamilton.
And this is what I'm talking about. If you bowl consistently outside the line of the off-stump, bowl a consistent line and length, eventually the lesser batsman like Merchant will get impatient and play a stroke like the one that we saw him play just now, a cross-batted shot.
True.
Looking to hit it that could have gone anywhere. So Louis, I don't think he needs to be changing up his line and so on, especially when he's bowling to Merchant.
Louis in again to Merchant, and this one full pitch. Squeezes off the outside edge of the bat and trickles into the third man boundary. So it's only the two slips. It's flown between the two slips and the gully. Four runs to Merchant. sure.
And that's what happens. Every time he tries something different, some runs leak.
Right.
Something takes place. He was bowling consistently outside. He was bowling outside the line of the off stump. Good length through to the wicketkeeper. And you saw Merchant trying to do something. Then what happens? He brings it a little closer, tries to angle it into the pads of Merchant. And Merchant getting a thick outside edge and got a boundary.
Mm-hmm. Louis in again to Merchant, and Merchant is looking to pull this a shorter delivery, but he pulled out of the hook shot. It goes on the second or third bounce through to Jamar Hamilton. But you can see, as you're saying though, Denmore, he's trying a different delivery almost every ball he bowls. That one,
and he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. He needs to make sure that he is consistent, because eventually, because Jamie Merchant is not, in my opinion, a top class batsman, eventually he's going to make a mistake.
Louis in again to Merchant and dug in again. He goes for the pull shot this time, and he was through the shot quicker than he thought, I think, but he's pulled it in front of square, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. So Merchant is prepared to take up the challenge that Louis is offering to him. And at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 119 for 5. Merchant has moved on to 19, and Mansingh is on 20.
And again, poor bowling, I thought, on the part of Jeremiah Louis, just losing his concentration in that over, not understanding what he was doing. When he bowled those 3 deliveries outside the line of the off stump, he had Jamie Merchant in all sorts of trouble, and Jamie Merchant playing all sorts of ugly strokes. And then he decided, you know what, I'm going to try and fire one into to his pads. That one had a leading edge, and then I'm going to bang one into the wicket, a wicket that has not necessarily given the batsman offered the bowlers anything, and the batsman was able to, with what we call a crazy hook almost, dispatch it. So he has to be careful.
Cornwall starts a new over to Mansingh, who's forward in defence. They think about the single, but it's not there. No run. Yeah, and it looks like Hayden Walsh Jr. is warming up. I think it's about time for him, like Sylvester was saying, and that one's hit firmly and nicely over mid-off's head. Good shot there by Mansingh. His confidence has certainly returned.
He's batting well. He has batted well. And clearly that ball, a half volley from Rakeem Cornwall, flighted but right up to Mansingh, and he was able to get to the pitch and deliberately hit it over the head of that mid-off fielder. So good batting by Mansingh.
Yes, good shot. He moves on to 24 as Cornwall into him again, and that one's turned backward of square, but can't beat Walsh Jr. No run. 123 for 5. Jamaica Scorpions in pursuit of 268 for victory. Cornwall in again to Mansingh, and again defended well by Mansingh. But as I was saying to Sylvester Denmore, the thing I like about Mansingh, you've seen him for the first time, he does the basics well.
Yes, he does the basics well. He defends well. He has very good technique, very, very uncomplicated technique as well. Does the basics well. And when he gets the bad deliveries, he puts them away.
Cornwall into Mansingh again, and again defended very nicely by Mansingh to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 123 for 5. Mansingh is on 24, Merchant is on 19, and the partnership for the 6th wicket is now worth 41.
And 41 good runs so far, because the Leeward Islands, they have sort of let the Jamaicans off the hook. A combination of poor bowling on the part of some of the Leeward Islands bowlers, not understanding what the captain wants from them, and in essence too, sometimes a little bit of over trying, I thought, by the captain when he had those 5 slips in out there, sort of underestimating the ability of Mansingh. And Mansingh, having not been selected in the original squad for the Jamaicans and coming in as a medical substitute, has distinguished himself, has shown that he has the ability to be in this team and to perform at this level. And so he would be happy with his situation that has taken place so far with this one. The Leeward Islands they have to be careful, because as much as the Jamaicans have lost 5 wickets, they're chipping away ever so slowly at this total. It's down now to what? Less than 150 maybe? 130?
145.
Right? And so they have to be very careful that, so you don't find that these runs start to chip away, and then all of a sudden the pressure comes back on the Leeward Islands.
Very true, and it's going to be a change at the northern end for the first time today with ball in hand. Hayden Walsh Jr. He's in now to Merchant. That one down the leg side, missed by Merchant. Well taken by
Hayden Walsh
Hamilton.
needs to take this as an opportunity to really find find back his bowling.
Yeah, he should back himself then.
Back
more
himself.
to say, I can take, if not the 5, 3 out of these 5 and bowl beside the
look
victory.
to bowl his leg spinners. Look to pitch it properly. Look to really get his technique right.
That one's flighted up, a chance. Merchant went to sweep that, it bobbed up in the air, diving Hamilton, and it's dropped between Hamilton and
Kofi James.
At short leg, yes.
Would love to see that one again, to see where it fell, because there was desperation, especially on the part of Hamilton. He was really diving desperately to try and get onto that one.
Hayden Walsh in again to Merchant. He plays this backward a point where Carty does the fielding and there's no run. Hamilton actually had further to move. There it is again. He almost went through his glove.
Yep, almost as if he got a glove to it.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to hold on.
One stroked out by Merchant to a deep mid wicket for another singles. The score goes up to 124 for 5. Merchant on 20. Mansingh be facing Hayden Walsh Jr. He's on 24. Hayden Walsh into him now, and nice.
That's more like it.
Hayden
Walsh just backing himself, trying to pitch that one, on the right line, giving himself an opportunity, not putting himself under tremendous pressure. Just enjoy himself, relax and bowl.
Walsh Jr. in again to Mansingh. He's gone for a big shot over mid on and into the rope for 4. So good confident shot there to end Walsh Jr.'s over. Mansingh growing in confidence all the time. He moves on to 28. And the Jamaica Scorpions at the end of the over, 128 for 5.
I wouldn't be too disappointed by that one, Hayden Walsh Jr., because Mansingh, even though he got a boundary because of the field placement, he wasn't in total control of that one. The ball left the bat, it was in the air, could have gone anywhere. Almost looked as if he almost took a leading edge. He was just able to get enough baton to get it over that long on region. But when you look at the shot, that he was almost reaching for it right at the end there. And so I wouldn't be totally disappointed with that, because that would have been an opportunity. He also had an opportunity in the over to get the wicket of Jamie Merchant. Again, the ball took some bat and pad and just lobbed away between Kofi James and Jamal Hamilton. I just tend to think that had there been even better communication, Kofi James looks as if he was in close proximity, but Jamal Hamilton was committed.
And that one swept beautifully by Merchant off the first ball of Cornwall's next over, all the way over square leg for 6. Good shot that by Merchant. Fuller delivery, and he went down on one knee and slog swept it very nicely. So he moves on to 28. Score 134 for 5. Yes, just going back to that half chance there, I don't think Coffee James thought he hit it, whereas Hamilton had the better view being behind the stumps. But you're right, he had a lot further to,
Yeah,
to
because
go.
because
Yeah.
Kofi James's response seemed
right,
to
right.
not to have been as quick or desperate as was Jamal Hamilton's.
Forward in defence is Merchant.
Oh, Merchant and Mansing are beginning to grow in confidence. The
Definitely.
partnership is growing.
Yeah, over 50 now.
Yeah, both batsmen are in their 20s on personal scores, and they are continuing to bat well for the Jamaican team. So, good partnership this for Jamaica.
Yeah, the partnership for the 6th wicket is now worth 52. Both batsmen 28 and 26 respectively. It's driven firmly up to long off for another single to Merchant. That takes him on to 27. The score 135 for 5. Be a good, decent cricketer, though, Jamie Merchant, and we know that he can bat. And single is on there again, just pushed into the offside, backward a square by, backward a point I should say, by Man Singh. He takes the single off the last ball of the over.
Cornwall looks probably just a little bit tired.
Tired,
maybe.
I was going to say, yeah.
Maybe it's an opportunity just before the tea interval for the captain to bring in somebody like a Kofi James with just about 10 minutes or so, 9 minutes to go before the tea interval. Maybe just a different kind of look. Somebody else to have a different look at things.
Yep.
Bring in a Kofi James, maybe even a Terrence Ward to have a different feel. Just a little try something different before tea.
Yeah.
So let's see what kind of frame of mind Hamilton is in. Hamilton though tends to be very textbook.
Yeah,
Very
and lets the game drift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery
Good-
by Hayden Walsh
yeah,
first
good
up.
a bounce too. 136 for 5. Man Singer's on 29. Merchant on 27. It's Man Singh facing Walsh Jr. One is wrapped on the pad. He's playing back. Umpire says not out though. Might have been. Going down. Caden Walsh Jr. is still asking the question, but yeah, looked like it
Looked
turned too much.
as if he might have just turned too much. That seemed to have been the wrong one, but
yeah,
it just turned a little bit too much, and maybe it started a little bit too straight as well.
Walsh Jr. in again to Man Singh, and he's punching that to backward point. Casey Carty does the fielding, and there's no run. Leeward Islands would love to break this partnership before tea on this, the 4th and final day. Jamaica Scorpions have got other ideas. It's been a good battle between the two, as that one has played nicely through the mid-wicket area for a comfortable 2, so 2 more to Singh. He moves to 31. 138 for 5. 130 more to win.
And again, Mansing just using his very good technique, nothing complicated, just to find the gaps and to continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Hayden Walsh into Mansing again, and that one keeps a bit low. He cuts it nicely, but can't beat backward point in Carty again. Does the fielding, and there's no run. Yes, as Sylvester was saying, he's got a good, solid foundation to work with, whether he's batting or with his wrist spin bowling. Quicker one there by Walsh Jr. Played the outer portion of the bat along the ground, and there's no run. So that completes the over, and at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 130 more they require. They're 138 for 5. And Man Singer's on 31, Merchant 27. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes still require another 5 wickets, and it looks like you get your wish.
Yeah,
Denmore.
just as I was suggesting, Raheem Cornwall in the last over looked a little bit tired. His arm wasn't going up as high as we had seen it before. We saw that he, with a flat arm, he bowled one to Merchant that he dispatched for 6 over backward square. And I thought that it was an opportunity just before the tea interval to bring in a fresh new player in Kofi James in terms of bowling. Kofi James did very well in terms of his bowling in the Super 50.
Yeah,
and so
one
if
of
he,
the leading wicket takers. Huh?
yes, and so if he's able to, reproduce the same type of form that he had in the Super 50, he could then come in here and you would want him to take a wicket or almost by a wicket
Right.
before the tea interval, which could then change the momentum or change things going into the tea interval. We have, according to our watch, just about 4 minutes to go before the tea interval, and so you would hope that this could be the change at the Leeward Islands were.
And he nearly got through this first delivery to Jamie Merchant. Went through Merchant on the drive, but missed off stump. Yes, he only bowled the 3 overs in Jamaica Scorpions' first innings, did Coffee James, but here he is again into Merchant, and that one's stroked very nicely through the cover region. The chase on for the fieldsman to just bring it back inside the rope, and they comfortably complete 3. So
It's a long boundary.
a very long boundary.
Offside.
Yeah.
Pretty much 70, 80 meters out there. So if you get it through the the infield, you will always have an opportunity for runs there.
And it's just the point and short extra cover that he has to beat. It is a long off on the boundary, but 141 for 5. Mansinger's on 31. Merchant is on 30. This partnership is worth 59. James into Mansingh, covers up nicely. Strokes it out onto the onside, and there's no run. So with 120 or 127 to win, if they can last till tea with the way this partnership is going, Jamaica Scorpions still feel they're in with a chance here.
They should still feel like they're in with a chance.
Yeah, they've batted well.
With the way that this partnership is going. The Leeward Islands too would think that they just need a breakthrough or two. They just need a wicket or two to change the momentum of this game. What I don't want Captain Hamilton to do is just to stand by and allow the game to float away from him. He needs to continue to think, continue to rotate his bowlers, continue to try not to allow these two batsmen to settle in and really, dig in and build a very big partnership. It's already big enough as it is, and so he would want to make sure that he limits the number of runs that this partnership is able to build as they go forward.
No, very true, Denmore, because that's exactly what happened in the first innings, and it was only that double wicket maiden late in the day from Raheem Cornwall that brought the Leewards back into the game, because at 111, I think it was 113, around there for 4. They felt that with 260 on the board, they felt that they were on top of the Scorpions. But then the partnership grew, and all of a sudden they got up to 160 odd still for the same 4. If they had gone to stumps that night with only 4 down, it could be a completely different game that we're watching now, yes. So you can't afford to do that again. As Walsh Jr. starts a new over, they go through for a quick single. And well taken there by Jamie Merchant. So one more to Merchant. He goes to 32, 31. And the score, 142 for 5.
Good cricket again there by the Jamaicans, understanding that the Leeward Islands fielders, Casey Carty was a little bit deep on that occasion. The ball was travelling slowly and being able to steal the single.
Walsh Jr. into Mansingh, and he lets that one go Just outside the off stump through to Hamilton, and there's no run.
I think Hayden Walsh Jr. could fly it a little bit more. He's a little bit flat. He has the man out at long off and long on. So, he could just, I think, give the ball a little bit more flight.
He's appealing again, and turn. He's back on the ball being returned to him, but they won't go try and sneak a single there.
I don't know what Hayden
He's
Walsh is complaining about. I'm not sure.
And the two umpires are getting together now. Let's see
Hayden Walsh
what's
was
going on
was
here.
complaining about something. I'm not sure. We don't seem to be hearing the outside effects microphone as much as we were before. But there was something that he was complaining about as that ball went through. The ball was returned to him, and I'm not sure what was going on there. The umpires had a little talk, and everything seems to be okay once again.
Yeah, well, all the field came in to see what the discussion was about. It looked like he half appealed, but I don't know why he appealed, because Man Singh just simply prodded forward. But anyway, off we go again. Walsh Jr. let go outside the off stump again by Man Singh. This should be the last over before tea on this, the fourth day. Couple of deliveries left in the over. There's Walsh Jr. into Man Singh, and again left alone. But they're very full, very quick. Maybe his pace too. Just slow up the pace of the ball.
Slow up the pace. Give it a little bit of flight.
Right.
Try to entice the batsman into a false stroke. I think because of the way that Man Singh has been playing, that's why he's reluctant to do so, though.
When he just dropped the ball, Walsh Jr., while he was about to get into his delivery stride. So
somehow, Hayden Walsh Jr. looks as if he's putting himself under too much pressure.
Right.
He needs to relax a little bit more and just look to bowl.
And that one, at least he makes Man Singh play, but he plays it nicely into the offside, and that is tea. So at tea, Jamaica Scorpions in pursuit of 268 for a victory are 142 for 5, with Man Singh on 31. Jamie Merchant is also on 31, and that means in the last session they need 126 to win, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes Denmore need 5 wickets.
Still anybody's game going into the last session. I think it's going to be important that they get the wicket of at least Man Singh. They would want Man Singh more so than even Jamie Merchant. They wouldn't want this partnership to continue for much too long. I think the Leeward Islands would feel okay that they got 5 wickets in the session, but then for me, they leaked a little bit too many runs. Too many boundary deliveries were bowled in this session. So they're going to have to go back and have a discussion and discuss strategy and make sure that when they come back after the tea interval, that they're able to approach things a little bit differently. We're going to take the break for the tea interval. So do join us back in about 20 minutes or so for coverage of the match here from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Until then, it's goodbye.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so Yeah, always that kind of guy. He just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches under your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, he always thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad he was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe modeled your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting and all these guys, so.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys, but try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
He's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and the kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what's the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly, on the field and then off the field.
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, you know, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guys been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so you're comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. Have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. You know, how have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you know you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then funny, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately, had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just playing a lot of cricket, developing my skills, trying to be better in the future. Yeah.
All right, so for people who do not know about the academy setup, somebody like me, you know, what does, let's say, training day or training week look like for you guys?
It's really a holistic approach. We have sessions where people come in, like development, personal development, nutrition, all those things, and then we hit the back where we work on our technical skills, and then we have a couple of games we play against teams here from Antigua.
All right, so going through all of that then, for you personally, what have been some of the highlights from the academy for you?
Really the nutrition part of the sport, knowing what to eat and how it affects the body leading up to game days and stuff.
All right, so we're now at the beginning of the first class season. You have yourself a chance to be in that setup again. You played 1 game last year, I believe it was. How ready are you now for this year
I think I'm better prepared. The academy kind of helped with that, playing a lot of cricket, a lot of training, kind of fine tuning certain things, and going back home, continue working on them, and come back here, places that I'm used to. I trained here a lot, so I think it should be good for me heading into the tournament.
And then finally, obviously, you have to set yourself some personal goals should you get the opportunity. Obviously, we have 2 games for the break. You know, what are you hoping to achieve for this first class season?
We're just trying to first I score 100. That's a big thing for me as a batsman, but trying to put myself together to know the back end of the tournament I'll be in good stead for probably most runs or something like that. You know, just trying to think of it on that line.
That's definitely high aspirations there, but yeah. Kirk, all the best for this first class season.
Thanks a lot.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, a young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication, my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's with you were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys, I must really say. He was really, really kind to us, really open, willing to hear what we have to say. And he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, you know, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But you know, it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and yeah, be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, you know, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together, so Yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess.
Welcome back to the college cricket ground here in sunny Antigua for the final session on the final day, the fourth and final day of the West Indies 4-day championship match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. And players are just coming back after the tea interval, where Jamaica Scorpions in pursuit of 268 for victory are 142 for 5. So still game on here. 126 more needed for the Jamaica Scorpions. 5 wickets for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. As I welcome back Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Good afternoon, Sylvester. And we still have quite a game on our hands here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon to the viewers. Indeed, I remember just a while ago you said that Leeward Islands needed, 5 wickets to victory, and I told you that Jamaica, the Scorpions would be upset if you didn't tell them that they need 191 for victory, because, I mean, with the intent showing, especially from these two batters,
yes.
They're still in with a chance, and the game is still wide open. Any of the possible 3 results is still possible. So it's a good game from the start.
Right. Yes, it's been an excellent game.
Yep.
So this partnership between Man Singh and Merchant, they're both on 31. The partnership for the 6th wicket is worth 60. So Leeward Islands will need to break this partnership, obviously, before they can think about victory, whereas the Jamaica Scorpions be thinking if these two can keep going in the positive manner that they're going in, then they could get these 126 in the final session. Final session will consist, there's still some 41 overs remaining in the day.
Ready, batsman?
So 126 off 41 overs as Cornwall is about to start proceedings, and he's bowling to Man Singh, who's driving this to
That's Merchant.
Short extra cover, sorry, Merchant, and driving to short extra cover, and there's a no run. Got a silly mid off, a slip, and a short leg for Merchant, who tries to sweep. Big appeal this time by Cornwall. He doesn't turn around. He cannot believe it again. Merchant down on one knee, looking to sweep that ball. We'll watch the replay. Seemed to hit him pretty well adjacent, but the umpire straight away started shaking his head. Cornwall, for not the first time today, is completely bemused by that decision by the umpire, Sylvester.
Yeah, that one looks pretty in front for me. I think the appeal from Cornwall maybe turn off the umpire as well, because he didn't even
turn around.
I think my good friend Ryan King will have a word or two with him.
Yeah, he threatens to kick the stumps after that delivery.
He has to control his emotion.
Yes, he's getting rather frustrated.
Yeah. But I think the umpires were doing a very good job. I don't know, so a few close ones. He had one before as well.
Yes,
I thought that,
that looked down. But
probably umpire think that the ball hits him outside. Maybe he's batting an off stump.
Right.
And from his vantage point, he may think that the ball, hit him outside while he's playing a shot.
Yes.
But for what we're seeing, the balls are pretty straight. So Rakeem Cornwall has to control his emotions, because these days, you have fines and suspension and all sort of things. You don't want to.
Definitely.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Cornwall into Mansing this time, forward in defence, and there's no run. He just needs to keep it cool. He's bowled very, very well, but unfortunately a couple of decisions are just upset him. Not going in his favour, and that one stroked into the cover region for a single for Mansing to complete the over. So the first over after the tea break costs 2. Jamaica Scorpions move on to 144 for 5. Mansing is on 32. Merchant is also on 32. And Jimbo just can't believe it. Hands on knees, bent over, hat on the ground.
Toss in the ground and pick back up. Really, really disappointed with that decision.
And
I just think that the Leeward Islands, this partnership is threatening now, and but Merchant seems to be the one that I believe he's going to get out, but you have to be consistent in bowling the right areas.
Right.
He seems like a player that he's not going to just stand idly by and allow you to just bowl and bowl. He's looking to score, and he's going to try everything and anything to score. So I think he's going to offer you a chance or two, but you have to be ready to take it. Also, be consistent, bowling in that right area,
yes,
that good area.
Yeah, which is what unfortunately Jeremiah Louis failed to do in his last spell. He was a bit.
Yeah, he was trying too much. He was trying too much to get him out. I just put the ball in the right areas, and he will offer you a chance. But if you're gonna try all sort of things,
different things,
you're gonna get bad balls, and you're gonna score, and that is what exactly he's doing. And Manson now, he has a lot of confidence now. You see, Manson is batting, really in control, really positive, confident, and yeah, you got to be careful with this partnership.
Mansing faces Walsh Jr. and they take off for a quick single, well run again to backward point. That's one more to Mansing, takes him up to 33 and the score 145 for 5. And just keep the listeners and viewers up to date. The defending champions, the Barbados Pride, have been rolled over for 94, chasing 277 to win against the Guyana Harpy Eagles here in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. 183 run victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and Niall Smith, who a lot around the region believe should be in the West Indies setup, the test team. 5 for 31.
Niall Smith, like he likes bowling at Sir Viv. Remember the first time I saw him against the Leeward Islands up there? I recommended to certain people that this one is someone you are to look out for. He was bowling really quickly. And, I spoke to Shandy Paul then. He was the manager assistant coach.
Right.
And I was telling this guy, look like he can bowl really fast. He said that he can bowl fast. He like bowling short. He like to bowl short too, but they have to try and control him. But you can see that he has tremendous ability.
Yes.
And if he stays fit and gets stronger, he can be really effective, not only for Guyana.
And that's lofted in the air over square leg by Merchant, but falls safely. There's a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, ran round and cut down to 2. So 2 more to Merchant. He goes to 34. The score 147 for 5.
Well, Merchant is not that one doing. He's definitely, going, and I just like the attitude of the Jamaican team.
Yes.
They just have this positivity about them. No matter what the situation is, it's not reckless cricket that they are playing. They just, this is the type of cricket that I think, in terms of the batting, and if they would have shown this sort of positivity when the new ball was due.
Yes,
they would have been I think they would have been in a better position.
Right. Yeah, most definitely. But having said that, though, you're quite right, Sylvester, that they've shown a never say die attitude, no matter what the position of the game has been across the 4 days here at Coolidge. and that's excellent to see. But also, just the way their cricket is going, they won the CPL, they won the Super 50, both under Rodman Powell, and he seems to captain like that. He never gets too flustered, or he never seems to get too flustered. And, you might miss that opportunity, but you wait for the next one or build towards the next one. And Palmer seems to have this team going in the same direction. As Cornwall starts a new
Maybe it's
over.
maybe it's a Jamaican philosophy in the sports realm, because when you check all of the sports teams from Jamaica, they have that edge.
Right, yeah.
They have the netball sunshine girls.
Yeah.
I mean, don't talk about the athletics.
Right, yeah.
But you see that kind of charisma about them, and I like that positivity.
Yeah, for sure. Very important, especially in when you're playing any type of sport. Cornwall into Singh, who defends to short leg, and there's no run. Desperate for a breakthrough here are the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, as Cornwall into Mansing again, and gives that one a bit more flight, and again just evades Coffee James in there under the lid at short leg.
The Leeward Islands players, they have to stay focused. You can't relax and.
It's over.
Driven firmly by Mansing, but well fielded there at short extra cover. There's no run, completes Cornwall's over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 147 for 5. They need 121 more to win. Mansing is on 33, Merchant is on 34. Cornwall's bowled 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 25. To go with these fifer in the first innings. And just to bring you up to date in the test match in Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, West Indies, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 112 without loss. Both openers, Captain Craig Brathwaite and Tej Narayan Chandrapal, both on 55 and not out, but only 51 overs were available in the day due to rain. As Walsh Jr. into Merchant, who hits that one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I saw the West Indies 11, and they're persisting with
Raymond Reefer at
Raymond
3.
Reefer at 3. Wow.
They put persistent with Reefer at 3. They in a attempted lofted drive. There goes all the way along the ground by a hard-hitting Merchant. Just for 1. Score goes up by 1. 148 for 5. Blackwood's gone to 4. Mares to 5, and Chase has moved up to 6. Driven through the air, but driven nice and firmly. 4 runs to Mansing.
Beautiful shot.
Yep, picked the gap very nicely. Although it was in the air, it was always safe. That brings up the Jamaica Scorpions at 150. They're 152 for 5. Mansing moves on to 37. And 116 now to win.
I think we can eliminate one of the results by now.
Yes.
I think the
don't
job
think
is
it'll
out
be
of
a
the
draw.
picture. It's out of the picture.
Unless the heavens open up again, but it's looking nice and fine. Afternoon here in Coolidge.
116 required from 38 overs. And the way that these two are going, I think what is scoring rate? Because this rate must be about 3, yeah.
3.67. Partnership with 71. Game-changing partnership at the moment.
So, is he going back to what we were saying in terms of the Leeward Islands batters? Look at these two. These two are not any frontline batters for the Jamaican Scorpions.
Right.
Not frontline batters. But just the attitude of these guys, looking so positively and hitting the balls in the gaps and running the singles and the twos. Lovely shot.
Shot again, this time by Merchant. Over short extra cover into the boundary for 4 more to finish the Hayden Walsh Jr. over. So, score moves up to 157 for 5. Merchant moves on to 39. Mansinger's on 38, and that means they need, what's that, 111? 111 to win. Yeah, and they've done nothing out of the ordinary.
No.
You know, they just played proper cricket strokes, picked up the singles, put balls into gaps, and the boundary when the bad ball comes along.
Yeah, I mean, Merchant is not really too flamboyant in his stroke play, but I mean, his positive intent, and you know, when the ball is in his area, he plays some wonderful shots as well. But it just goes to show the mindset of the batters. you
Right,
know,
right.
I think when you're top order batsman in the top 6, you are to be showing a bit more confidence, and especially when the situation calls for you to be positive. So I mean, you have to just change the mentality in terms of some of the Leeward Island batters. Just be positive. Trust your skills.
Right, yes. Cornwall into Mansing, and that one's tossed up and driven high over the head of a jumping Jeremiah Louis on the long off boundary. 6 more. So Mansing moves to 44. The score 163 for 5. 105 to win. Good shot again by Mansing. Took on the field. Fieldsman down there at long on in Jeremiah Louis, but he took him on. Just cleared him, but cleared him nonetheless. And then defended well the next ball.
Well, yesterday you called in the crowd and said that they're going to have some entertainment today.
You see, and well, 2 people. This I can see 2 people out there. Sylvester.
One look like the former Leeward Islands captain in Dave Joseph, the former West Indies Test player. Dave Soppy Joseph there with it looked like Abdel Hughes on the side down there watching on.
Grassy banks.
The grassy banks. But he's getting interested. He's getting more and more interested.
It's getting closer and closer.
104 now.
Yeah, 104.
Overs is
164
not,
for 5.
overs is not a problem. Time is not a problem.
No.
You're going to be wickets or runs.
Exactly.
Wickets for Leeward Islands and runs for the Scorpions. So stay glued to the telly.
Definitely.
He's going to be interested here.
Cornwall tosses it up again. That Merchant just strokes it back to him to end the Cornwall over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 164 for 5. Mansing following up his debut half century in the first innings. He's 45 not out. Merchant is 39. The partnership for the 6th wicket is worth 82. And the deficit now 104 to win.
I think they
Hurricanes still 5 wickets.
I think they should be thinking about Sheeno Berridge. Give him another try from that top end over there. Give him a few overs and see how it goes. Kofi James coming in, another spin bowler. They seem to be playing the spin quite reasonably well. You know, you just mix it up, a 2 over here, a 3 over here. You have enough options because you want to create. This is now where your captain's skills
Comes
will
into
be
play.
Will be tested. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how good you are now as a captain, because the pressure is on, and you had the momentum, because when they got the first 5 wickets, you could see the body language and you could see how they jubilant they were, and
Exactly.
you know they were in control. But now we can see that they kind of lethargic looking, and hoping that someone gets a wicket. But Kofi James comes on now, and he's a wicket taker as well. You know, he's going to be aggressive in his spin bowling, and he's either he gets some wickets or these batters, you know, get some runs.
Mansing turns that nicely towards square leg for another single, so he goes up to 46. 165 for 5. But it was the same in the first innings, wasn't it, with Leewards, when they had the Scorpions 113 or so for 4. They were buoyant, they were loud in the field, and then all of a sudden everything went quiet. But they can't afford to go quiet now. They need something to happen. as Hamilton is just bringing round his deep mid-wicket on the boundary a bit squarer. And that one is pushed out into the offside by Merchant.
What I like with this partnership is what, 83 at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be the biggest partnership in the game so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You know, but what I like about this partnership, sorry, is that they're looking for the singles. You know, it's not just all boundaries. They're looking to play the ball there, and yeah, they are good communication. I just looking up and running. So.
Yes, exactly right, Sylvester, and minimum risk. You know, they played some good intelligent cricket as that one's driven firmly up to long on, who does well on the boundary. Good arm there.
Gotcha, ball, good work.
Yeah. Restricts it to 1, so 166 for 5. Merchant goes on to 40. Man Singh is 4 away from his second half century in his first match. James into him now. It's flighted nicely and defended out to short extra cover to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 166 for 5. Man Singer's on 46, Merchant on 40. Partnership is turning into what could very well be a match-winning one. 84 it stands at the moment for the 6th wicket. Jamaica Scorpions need 102 more runs.
Raheem Cornwall's got to, keep going. He's going to have a marathon spell tonight in order for the Leeward Islands to have any chance of winning this game. He's the one that, not only bowl for a long period, but he got to get some wickets. So he's going to have I believe he's going to have a good sleep tonight if he does go into the ice bath or maybe the pool to get the recovery. But he should get a nice rest tonight after his innings. And then now we have a long spell.
Definitely.
Yeah, the big man is putting in some work.
He bowled, 28 or so overs in the first innings, and he's into his 15th over in this one. Plus, he's 85 in the second innings of for the Hurricanes. Man Singh on strike, 4 away from, as we say, second half century. One flighted up by Cornwall. He strokes it to short extra cover and there's no run. Cornwall looking for the breakthrough for the Hurricanes, and that one's kept out well by Man Singh again. Growing in confidence the more time he spends at the crease. Cornwall into him again, and he lets that one drift past down the leg side, no run.
So you reckon Man Singh will play the next game if Williams is recovered? We don't know exactly the extent of his injury, but
we don't know. That nearly got through. Good delivery to finish the over there by Cornwall, just missing the outside edge of Man Singh's bat, but he survives, and at the end of the over, 167 for 5. Jamaica Scorpions, they need a further 101 runs to win. Man Singh is on 46, Merchant is on 41. I think Man Singh is a shoo-in for the rest of the championship. He'd have to be, wouldn't he?
Do you reckon? I don't know. I mean,
well, unless something untoward happens here, he'd have to get Jamaica's player of the match, in my opinion. 2 half centuries, bowled well.
Well, definitely.
Picked up, 4 wickets in all?
Well, definitely, if Jamaica
wins
from this position, there is no doubt who else can be the man of the match. Especially if he stays to the end or even close to the end.
James starts another over. Merchant is defending that to short extra cover, and there's no run. But no, I mean, he's impressed us all. hopefully, and send our best wishes out to Alwyn Williams. We don't know the extent of the medical condition that forced him out of the game, but hopefully everything is okay. But even so, and you were saying it might have come down between him and Akim Fraser for the final 11. And even that, if you throw Fraser into the equation, from what we've seen, I think Man Singh definitely keep his place.
Bowling.
Coffee James into Merchant.
Oh, yes.
Leewards desperate to break this partnership. It's worth 85 now between Merchant and Man Singh. Jamaica Scorpions looking for 100 more, 101 more to take this first round match of the West Indies 4-day championship at the West Indies home of cricket, and he's lofted that high, but he's split the gap, put it over the rope. 6 more to Merchant over the mid-wicket boundary. He moves to 47. Jamaica Scorpions are stealing this off the Hurricanes at the moment. Sylvester, 173 for 5. It's under 100 to win now, 95 required.
Yeah, and that's what I said about this field. This field is very hard for you to defend any total run. If a batsman get going, the boundary is so small. More often than not, it's going to go for 6 or 4. But
James in again, and Merchant has to whip that through the onside. Can't beat the short mid-wicket to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 173 for 5. Man Singh is on 46. Merchant is on 47. The partnership is worth 91. And they require a further 95 to win.
I mean, Merchant, technically he doesn't really look too attractive, He can see some fault in his defense, even his stroke play, but he packs a good punch when he hits it, and he knows his areas, when he hits it, it's well hit, and he has that backing, that confidence behind of him. Even first innings, he never really got off to it, but you can, even the ball that he got, he can just his body language can tell that, and I see on his stats he has 3 half centuries.
So he's about to get another one by the look of it, because he's on 47 of 54 balls. He's not on strike. The Man Singh is on strike. He's on 46 of 90 deliveries.
You have 3 half centuries.
Cornwall into Man Singh, and he's back and trying to beat Coffee James there, but he's up to the task at short leg, and there's no run. Hurricanes desperate to break this partnership. Tossed up again by Cornwall, but forward comes Man Singh and just strums it back to him.
I think Sheena Berridge is a good option, coming from the top end. Something about his length. He's more consistent, hitting the good length, and maybe one will keep low, does a bit to give them opportunity. But something my spirit feel Sheena Berridge, coming in can break this partnership.
Cornwall tosses it up again, but nice stride forward by Man Singh. Louis does good work again on the long off boundary to restrict the scoring to 1, so Man Singh goes up to 47. Score 174 for 5. Yes, and Berridge seems to have gotten better, or at least more consistent as the game's gone on with his bowling. Cornwall into Merchant, and Merchant forward in defence to complete the over. So Jamaica Scorpions at the end of that one, 174 for 5. Both Man Singh and Jamie Merchant are on 47. Partnership's worth 92, and they need a further 94 to win.
Hurricane and a Scorpion encounter never fails to disappoint. There's always some excitement,
action.
It's not a big scoring game normally, but it always ends up like an exciting encounter.
which is great. That's what we want to see. Good match, and it has been.
And this
a
one
good,
is
entertaining
really heading there.
match. Yeah. Still
Quickly.
plenty of time, as you say. Some 32 overs remaining to get the 94 runs, or for the Hurricanes to pick up these remaining 5 wickets. The weather's good.
I don't think overs is not a problem.
No.
I think, as I said, it's either wickets or runs.
Yeah.
Wicket or runs. This is going to determine who wins this game. I think I eliminate John game already. It's either who's going to make the runs if Leewards can get a wicket.
James tries just that, but once again, and Singh up to the challenge. Chat coming back from the Hurricanes captain in Jamal Hamilton, trying to get his troops going as that one fired into the pads of Man Singh. Equal to the task. 174 for 5. Further 94 for the Scorpions to win. James into Man Singh, and Man Singh again defending it stoutly.
He has a good defense. That leads to the attacking play. But I mean, even Merchant, he is more assured than Merchant. In terms of the batting, Merchant is a bit more aggressive than him. But consistently you can see that this is no fluke. This is just the person that he is. So it begs to wonder how he's not really in the original 11. Maybe he didn't do too well in the preparational stage or something. Other guys look better than him, because I mean, when you look at him and Fraser, and even Harty bats at number 11. He is way above them in terms of his batting.
Of the batting, yes. Or whether it was just the conditions, or they felt to go the other way. It is a strange call, because as I think I mentioned yesterday, I was reading an article, and he was very excited that he'd be travelling to Antigua in the squad, and all the talk was about him making his debut.
Is that?
But it didn't happen, and then it did happen.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, they've got him.
Look at that.
Cornwall is struck through. He's taken the inside edge of Jamie Merchant's bat, and a good sharp reflex catch there, because that is hit with power straight into the lap of Coffee James. It bubbled up, and he took it smartly, as that was firmly struck. That was the breakthrough that the Hurricanes were looking for. Merchant goes, caught James, bowled Cornwall for 47. Jamaica Scorpions lose their 6th. They're 174 for 6. Still 94 away from victory, as Big Rakim Cornwall picks up his 3rd and 8th for the match.
Let me tell you, Terry, that is a serious catch.
Definitely. That ball was traveling, was full-blooded.
And it didn't shock his body. You can see
his hands.
He saw it from the onset. He saw it from the back. And that goes to show how young he is. His eyes
are brilliant.
James, because I mean, that is a fully.
We couldn't even see it properly on the television until they slow it down.
And he was showing so much replays, and I see my good friend Denmore was still peeping. But I mean, look at that catch. That even didn't shock his body. I mean, you had two. Cove himself got out with one hitting
the rebound,
and Munson Hodge. But this one, he held his hand. It
was all him.
All hands.
Brilliant.
Man, that is a match winning. If Leewards wins this game,
they can say
that catch. Trust me, that catch
won the match. They may have put 5 down, but that was a brilliant one to take. That was a brilliant timing. Broke the partnership that was worth 90 odd. And now it brings Makino and Minley to the crease.
I think they need one at mid-wicket now for Minley from the first. You know what we saw, that is area.
That's his area, right?
Yeah. I think the way that Cornwall is bowling, that's an option.
Balls to Minley now, and Minley quietly comes forward. Plays it back to Cornwall, and there's no run, but a fantastic catch that by Coffee James has just turned this match once again on its head. Yep.
that partnership was looking
very, very ominous.
My God.
Yes. And they take a quick single. Jeremiah Louis, wholehearted effort as usual. They had a lot of ground to cover from mid-off to mid-on, and they scamper the single. It gets Minley underway.
So you think Mansing will continue in his attacking premise, or you think he will go back into that shell now? I mean, he should continue because he mainly he has to continue to play his natural game. They have to look to win this game. I don't think no Jai is in this game.
No, it would be a lot harder to try and draw it than to try and win it from this position. And it'd be better. If they lose by 30 or 40 runs, so be it. You know, better to have a go than die wondering. 175 for 6. Mansing on strike. He's on 47, and that one he quietly forward to good ball again from Cornwall. Cornwall in his 17th over, 4 maidens, 3 for 35. He turns, walks into Mansing, and again quietly forward to complete the over. Successful over, where a brilliant catch there by Coffee James in at short leg off a full-blooded drive from Jamie Merchant. Took an excellent reflex catch. Could have just changed the complexion of this match. Broke the partnership that was worth 92, I believe. And the Jamaica Scorpions chasing 268 to win. 175 for 6. Mansinger's still there, he's on 47. Minley just joined him, he's on 1. They need 93 more. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes need 4 more wickets.
Of course.
The man of the moment himself, Coffee James, will continue the attack from the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Keno Minley. He's got a slip and a short leg. In now to Minley. That one rushes Minley, but defends it to short leg on the bounce. There's no run. James in again to Minley. Squirts it out to short extra cover.
Jimbo is telling him that not even Asafa Powell has a fast start like him. These guys have some talks out there.
It's entertaining. I hope the viewers and listeners at home can hear them.
Minley took off for that single.
Oh, and that one almost got through the defences of Minley. Just missed the stumps through to keeper Hamilton.
The reason why I eliminated the draw from this game is that, I mean, this pitch, you know, this pitch is a results pitch.
Right.
This pitch you can get runs if you apply what is required, and you know, if you bowl the ball in the right area, you're gonna get some wickets.
And I think something must be said also, Sylvester, with the attitude that Jamaica came out with in this second innings. They came out with that positive attitude that, you know, we'll have a go.
Of course.
We'll have a go, instead of, I mean, they could have quite easily come out and just, you know, block from ball one, but they didn't, and that's great. That's great for our cricket and great for the game in general.
Yeah, and the fact that they bowled out the Leeward Islands, you know, second innings, you know, they would think that we have put ourselves in a good position. I mean, I think if Leeward Islands would have declared, probably they may have a little doubt about the pitch, but because they bowled them out, they think that we bowl ourselves in with a chance to get a victory. So the attitude is good, and they continue to fight. And I think this can only, you know, go forward with West Indies cricket in general. If the other teams will have the kind of mentality. Lovely shot there, my man Singh.
Cut away by Man Singh.
That would be his 50.
Back with a square. Will it reach the rope? It will. It goes into the rope now, and that's well played, young man. Back-to-back half centuries on debut for Man Singh. He moves to 51. Jamaica Scorpions 179 for 6. 89 is it required for victory?
He didn't even celebrate it. He's such a serious young man. He didn't even raise his bat. He just raised his hands. His left hand or right hand, and to the dressing room. But he knows that the job is not over yet. He has a big part, a big role to play still. So I like his temperament. Seems like a very humble individual as well, and focus on the team objectives.
Definitely, he seems a great find. His temperament, everything about him is spot on. Cornwall coming around the wicket now to Man Singh. Singh positive in defence, and there's no run, so 179 for 6. 89 still required. Man Singh on 51, and that one troubled him, but he still got enough bat on it to keep it out. Cornwall round the wicket to the right-hander, just trying to change up the angles here. Well covered again by Man Singh to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 179 for 6. Man Singh is on 51. Minley is on 1. They require 89 more runs, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes require 4 more wickets.
Yeah, they need another good partnership at the moment. If not, you have to try and bat some overs, because the Jamaican Scorpions, they don't want to. If they can't get the runs, they don't want to be bowled out as well. So maybe they will have a draw in mind, but it's going to be
tough ass to
draw this game from this position. But they're fighting. Mainly the experience. Mainly's out there. We saw first innings, and he's practicing some swing. So he's not in the mood for no draw. He probably heard me. He's showing us that this game is not no giant nothing with you. We're not no artists. Stylishly.
Very stylishly forward defence there. James into Minley, and Minley is punching that off the back foot, but gets no power or timing behind that one.
Like he's telling Hamilton, I should have punched that one to cover.
James again into Minley. Minley, that one almost bobbed up to Monson Hodge, hovering there, short leg. Would you bring any more in?
Another thing that we have seen is the game. The game is playing in good spirit between both
excellent
teams.
Spirits, yes, right through.
Ball in low.
Yeah, probably maybe we can bring in, for mainly City Point. Just to put the man at maybe Hayden Watch, the man from Point. And see how he goes. Bring him on the bat and see if that forces.
Hamilton with an exasperated appeal for a stumping, but Minley had not moved.
Come in, love.
Great shout, though. James into Minley again, and almost threw him again. But he survives at the end of the over. Jamaica Scorpions stay on 179 for 6. Man Singh on 51 and Minley on 1.
Kofi James is a decent off spinner. We see him around here, bowling quite often. But I think he's one of he's up there with in terms of his bowling as well. His off spin. He normally bowls well, especially for Liberta, the Blackhawks. I know when he's there that then more these guys are happy.
Oh yeah, they're ecstatic, and then they go on for it, go on about it for another week or so after it happens. Great support they give their local boys, but a lot of confidence he would have drawn from his Super 50 performance too to end up one of the leading wicket takers. That was a brilliant performance by him.
Yeah, he does well in every time you see him bowling in any competition hour, he always does well. He believes in his bowling. As a matter of fact, he believes in himself. When you have you must tag him on Facebook and you will see that how confident he is.
Okay.
Because he touched some topics on Facebook I would never dare to.
Right.
You know, but he has that confidence.
But that's good. That's what you want in a young man.
I mean, he's back it up as well. So.
Cornwall into Minley. Minley back and across defending that. So things are certainly slowed down since the partnership was broken with the wicket of Merchant. Cornwall looking for another fifer, which would be his 28th if he got it, 24th, sorry, if he got it. 23
Well, you're giving him a few more.
Yeah.
28. That's 20 wickets to give him in one.
Yeah. Well, he deserves it, then.
The way he bowls. Yeah.
Way he bowls. But that completes the over. So he's bowled 19 overs in this innings. 4 maidens, 3 for 39. And Jamaica Scorpions, 179 for 6. We've had 2 maidens on the trot here.
Maybe he can pull out Cornwall for a two overs or so. Just give him a little break and maybe bring back Hayden Watch down here. Give Tewan Swad a few and just you have enough overs. You don't want just to give a different look.
That there look good. That there look good. Right in front. Eyes on it. Eyes on it.
Bowled again by James.
It seems like he's an entertainer.
It does, yeah.
Come in here, Cove.
James into Minley. And Minley covering up, it peels off the outside edge. They take 1. They're coming back for the second. Good running. Minley running to the danger end. He completes 2. That gets him up to 3 as the banter continues.
He say he break his wrist. I run that one down the turn, man.
James in again and covering up his Minley. Defends well. 181 for 6.
Let me walk, love. Stop.
He's retaking his guard. He's taking an off-stump guard now. He's asked for is Makino Minley. That one, he looked like he was going to wind up. Changed his mind and just played it out to short extra cover. Good times. Good to see both teams enjoying their cricket, enjoying the battle. James in again. And this one he danced down. Went for the big shot. Didn't make connection. Survives as the over comes to an end. So at the end of that over, Jamaica Scorpions 181 for 6. Man Singh is on 51. Minley is on 3. 87 required for victory for the Scorpions. 4 wickets for the Hurricanes.
We were talking about the city point just a while ago. If the city point was in
there,
that would go straight to the city points. And,
true.
You just bring in a city point. Sometimes you change your field to let the batsman think about something different. Take him out of his comfort zone. These are the things that the fine nitty-gritty of the winning and the losing our game being drawn.
Man Singh faces Cornwall and defends that back up the pitch to the big man, and there's no run. Yeah, and this is where we were saying, I feel that Jamal Hamilton just tends to let things drift too often for my liking. Even the change here, as you were saying, you still got enough runs to play with to give Cornwall a rest in case whoever you bring on is not successful, but at least he gets that rest, rather than say, right, I'm anchoring you down this southern end and you're bowling for the rest of the night whether you like it or not type thing. Yeah, you know, because I need 4 wickets and you're the man that's going to get me those 4 wickets. Mansingh in defence again, no run. He's been on 51 for quite a while now.
He has batted Cornwall really, really comfortably so far.
Yes, yeah.
Out of all the batters, he seems like the one that, you know, have him covered most of the time.
Cornwall's got a slip, silly mid off, and short leg as he's into Mansingh, and Mansingh covers up again very nicely and plays out another maiden over for Cornwall. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 181 for 6. Mansingh is on 51. Mindley is on 3. They require 87 more for victory as the Hurricanes hunt these last 4 wickets. Cornwall 3 for 39 off 20 overs.
Yeah, what, 28 overs in the first.
28, yeah, 5 for 54. So he's got 8 for 90 odd off 48 overs. It's match figures as James will continue from the northern end into Mindley, and Mindley is defending that without a problem. Just the short leg still for Mindley, and the one slip, which is Cornwall. Again, just defended out into the offside by Mindley, no run. But, they do well though, Sylvester. You know, this partnership started at with about 28 overs to go.
Oh yes,
they can bat. If Jamaica can bat 28 overs and
boys,
save the
boys,
match,
come
well,
in here,
then
boys.
they've earned the draw.
Come in here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's where they're going at the moment, because you don't see the intent here from either of the batters. So they're trying to bat as long as possible, bat the overs. That's why I think that a silly point, you know, should be employed at this moment from Kofi James. Kofi James is quite steady and getting the ball to do a bit, you know. So
and yeah, but as you were saying, even rotate the bowlers, especially from this end, give Cornwall a break. You're talking about Berridge earlier. Hamilton again. Mindley is not moving. He's asking him, what are you screaming at me for? And now he's practicing the reverse swing. Great bit of banter between the two. James into Mindley, and that one's tossed up, but again just forward in defence as he practices the lofted drive after the ball has been defended. Brings the over to an end, and at the end of that over, Jamaica Scorpions 181 for 6. They still require 87. Mansingh is on 51. Mindley is on 3. And after more comments from Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, you'll hear the voice of Denmore Roberts.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity, I think, for the Leeward Islands to, you know, make a change. You want to get the 4 wickets, and you can't just rely on Cornwall after bowling 20 overs. They have options. You know, try a few things for maybe 2, 3, 4 overs, and if it doesn't work, then you go back to Cornwall. But you have to give yourself all the opportunity, all the whatever, you know, possible in your arsenal to see if you can nick out these 4 wickets and get a victory in the first game, get off to a good start.
Sounds a lot like the same narrative we had during the Super 50 when we were talking about the ability or changing of the bowlers by Jamal Hamilton. He's persistent though with Cornwall. Cornwall so far 3 wickets for 39 runs from his 20 overs. He's in his 21st over. Just walks in now and again into an ultra defensive mode is Abhijay Mansingh. 51 off 123 deliveries when he was in that partnership. Just before he lost his partner, he was free flowing. Since the loss of that wicket, they have seemed to have gone into an ultra defensive mode.
And it seems as though that Mansingh doesn't want to give
they've done
Minley and
they've done a good job of keeping Minley away from Cornwall. Here we see taking his hand off the bat just to keep that one down as Cornwall continues to probe away. I think that's the plan, that he will absorb Cornwall, and he feels that Minley can handle Kofi James, who is lesser known in terms of the off-spin bowling. So he will handle Rakeem Cornwall, and Makino Minley at the other end can then deal with Kofi James. He's going to get runs here as Cornwall just trying something, floating one up, and the batsmen are able to get it down to a fine leg position, and they come back for 2 runs. So is it 2 or 3 did they get?
Yeah, 2 runs.
2 runs. So the end of the over has come up. At the end of it, the score has gone on to 183 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, you have so much senior players, so many senior players out there, former captains. You know, they need to come together and, do something different in order to get these wickets.
Certainly. I even think if it's a long shot that Hayden Walsh Jr. could be brought back now that you've broken the partnership and that the Jamaicans have gone into an ultra defensive mode. I think that you could then now bring back Hayden Walsh Jr. and allow him to probably get some confidence to
even also
bowl a couple of overs.
Yeah, also you can switch Cornwall to the other end.
Switch Cornwall to the other end. You have Colin Archibald who has that left arm
angle
as well. There are many things that I think that Jamal Hamilton could be trying at this time, but he tends to allow things to drift away. He seems to have a mind of his own in terms of how he wants things done, and it's pretty different to how we think about it out here. Kofi James is going to continue.
Oh, yeah.
And this delivery again, Makino Minley is just defensive, just prodding forward and playing it off the inner portion of the bat into the onside field. James gets it, just walks in again.
Come in, love.
And
come boys.
He's too comfortable, man. He's too comfortable at the moment. You can see he's enjoying, what he's doing there. Focus on him batting from this end and Mansingh bat from the other. So you need as a captain, as a feeding team, to recognize what is happening and make the adjustment.
Kofi James has made the adjustment, slight adjustment. He has gone around the wicket to bowl to Minley, probably just to give him a different angle of view so that he's not as comfortable as he was. He's driving and he's out caught beautifully by that fielder at that short extra cover region. It was driven hard but in the air and diving away to his right. Who was that?
Terence Ward.
Looks to be Ward who was there, and he really held on well to that catch. Kofi James gets his man, and the Jamaicans losing their 7th wicket. They are now 183 for 7.
Yeah, and just the slight change, just go around the wicket, and that induce him into a drive and attacking shot And he's back in the pavilion. That is what we're saying. Just you can't do the same thing over and over and expect to get a different result.
Yep.
But I guess they have to learn on the job, and hopefully, they will.
It's good though to see that even though the captain didn't seem to be doing anything, the bowler had the wherewithal to think, you know what, this guy is getting comfortable batting me over the wicket. Let me just try something. Let me go around the wicket and give him a different look. And it worked. It worked in the end.
Yeah.
But the catching, you must talk about the catching too on that occasion, because it was hit hard. And if it had gotten past Terence Ward at that short extra cover position, would have been 4.
Yeah,
because he went into a full-blooded drive, but good catching by Ward in the end, and the Leeward Islands getting their man and getting their 7th wicket.
Yeah, and Terence Ward went into a full-blooded dive and caught it beautifully, to his right. I think after he dropped that first one, he had to make amends. So he was really looking for something to make amends.
Yes, and he was going to make amends spectacularly. He would be hoping that the photographers are around to catch him with his feet in the air and all of that when he's taking that one, because he dropped what we consider to be a sitter.
Yeah, a sitter.
At the slips region at this level. So the new batsman is Akeem Fraser. Akeem Fraser coming in for the Jamaica team, and he no doubt comes in to join Mansingh, and they're hoping that they can stay together and bring the Jamaicans to safety. Just when we thought that the Jamaicans looked as if they were going to be vying for victory, they seem to have now gone into the defensive mode. So Fraser making 5 in the first innings, and incidentally he was caught by Ward of Berridge in the first innings. So we will see the Leeward Islands taking a little bit of time about it. I think they want to put somebody else under the helmet now that you have the new batsman. Looks to be Powell, who is going to go there. And Powell must be saying that at my age and a senior player, you're putting me under the helmet.
It seems like he
volunteered?
Volunteered to go on it, because the next helmet is out there for I think it's Casey Carty.
Right.
But
here is a first delivery, a little bit up,
down the leg side.
Down the leg side, a little wayward, but you could see what Kofi James was trying there to Fraser, who's a left-handed batter. And Fraser is driving back along the pitch. Kofi James knocks it away. No damage done. Should bring up the end of the over, and does. At the end of it, 183 for 7. The Jamaica Scorpions require another 85 runs for victory. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes now require just 3 wickets to get over the line against the Jamaica Scorpions. Now, the match referee has said to us that at 23 minutes past 4 should start the final hour of this one. So, by my watch,
we have 10 minutes.
Have another 10 minutes or so before we get into that final hour of the encounter for today.
I'm not seeing. It seems like the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have all the time in the world, because they're taking so long to set the field and to get in position, and
it's literally been 2 or 3 minutes since the last over has finished, and we're only now seeing somebody like a Powell going into his fielding position. Cornwall starts, and Mansingh turns this one into the onside field. Kofi James, who's been very sharp at that short leg position, took a blinder. Really good hands, and you were right, Sylvester Joseph. Those are young hands and young eyes. Because I looked at it several times on the replay, and I still didn't see it into my hands. If it was me at that position there, would have had to have stopped, because my eyes would have been closed.
I think the ambulance would be out
probably, because I would not have seen that one. That one was hit full-blooded. And Singh is defending and doesn't want this single anymore. Doesn't want to offer up anybody else, Akeem Fraser especially, to Raheem Cornwall and others, offering Mansing the single. But Mansing has done a good job so far for himself and for Jamaica. Here is he covering up to a delivery that cut back sharply at him from Cornwall. So it's Abijay Mansing, a new name in the Jamaican lineup. Here we watch as Cornwall is in, tossed up, and he's gonna get the opportunity for runs, but again he declines as that one went down the leg side, got past the wicket keeper, went down to a fine leg position. But again, not going to risk Akeem Fraser to Raheem Cornwall, and Cornwall calling up the man from the long off position. He's calling up long on as well, trying to just keep the pressure on Abijay Mansing. Cornwall walks in and Mansing is covering up to a delivery on the line of the stumps, and there is no run. The end of the over has come up at the end of it. Cornwall so far has 21.5 overs, 22 overs, and he has had 3 for 41, 3 for 41. Cornwall. Mansing remains on 53 off of 133. Akeem Fraser, his partner, is not out there, and he is also there. So just match summary. If you are watching on the stream, you'll see the match summary on the screen. Jeremiah Louis and Jamal Hamilton top scoring for the Leeward Islands in their first innings. So see the scoreboard. The scorer was indicating it might have been Hayden Walsh Jr. But if it's going to be Kofi James who is going to continue, or is it Hayden Walsh Jr.? No, it's going to be Kofi James. Hayden Walsh Jr.
He seemed like he went and he was about to.
Was about to, and then just a change of mind.
Maybe he might be coming from down here. Let's wait and see. Or he just giving
James starts around the wicket, and here is this delivery. The Leeward Islands fielders are up because that one was pretty close to the off stump, but good judgment in the end by Akeem Fraser. That one pitching and turning, and good judgment by Fraser in the end. He's coming across, and again this one is coming off the inner portion of the bat, going on the inside. So almost an event every delivery. Kofi James bowling to Akeem Fraser. Fraser trying to survive for the Jamaicans. James is in outside the line of the off stump again, as he continues to strive and try to get this final 3 wickets. Here we watch as Fraser just almost using his feet, coming forward and then playing defensively to a tossed up delivery from Kofi James. So there's no run. They still require 85 runs, the Jamaicans. James around the wicket to Fraser, and again Fraser does well, bringing the bat down quickly, gets it off the inner portion of the bat, but it goes down into that short leg position. There is no run. Kofi James quickly back to his mark. He's in, and this time very easily James is able to play that one defensively into the offside, and there is no run. The end of another maiden over from the Leeward Islands. Akeem Fraser remains on naught. He's faced 7 deliveries. Abijay Mansing, he's on 53. Jamaica Scorpions won 83 for 7. They're going to have some drinks. Just an opportunity for the players to refresh themselves just before we have that final hour of play here today. Let me just bring you up to date with the scorecard so far for the Jamaica Scorpions, the second innings. Lug, he made 7. Mackenzie, 28. Romaine Morris, 22. Aldane Thomas, he got 12. Paul Palmer, 6. Abijay Mansing, He's there, not out, on 53. Abijay Mansingh not out there on 53 so far. So that's as far as we have. My scorecard is just not updating as I want it to. But the Jamaicans at the break, 183 for 7. 60 overs gone of the 79, so 19 overs left in the day's play. Do you think that the Jamaicans, they have literally shut up shop in terms of trying to win this game, or and we're just gonna now go? They're just now gonna try to survive these final 19 overs or so?
Yeah, I have seen since the fall of Merchant that the Mansingh chose to face most of Cornwall's overs, showing us that they have closed up shop. They're trying to battle the rest of the overs, and from what we have seen so far, I mean from the shot that Minley played, you don't think that one they were really trying to battle the over in that one, because he played a very attacking shot. But yeah, I think from what we see now in terms of getting the runs, the 80-yard runs, that is going to be, that is out of the window. So they now are trying to revive that decision that I have thrown away, the John decision. So they
you properly tossed that one outside, and the Jamaicans, they have other ideas. They threw it back up.
Yeah.
So we're seeing it coming back up the hallway there. They draw. But they are
so two results are possible now. Then the draw come back in, and a Jamaica victory has gone out of the window.
Yeah, because the Jamaicans seem to have given up on the whole idea of victory, and they're playing for a draw. And of course, the Leeward Islands, they're still hoping that they can get a breakthrough. I think more than anything, the Leewards would want to get Mansingh. I think if they get Mansingh, they would think that they have the opportunity to achieve victory.
Yeah.
In this one. So we're just doing, and if you are wondering about the other game in this series that was being played up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Guyana Happy Eagles 371 all out and 220 and 126 for 9 declared. Barbados Pride 220 all out and 94 all out, which means the Guyana Happy Eagles won that game by 183 runs. So Guyana Happy Eagles winning by 183 runs. Barbados Pride making 94 all out in their second innings. So we're going to see Hayden Walsh Jr., and just as Bouncing Joseph said, they're going to bring him from the southern end of the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the end from where the pavilion is located. So he had given his hat to the umpire at the other end, and then the captain just changing his mind and deciding to bring Hayden Walsh Jr. from the southern end. He's going to be bowling to Abijay Mansingh. And here is this delivery. Mansingh is going to get some runs here. He's just getting it off the outer edge, and the ball is running down to a third man position. The fielder pulls it up just inside the boundary, and the batsmen were able to cross for 2 runs. So 2 more to Mansingh, 2 more to the total. It's now on to 185. 185 for 7. Hayden Walsh Jr., the right arm leg spin bowler, who I think is just lacking a little bit in confidence. I think if he really gets back his confidence and start to pitch those deliveries, he can regain the magic that he had just maybe a year or 2 ago, when he was literally on top of the world, performing in ODIs and T20s for the West Indies, and he's now trying his hand at the longer version. I think this is the version that he really wants to also get into. He wants to play Test cricket, but he has to really get his bowling in check. Here is he. And this delivery again short of a length, and the batsman is back and hitting this one out into the offside field. They take a single. So a different kind of approach we've seen now from Mansing, because before he was refusing those singles, but with Hayden Walsh on and not Raheem Cornwall, he's decided that he's going to expose Hakeem Fraser to some deliveries from Hayden Walsh Jr. And of course, Hayden Walsh Jr., he's immediately coming around the wicket to the left-handed Hakeem Fraser. Terry Lewacci is back alongside me if you're wondering. Hayden Walsh Jr., here is he in. And a flighted delivery to Hakeem Fraser, who plays a defensive shot forward, and the ball hits the bat and falls back along the pitch. No run.
Yes, good afternoon, Denmo, and good afternoon to all our listeners.
Who is going to win, Terry?
Oh, I think Leewards will get these 3 wickets, won't they, Denmo?
Terry says the Leewards will get the 3 wickets. Here is Hayden Walsh Jr.
Oh.
This one goes quickly into the arms of Kofi James at that short leg position. He had flicked back onto the stumps, but the batsman had stayed still, stood his ground, so no damage done in the end. 186 for 7, it remains. 82 runs required by the Jamaica team. Here is Walsh in, and Fraser is forward defensively, playing this one quietly again into the offside field, into that man who is at that silly, is that silly mid-off or we say silly point? He's close in, right in front of the
either wrong
batsman. Here is Walsh Jr., and Fraser just allows that one to spin into him, takes him on the thigh pad and fall away into the onside field, and there is no run. The end of another over has come up. At the end of it, Jamaica Scorpions 186 for 7, and they pretty much given up the chase, so they are now hoping that they can bat for time. Remember that the final hour should start any time now. We haven't seen the signal yet from the umpire. Did you see it from the umpire to indicate the final hour? According to the match referee, should have started at 4:23 p.m. According to my watch, it's now 4:26 p.m. So maybe we are into it.
Yeah, I think we're into it now. But I agree with you, Denmore. I think Jamaica Scorpions have shut up shop, and maybe just with the leg spin of Hayden Walsh Jr. all into the left-handed Hakeem Fraser. That's why Mansing doesn't mind taking the singles as opposed to him facing
Raheem
Cornwall. But Hayden Walsh Jr. just doesn't look as threatening so far in this match. Now we're going to see a change from the northern end. Jeremiah Louis back into the attack.
This is something that Sylvester Joseph had been calling for quite a while. Just to bring somebody new in to give a different perspective in terms of to the batsman. So let's see what approach Mansing takes. Louis still has a slip in and the man at gully. Then there is backward point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a man down on the long leg boundary. Here is Louis in. A delivery that is just played away into the offside field quietly by Abijay Mansing. There is no run.
I'd still like to see a bit more pressure. I know he's on 50 odd not out and he's batted very well as Mansing, but just because he's the more senior, I mean, I know he's on debut, but as far as this partnership is concerned and the man in, I'd still like to see them attack both ends.
Louis is in, a good delivery right up to the right-handed Mansing. He's down quickly with the bat and plays this one into the offside field. No run.
They tend to, all teams tend to do that too much these days, for my liking, Denmore, that when a set batsman is in and batting with one of the lower order, they tend to concentrate on one end, forget about the other end. 3 wickets is 3 wickets.
Here is this delivery outside the line of the off stump, stayed away down to the wide backward point position deep on the boundary. They don't want the single. So Mansing just refusing the single. He's farming the bowling, as we would say, just trying to keep Akeem Fraser away from the danger bowlers. Was surprised in the last over, but he's more confident probably with Akeem Fraser facing a couple of deliveries from Hayden Walsh than was Raheem Cornwall. Here is he getting a delivery that he's squeezing out into the offside field again.
Another no ball by Jeremiah Louis.
He's had his struggles with that front crease, Jeremiah Louis. That would be something that the team would have to look at because you could be getting wickets off no ball and so on. They don't want to be doing those kind of things, especially at this level.
Exactly. He's had trouble both over and around the wicket today with the front foot.
Here is Louis in. He's going to take the single. Mansing as he stays this one down to the boundary, and again
fired a return in Hayden Walsh Jr.
And they almost took out Jeremiah Louis, who had turned his back, wasn't paying attention. And Hayden Walsh Jr. still trying to play this game very hard. And he does play it particularly hard all the way to the end. But you don't want to be hurting your own players or giving away unnecessary runs. They bring in a couple of slips more. So he now has 3 slips because the left-handed Akeem Fraser is on strike for Jeremiah Louis. He's gone around the wicket. Here is Louis in and bowls to Fraser. Outside the line of the off stump, Fraser doesn't have to offer a stroke. And you would think that at least at this stage of the innings, you want the batsman, especially the lesser batsman, to be playing every delivery. You don't want to give him deliveries that he can just watch go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So this is where you tend to bowl at the stumps at this stage of the innings.
Definitely Denmore, he needs to be a lot closer with these lines, attacking those stumps. That's just
again
rubbish.
Wide outside the line of the off stump. The batsman didn't have to offer a stroke. So 2 wasted deliveries, you can say, pretty much by Jeremiah Louis at the end of the over. 2 deliveries to Akeem Fraser. None Fraser had to play at. And at the end of the over, 188 for 7 is the total at the end of over number 62.
Yeah, a bit of a wayward over there by Jeremiah Louis, but his first over back, a new spell. So hopefully he'll soon find his groove as the Hurricanes hunt these last 3 remaining Scorpions wickets. There's still 80 required to win. I think that's out of the question now, especially the way they're going about it. But as I say, with even though Mansing is batted very, very well, been very impressed with him with bat and ball in this match. He's on 57. I'd just like to see them attack him a bit more. With Hayden Walsh Jr. now, they do have 2 slips and the silly point or silly mid-off in place.
Here is Walsh Jr. And he's hitting this one out to deep cover. Refuse the possibility of the single as the fielder is about 60 yards away from the bat in that position. Walsh Jr. again. This time he was just trying to flight this one, trying to get some turn that one, but it started wide outside the off stump and remained wide outside the off stump, taken by Hamilton behind the stumps. No run.
He looks a lot better bowler though when he gives it some air.
This one is angled into the pads of Mansing. Thought of taking the single and then he changed his mind in the end. Says probably it's too early. I'll give you maybe 2 at the end. So Hayden Walsh Jr. just stands, he's flicking the ball up, begins to move in now, he's in. And they're going to take the single as this one is stayed away. Square of the wicket on the offside. It goes into a backward point position. The fielder just walks back to field and they come through for one. The field changes over as they would now crowd the left-handed Akeem Fraser, who has faced 14 deliveries and he's yet to score. But he's done his job of just hanging in there with the Moset Abijay Mansingh. Here is a delivery flighted from Hayden Walsh Jr. right up to the batsman who plays it defensively. There's no run.
This is where Walsh Jr. needs to make sure he at least gets Fraser playing. He went round the wicket with the first delivery to Fraser. He's gone back over the wicket now.
A delivery that is turning but slow turn, and the batsman just standing up tall and playing it down quietly into the onside field, and there's no run. The end of the over has come up at the end of it. Jamaica Scorpions, they remain 189 for 7. 189 for 7.
Yes, and they're doing the right thing. Mansingh is playing a hell of a knock again. 58 of 145 deliveries, and really holding up the Leeward Islands here. They seem to be quite comfortable against Hayden Walsh Jr. this afternoon. Jeremiah Louis about to start a new over, but you feel if they don't get the breakthrough, it's going to come back to Cornwall for a last big effort.
Louis is in, and this delivery stayed away into the offside field, no run.
Yeah, it may very well come back to Cornwall for a last big effort to try and get the remaining Jamaican Scorpions wickets.
I would love to see them actually switch Cornwall to the other end. Let him come from the other end, especially to Mansingh with the breeze blowing across from the other side and all of that. Maybe just give him a different look at Cornwall. But this is Louis. And he's looking to clip that one down the leg side. Catches. Ball is taken by wicketkeeper Jama Hamilton. And Hamilton has done a good job with the gloves behind the stumps. Not so certain about all his decision making as a captain. Tends to be more reactive than proactive. Doesn't tend to try a lot of things. He tends to allow things to just almost fall in place. Seems pretty traditional, conventional. Here is this delivery right up to the right-handed Mansingh. Plays it quietly, there's no run.
That's good bowling though by Louis. At least he's bowling at the stumps. He's making Mansingh play a lot more deliveries than he had the batsman playing in the last over. But yes, Hamilton, he doesn't use his imagination much. As you say, Denmore just lets things take their own course type thing, and does get into trouble sometimes where he just seems to let the game drift away.
Here is
another no ball.
No ball delivered again by Jeremiah Lou. So he's had quite a few in this match, especially in this innings. This is about the 7th or 8th that we've counted so far.
In this innings for sure.
Louis, once more. This one outside the line of the off stump. Mansing thought of playing a shot and then just decided against it. And this has been a very good innings from Abijay Mansing. Seeing him for the first time, I think he's a good prospect for Jamaica. And when you look at the Jamaica batting, you wonder how come, we all wondering how come he was left out of the original squad. But this is what you do when you're handed an opportunity. You take it with both hands.
Yeah, he's certainly done that. Last man out for 56 in the first innings, and well on his way of batting this innings right through. Did well with the ball, picked up 4 wickets, I think, for the match. 3 in the first, 1 in the second. Didn't get as much of an opportunity in the second, but everything his captain has asked of him, he's performed, and he just looks a good, honest cricketer. As we say, does the basics right. Getting a bit dark again, then more.
Yes, the cloud seems to be coming over. Here we watch as Jeremiah Louis is in. This one, Mansing was looking to play an aggressive shot. Didn't pierce the field, and the end of the over has come. But the end of it, 190 for 7. 190 for 7. And of course, with Akeem Fraser back on strike, Rakeem Cornwall has decided that he's going to take the ball.
Now the signaling the last hour.
So
that's a bit late of what we were told.
Yep. Umpires are now signaling. Yep. The final hour.
Scorers, pay attention. They got the attention of the scorers now. So the last over will start, and the ball. Well, that was predictable, being thrown back to Rakim Jimbo Cornwall. But he has to do something with that other end, because Jeremiah Louis just hasn't been on song with the ball throughout the match. In my opinion, I'd be looking at Colin Archibald for another spell. Left arm of Archibald as Cornwall is in to Fraser, who keeps him out. There's no run.
So Cornwall back on for that one final push to try and get these 3 wickets. Here is he, this one again. Fraser just coming forward and playing defensively. To a delivery from Rakeem Cornwall. Cornwall again in, the slips go down, and Fraser gets one on the line of the leg stump, turns it into the onside. No run. Looks a little bit threatening in that eastern side here. We see some clouds just drifting in.
The breeze is picking up a bit.
Cornwall again, that one. A hurried stroke by Akeem Fraser, but he was effective in keeping that one out of his stumps. Cornwall quickly back to his mark. Just walks in, and again, just off line, trying to just get that one to pitch and turn. Fraser waits as Cornwall is ready, and very easily defends that one from Cornwall. So Fraser would feel good about himself defending that over pretty easily from Rakeem Cornwall. The score remains on 190 for 7 as we are into the final 15. So the umpires are actually calling time because it's 15 overs left of the 79 that we were told at the start. So that's why the final hour was called this late, even though the match referee had indicated to us a different time. Maybe the overweight was a little bit slower than expected.
Yeah, so 14 left in the day now. And both Mansing and Fraser looking rather comfortable. But it's going to be Louis to continue. I'm not quite sure then more why.
It's actually going to be Colin Archibald.
Oh, it is Archibald. Good. I was going to say because he deserves another ball and he's looked the most threatening.
Here is Archibald.
There you go.
And this one has left the bat in the air by Mansing. And it's getting pretty close to the boundary. He comes back for 2 runs. But again, as soon as Archibald is back, you see that something happened. That almost of a false stroke from Abjai Mansing. That ball left the bat in the air, but it was away from the fielder in that cover region. And the batsmen were able to get 2 runs. Takes his personal tally on to 60. Archibald is in to bowl to Mansing, and Mansing gets a good delivery that he's covering up and playing into the offside field. So 60 he is. Fraser has been there all of 22 deliveries and he's yet to score. He's not too interested in scoring.
No, he's doing his
He's
job.
more interested in survival. That's his job today. To survive. He has about 13 overs to survive after this one. This delivery is played away into the offside by Mansing. Again, there is no run. So 78 runs required by the Jamaica Scorpions, but they would have shut off shop quite a while ago. And the Leeward Islands are searching for 3 wickets. They're hoping that they can get the wicket of Mansing. And if they do, they would think that they're pretty much into the Jamaica tail. Here is Archibald in, and Mansing gets on top of a delivery and squeezes it out into the offside field. And again, there is no run. 190 for 7. The total remains. Remember, the target is 268. We've already heard that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would have destroyed the
defending champions,
the Barbados Pride team up at the Sir Vivian Richards cricket grounds. Here at Coolidge, you have the Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Jamaica Scorpions. And again, this delivery is played defensively. Back along the pitch for the bowler to field his own bowling, and there is no run.
But this is a good move, though, to bring Archibald back. He has looked the most threatening of all the seamers that we've seen from the Hurricanes throughout the match. He bowls left arm, which is always tricky to negotiate. And he bowls very well to left-handed batsmen, too, which he showed on the second day's play.
Archibald to Mansing, and Mansing just thinking that he missed out on that occasion. It was a full pitch delivery on the line of the leg stump. He was looking to get it away from Kofi James at that square leg position, hit it straight to him, so the end couldn't score. The end of another over has come up at the end of it. The score is on 190 for 7. Akeem Fraser yet to score. Bijay Mansing is not out on 60.
Yes, and a good over there by Colin Archibald, and that has been the difference between himself, Jeremiah Louis, and Shino Berridge, to a lesser extent, that he's made them play a lot more often, and therefore looked a lot more threatening. He almost drew the false stroke from Mansing off the first delivery of his new spell. But let's see what Cornwall can do this time.
First delivery is played defensively by Akeem Fraser, who has done his job so far. All of his 23 deliveries, he's been able to defend.
Big appeal
Here is
again.
Cornwall appealing for a leg before, not out, says the umpire.
I don't think he's going to get one today, Demo. very, very fruitful appeal, but not out.
His delivery is driven as Cornwall just has an excited appeal when he thinks that he has his man. He turns around at the umpire and he shakes his body. Here's his delivery, just floated into the left-handed Akeem Fraser, and once again he gets into a defensive mode, plays it back along the pitch. Here is Cornwall again. And again, Akeem Fraser comes forward, plays defensively to that delivery from Cornwall.
That's well played by Fraser, though. He's back in his defense. He's getting everything behind it. He's doing well. Leaving the ones alone, you don't have to play.
Floated up delivery right at the end by Cornwall. Doesn't have to play. And there is no run. End of another maiden over. And the end of it. The total remains at 192. 192 for 7. Mansing is on 60. Fraser yet to score. And this partnership so far has yielded just 9 runs. But it's important under the circumstances where the Jamaica cause is
But in time. Get through another, what's that, 12 overs? Another 12 overs, and they'll be satisfied. A draw would be a bad result, though, in this game, because it's been very competitive and ebbed and flowed right through.
Archibald is in, short of a length delivery. Mansing covers up, no run.
Well, we were talking about Hamilton and his captaincy, though, Denmo, and without being too critical, I just feel that Jamal Hamilton is rigid in his ways. You like you have those people that go to bed at the same time every day and wake up at the same time every morning and must have lunch at 12 o'clock. That's what Hamilton gives me, that impression that he's got plan A and he's going to stick to plan A no matter what.
Yes, yeah, he's very structured, if you want to put it that way, in the sense that once he comes out with, or the plan has been drawn up inside, he doesn't like to deviate from it. He tends to stick with what the plan is, very structured, very... I think he would be a good architect or somebody like a good builder.
Right.
Because he sticks to the plan very well, doesn't like to deviate from it. And it would need a little bit more dynamism from him if the Leewards are going to be successful. He has to try a couple of more things. I'm surprised that he hasn't even tried Terrence Ward.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Not even for an over.
Yeah, and since he's got the personnel, he's got options out there. But
unless Ward is carrying an injury that we don't know about.
Yeah,
but I'm surprised that not even for an over self that he would have tried Terrence Ward to see if he can make something happen.
Even Kieran Powell, for that matter.
Even bring back a Sheeno Berridge, even for an over or two.
Well, Sylvester called that about 2 hours ago. Round the wicket. This is where he's most dangerous to the left hand, or over the wicket, I should say, left hand to a left-hander.
Colin Archibald. And he's getting the opportunity to bowl to the left-handed Akeem Fraser. Fraser, who's had 28 deliveries for his knot so far.
Could be one of the best notes in first-class cricket, though, if he gets through.
He's trying to hold on. Here is Archibald in to bowl to him. He gets a Yorker length delivery, digs it out up to the mid-on fielder. No run.
But Archibald has made both these batsmen play each and every delivery, which is exactly what you want in a situation like this, where you're trying to wrap
You're
up a
trying
low
to
order.
wrap up a low order.
Yeah,
You want them to play as many deliveries as possible. You don't want them to get any free pass.
Exactly.
We saw that with Jeremiah Louis, bowling a couple of free deliveries, we would say, to Fraser. Here is Fraser covering up.
Did well.
Did well there, because that one again was angled into the stumps, covering up at the end, and there is no run. The end of the over has come, and Hamilton just sending off one of the 4 helmets that were on the field as Leeward Islands still trying to get those final 3 wickets, but they're beginning to run short on overs. And the Jamaicans, they have gotten into a mindset, a defensive mindset, and they've been doing it well so far. Man Singh is still there.
I think Jamaica have handled this innings well because they came out, they had the bright start, then they got to lunch, they hadn't lost a wicket, they would have reassessed at lunch, all right, lost a couple of wickets, still didn't deter them. They got that good partnership going, and then since the partnership, all right, that's fair enough. And we try and bat out, we got about 30 overs left, we'll try and bat out because we really don't deserve to lose this match type attitude. And I think that's refreshing, and I think that's well done if they do get there.
Man Singh faces Cornwall on the back foot, pushes this one back along the pitch. Cornwall fields to his own bowling.
Talking about giving Kieran Powell a role with the ball, good friend and former West Indies player and Leeward Islands player in Anthony Iroots Martin, always felt that he bowled too less, and even when he was captain he should have given himself more of a bowl.
Iroots Martin would bowl every delivery if he had the opportunity to do.
He would, and he's saying that Powell should bowl more. Very underestimated bowler.
Haven't seen him. He hasn't bowled.
He hasn't bowled
quite
forever.
A lot, no?
Yeah, no.
Maybe
Not
in
even
situations like this, you could try him.
You could, yeah.
And see what happens. There's nothing to lose in my mind.
Nothing
at
at
this
all.
stage, for you to try something different, something new. Because we have Man Singh, who is just pretty much playing for time. He's ultra defensive, playing out Raheem Cornwall, and hoping that Akeem Fraser can hold on at the other end.
And they're doing it well, and they're getting, the more deliveries they face, the more comfortable they feel that they can achieve their mission, and especially against Cornwall. Cornwall's getting tired, obviously. I mean, he's into what? His 25th over, he bowled 28 in the first innings.
Covering up again is Man Singh to Cornwall delivery. Cornwall has gotten through that over pretty quickly. 6 deliveries to Man Singh, 6 defensive shots, 193 for 7 it remains at the end of over number 69.
Yeah, so just the 10 overs remaining in the day's play. Leeward Islands still needing 3 wickets for victory. So Jamaica Scorpions are doing an excellent job of holding them up and trying to get through the day's play. The key obviously is Man Singh. The longer he stays, the more comfortable they will feel. 61 of 167 to go with his 56, and he was last man out in the first innings, so he knows how to bat deep and with the lower order.
Kofi James is going to come back. Here is his delivery. Again, a little bit of excitement there as that one. The batsman in Akeem Fraser was just playing a little bit late. Kofi James has decided he's going to try a different angle. He's gone around the wicket.
to bowl. That one starts outside the line of the leg stump, and
He's off the
Fraser
mark.
gets off the mark. Finally. So
30.
after 33
Three
deliveries, he's gotten his first run. Which was a poorly lined delivery though by Kofi James. That one. Down the leg side, just allowing the batsman to glance it down to a short fine leg for a single. Brings back the ever confident Abhijay Man Singh onto strike. He's there on 61. And 61 match saving innings. Here we see the captain just trying something different, putting that man in front of the bat, something that Sylvester Joseph had been calling for quite a while. He was...
Yeah, just to have somebody in his eye line, you know, but I don't know. Sometimes, as I say, Hamilton leaves a lot to be designed.
Kofi James in, and Man Singh is just turning this one on the bounce into the short leg fielder. No run. James again. Shouts of catch it again, just playing it on the bounce into that short leg region. This time he's covering up outside the line of the off stump. Is Man Singh. Just allowing the ball to hit the bat and fall away. Here's a loud appeal. Not out.
Again, not out.
Says the umpire.
Leewards are in disbelief for not the first time today.
That one looked very
very
tight.
close.
Looked
No?
very tight.
Yeah, I like Man Singh though. He didn't take any notice. He started taking his guard.
Probably thought that he got hit outside the line, but that one literally almost struck him on the back foot. That one was much closer than we thought.
Yeah, I'd say that's 3 today. 2 off Cornwall and now 1 off James that could have easily been given out, but close but no cigar. Still 3 wickets, 9 overs left.
I still think though that Cornwall should come over the wicket to the left-handed Fraser, since as Fraser is just looking to defend. If you give him a different angle to look at, especially with that ball going across him, being a lesser batsman, I think it would create a little bit more doubt in his mind.
Oh, now this time surely he's walked. Yes, he had to get that one. He walked straight
across into it, and that one striking him on the pad. And this time Cornwall gets his 4th wicket. That one struck him plumb in front on the back foot. And just what I was saying in the sense that just give him a different angle, but Cornwall was able to beat him with the flight of that one. That one struck him on the back foot. Umpire sends him on his way. And so the long resistance put up by, is that Francis? Akeem Fraser, correction. Yeah. Akeem Fraser has ended. He walks very slowly back to the pavilion, and the Jamaica Scorpions, now 194 for 8. The Leewards need 2 wickets to win this match. Do you think they can do it with the remaining overs?
Yeah, they've still got enough time to do it, as long as they keep mixing it up a bit and not just waiting for something to happen. But that was a good delivery. He gave it good flight and waited for the turn. But Fraser, inexperienced, obviously, lower order batsman. He's picked picked in the team for his ball, and he just simply walked straight across in front of his stump. So there was no doubt about that one for Jimbo. He picks up his 9th for the match, 4th for the innings, 4 for 41 now off 25.2 overs. So that's excellent going again by Cornwall. And now they need 2 more wickets. And at the end of this over, we'll bring back Sylvester Bouncing Joseph to finish off the game with you, Denmo, and see if you can get the Hurricanes to blow over the line
Here we watch as
before the rain comes back.
Cornwall
Let's go, Brian.
now has men all around the bat for Gordon Bryan. First delivery, and he's come out with a defensive bat, plays it quietly into the offside field, no run.
These defensive prods, they're very good at, because it's not. It looks simple when it works, but it's not the easiest thing to do, Denmo, to get coordination and timing right and to block a spinning ball. So they all seem to do it very well, though, these Jamaicans.
Seem to have practiced quite a lot. Would have probably simulated these simulations in practice. Here is Cornwall outside the line of the off stump. The batsman just pushing that left leg at it, allowing it to go into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
Well played.
Again, well played. So the end of the over has come up 194 now for 8. 194 now for 8. Gordon Bryan facing 3 deliveries. He's not out on not. Vijay Mansingh is there on 61. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they just need 2 more wickets if they're going to have victory this evening.
Yes, 2 more wickets to go, and to help them get 2 more wickets, we former Leeward Islands captain Sylvester Bouncing Joseph.
So Mansingh is still there, and he's hoping to bat out the rest of this evening, bat out the final few overs, as Sylvester hopes to bring the luck as he comes back alongside me.
Che, they're too close, right?
They're now just trying to crowd Abhijay Mansingh as Kofi James is into him and he's driving off the outer portion of the bat to the man at that backward point position. Hayden Walsh Jr., no run. Ball is back quickly to Kofi James. James just walks into his stride. This delivery. Played again quietly on the offside. Mansingh has done well. If it's anyone that we should give full credit to, he has done well this afternoon. Kofi James is in, he's driving the fielder at that silly point position. Powell. Just knocking it down.
Mansingh definitely is a fine for the Jamaican Scorpion. He came in, to see that how he get into the team and the composure and what he shows, what he's showing us. I mean, it's he never lot to be desired why he wasn't in the original 11.
He's continued to play defensively as the Leeward Islands captain and team try to get into his head as they continue to crowd him and to have all sorts of banter and sounds as he defends the final delivery of that over. At the end of it, the score remains on 194 for 8.
Yeah, and we can say if the Leeward Islands doesn't get over the line, I think there is much fault on their behalf in terms of, I think they waste a lot of times during, the over and even the turnaround. The urgency that you need when you're pushing for a victory. You don't see that consistently with the Leeward Islands. Sometimes they go through the motion and hope that the batters got out. But
Here is Cornwall with a loud appeal. The umpire's given him leg before. So Gordon Bryan goes. Let's have a look at it. Cornwall, that one pitched up, turned back and hit him on the back leg. It looks like Sylvester Joseph, and the umpire sent him on his way. He looks very, very dejected as he walks back slowly, but Cornwall will be happy. He gets his 5th wicket, and the Leeward Islands getting their 9th wicket. It's now 194 for 9, and Raheem Cornwall would be a happy man.
indeed, well, as you can see, the team, the celebration from each and every player. That was if he didn't get any bat on that one, then more. I think that one was
If he didn't play it, that's plum.
Yeah, that's yeah.
The only thing that you would say is that if he probably got a little bit of bat onto it, didn't look so from the replays that we would have seen. So Patrick Harty, and when you're looking at his one match, 1 innings runs 2, his highest score 2, not something he would write home about. So of course the Leeward Islands would be hoping that they can finish him off very quickly and snatch victory here in this first encounter against the Jamaica Scorpions. They require another 74 runs for victory. Leeward Islands just want 1 wicket to go. And of course, Harty, the new batsman. So there's a slip, there's a man at conventional slip and leg slip. There is a silly point and a man at short leg. They go down now as Cornwall is in and Harty is playing defensively to delivery that is spinning into him. And there is no run. There's also a man at short backward square, a mid wicket, a mid on, a mid off, and a man at extra cover. Here is Cornwall in to bowl to Harty, and he's dropped. Looked as if it was Kieran Powell who was coming forward and trying to snap that one up, and it hit the tip of his finger and just fell to the ground.
That was a good try, though.
It was a good effort.
Yeah,
Cornwall in again, and Harty is playing again at this one.
He's really, really close, in, you know. So I think that was a good check. Actually, if he was a little back, I think if the ball was played right on the pitch.
Yep.
You know.
Here is Harty getting another delivery from Cornwall, and he's able to play defensively.
Cornwall just needs to continue with that length. I think that you know, he's pushing it and bowling too full. You know, if you get the ball a little bit time to bounce and turn, that's a better length.
Harty survives another over as he's able to just play this one out into the offside field, and there is no run. So 73 overs have gone, which means that there's 6 overs left in the day's play. 6 overs left for the Leeward Islands to try and prize this final wicket for victory here in this match against the the Jamaica Scorpions. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 260 all out, Scorpions 234 all out, Leewards 241 all out in their second innings, and the Jamaica Scorpions. Why am I saying? Because I have the Guyana Amazon Harpy Eagles on my mind. They would have defeated the Barbados Pride. Kofi James starts a new over, and Mansingh plays defensively to the offside field. No run. A bit gloomy here, but it's spin. And Kofi James continues.
Oh yes,
Defensive prod by
come boys.
Mansingh just plays this one quietly into the offside field, and there is no run.
You need to give the ball some time, you know. Give the ball some time to bounce and turn. Going fast
and James just playing this one into the onside, and they take the single.
Was that the second delivery?
The third delivery. So he's giving him 3 deliveries to survive. against Kofi James.
Hey, Jim, the boy, I'm happy job now. The boy leg spinner to now.
As so Kofi James stands at the northern end, begins to move in now, right arm around the wicket to Harty, and that one taking the bat and again falling short of the diving Kieran Powell, who's in very close, almost on the pitch there at that silly point position. And there's no run. James, right arm over the wicket now. He's in. And Harpy is forward. Patrick Harty is forward and plays that one nicely. And you're right, Sylvester Joseph, that they just probably need to flight it a little more, give it a little bit more time to do what it has to do. As that one outside the line of the off stump again, flighted from Kofi James, and that one turned, but it turned late as it went past the bat and the stumps of Patrick Harty. He survives 7 deliveries without scoring. Mansing is on 62. Jamaica Scorpions, they are 195 for 9.
A big effort here by Manson, trying to give the fight back to the Leewards, and he's running out of partners at the other end, and but you can't really fault him. He really give it his all, and I think the Jamaica Scorpion and the spectator will be pleased with the performances that he has put in through this game. On the circumstances in which he got into the game. So it's a good find for the Jamaican Scorpions and give them another appearance. But the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would really want to come out victorious in this game. They have placed themselves more often than that. I think more than Jamaica. So they have moments in the game where you can press home the advantage, and I think they have put themselves in a better.
5 men crouch around the bat now as Cornwall bowls a delivery that is driven by Mansing into the offside field. No run. 2 on the offside and 3 on the onside. Here is this delivery. Cornwall was hoping that he had his man. Umpire not interested, though.
I think Cornwall has the most energy when he's appealing. That's bat.
Looks as if that one hit the bat.
That's pure bat.
Yeah.
Bat and pad. more bat than pad.
Yep, that almost look like it hit the middle of the bat. This delivery. This time hit in the middle of the bat again and coming down. That one kept a little low. I think that's what might have excited Cornwall. Thought that it would keep it low, that it might have missed the bat. But it hit the bat. Here is delivery that's turning down the leg side. Good take by that fielder.
In watch. In leg slip
position. Staying sharp. Cornwall. Just a walk in. He's in. And covering up is Mansing. Playing this one quietly into the offside field, and there's no run. He's not daunted at all by the 5 men around his back. Doesn't seem to bother him, them being there.
No, he has a proven good defense, and I think that, as I said, lead him to the attacking stroke, the positive attacking stroke. But he has a good defense. He trusts his defense. He never really flustered about how many players around him, because he trusts his defense. Even when he started the second innings, he was a bit tentative, not being positive. But after Colin Archibald gave him a few sighters, you can see from then that he get back in his stride, and even now, he looks really in control. No matter how many players around him, he's still in control and backs his defense to the end.
Harty will have to back his defense again as he faces up to Kofi James. James, who walks in, and
that's the length there, but that's what I'm talking about. Give it some time.
Give it some time. As Sylvester would say, he's just pushing at one. The ball hitting the gloves but falling short of that short leg fielder. James again.
Yes, give it some
In and flighting that one. Maybe a little bit too full
full. Yeah, that one was
on that occasion.
But I like it. Flight it a bit slower. Anything can happen. Bounce and turn.
James
Nice.
beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump. Harty playing at that one and missing. Ball going into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton. James in. As again, Harty survives.
Just one more good delivery that they want. Just one more good delivery.
The players go down as here is Kofi James in. The batsman is surviving as that one was right up to him. He was able to get the bat down on that one. It squeezed down to a short third man position.
That was a quicker one.
No run. Here is James outside the line of the off stump, and again just watching it into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton was Harty, and there is no run. So Harty survives another over, and Jamaica ever so close to surviving. According to our match, just 3 overs to go, 18
balls.
deliveries to get this final wicket.
And all the Leewards and Hurricane needed one good ball.
One good ball. Is there one good ball in
this
the
18?
18?
Oh my God.
Abijay Mansingh, though, thinks that he has at least 12 more defensive shots in him. He's hoping that his defense can survive for at least 12 more deliveries, he would think. The few spectators who have gathered, I see 2 on the western end, and there were 3 in the stands. They watch on as the Leeward Islands.
They have 6 men.
Now they have 6 men around the bat.
Saw it in a picture back then. And
Cornwall is bowling to Mansingh, who is driving out to the man at the mid-off region. No run. Cornwall walks in. Here is the edge and dropped at the slip position. Looks as if he edged it. And
it's one.
Who is that at slip? Looks as if he dropped it once more.
He dropped it.
Edge carried, and Ward puts it down.
And here the Ward's helmet went flying as well.
It's all happening here. Rakeem Cornwall tries once more as Mansingh faces. Cornwall is in and Mansingh is forward and driving out into the offside field. Doesn't want the single.
But it seems as though the ball came off the wicketkeeper's pads. You know, so...
He's getting one that he's in line and playing it into the onside. 2 is the signal from the umpire, his counterpart.
Was that the opportunity?
I think that might have been it.
No, man.
Cornwall again and covering up his Mansingh.
13 more deliveries left.
And Terence Ward would be thinking about that one. I think he snatched at it. He didn't allow it to come into him. Panicked almost. Cornwall is flighted and Mansingh survives as he puts this one down into the onside. And again, there is no run. Cornwall flicks his hat back on. Can't believe that he didn't get his man in that over as Terence Ward put that one down. And again, even in the juggle, He was just knocking it down.
He tried his football skills, but it didn't work.
Didn't work. Nothing worked on that
Oh, my.
occasion.
Yeah, 12 balls left.
12 deliveries. Can Hardy,
Give it a flight.
can Patrick Hardy survive
Give it a flight.
these
there.
6 deliveries? Kofi James looks as if he's going to go around the wicket to Patrick Hardy. 14 deliveries he's faced so far. He's yet to score. The final pay for the Jamaica Scorpions. Here is he outside the line of the off stump. And he missed that one. Oh,
That one missed everything.
that one missed everything. Missed the bat, missed the stumps. Went into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton. Thought he might have had his man there, Kofi James, but that one missed. Here is the delivery that Harty is able to play comfortably out into the offside field. No run. Kofi James quickly back in. Here is again the fielder there in Powell looking to
Probably
try and
has a few of those.
steal it.
He has a few of those.
Ooh, that one just missing the hand. And here is he again coming forward. Harty playing it defensively into the offside field. And there is no run. So Kofi James now going over the wicket. Here is he in, and not a good delivery at this time of the day. One that is down the leg side. And here is Kofi James in, and the ball going past the wicket keeper and coming down to the final leg boundary for 4 byes. So 4 byes to end the over from Kofi James, to end over number 78, which according to our calculation should be 1 over left in this match, to be bowled by Rakeem Cornwall to Abijay Mansingh. Who's your money on, Cornwall or Mansingh?
Yeah, I don't know. You have to give it to Manson.
He's really.
Don't tell me you're gonna wait until the last.
He can't give it up. No, not now.
After all this hard work.
Not after all this hard work that he is going to give it away.
And they got a chance in the last over, so I don't think he. Well, let's wait and see.
So Cornwall,
One good ball he need.
6 men.
He might be having to be a brilliant ball.
Crouch around the bat. Here we see outside live off stump, beating the batsman Cornwall. There, the bails were dislodged, but Mansingh survives. That was a good delivery by Cornwall. Those are the kind of deliveries you want. Cornwall has decided he's going to change his line of attack. He's going around the wicket now. He walks in. Here is this delivery, and Mansingh is forward and plays it quietly into the offside field, and there is no run. 199 for 9. 4 deliveries to go. Cornwall floats it up. Mansingh plays it quietly in front of him. The 2 fielders who are there in that silly point and silly mid-off position, they field. Cornwall walks in, floats it up, and Mansingh is equal to the task. 2 deliveries left. If I was Cornwall, I would now go back over the wicket, I think, for this final 2, but Cornwall stays around the wicket. Here is he in, and Mansingh is equal to the task. Place this one back along the pitch, and there is no run. So just 1 delivery to survive for Abijay Mansingh, and here is he paddle sweeping this one down to the final leg region. Will it go into the boundary? The fielder is giving chase, and the Leeward Islands team, they are trying to continue on. They have 15 minutes, they're saying. They have 15 more minutes in the game. So,
What is your beat?
so it's all happening out there. The Leewards, they have rushed back into position. The physio has been called on for Mansing, and he's taken off his gloves and he
thought that, but the umpire shouldn't allow that, because I mean he never really mentioned it to the umpires.
Correct.
And the physio just went on the field, and that shouldn't, he should have. He never indicated to the umpires that he wanted the physio because of this or because of that, but I guess they allowed it.
Well, he is receiving treatment. The umpire is there, but we heard in the stump microphone, the Leeward Islands, they're saying that they have 15 minutes more. So,
Scott, go get the vest. Where you from? Make it your phone with them black
What time is the cutoff time? He said 5.
he had said 5:23.
Yeah, he had said 5:23.
Oh. So he's saying, yes, they did. They did start the final hour about 22, correct?
Doesn't it mean though there's more than 90 overs in the day?
Well, I think. Remember, Kenny Benjamin has always argued that it's a minimum
Yeah, it's a minimum.
of 90 overs,
Time.
not a maximum.
No, I agree with that, but that's in normal time. If you pass
Right.
the cutoff time, though.
Well, the cutoff time would have changed because they started the final hour at 20 minutes to 6. Remember, the final hour was started not on the time that the match referee had said to us. Remember, we were looking for it at that time. They started it, I think, 15 minutes after the time when the match referee would have said. So they got about 10 minutes more. And he's pretty much going to get treatment for 10 minutes, you think, at this late stage? He's sitting now. They're looking at him.
Well, all this
is a
wasted.
part of the whole process, the gamesmanship.
Well, I mean, all this time wasting it come to naught if
If the next delivery,
Hardy got the next delivery
and Hardy's out. 199.49. You're not missing any cricket if you are wondering, if you're listening, but you should be watching the stream. And so the physio for the Jamaica team is on the field. And of course, Mansing was the one that's receiving treatment.
He's not on strike now, so I don't know why he's still wasting time. He's not the striker, so I don't know why he's still wasting time.
Go on, boys. There we go, buddy.
So, by my calculations, just about 10 minutes to go in the final hour. So, Kofi James, standing for Harty, and Harty is defensive way back to live cricket as Mansing has finished his treatment. Kofi James with a quicker delivery on that occasion, but Patrick Harty was equal to the task. He's faced 20 deliveries. And
Get ready.
7 players around the bat as this one is played away into the side field by Patrick Harty, who's grown in confidence. He looks a lot more comfortable now with Kofi James. James in and moves to Harty, and Harty defensively. As they're trying everything to prize this final wicket. Kofi James goes in and tries a quicker delivery. The batsman was equal to the task and digs it out.
Fight the ball gets some bounce and turn. That's it there. That's
Chin at that one, a one that is flighted, and some bounce and turn. And the Leeward Islands would look to quickly turn over. Raheem Cornwall is already in place, just waiting for the umpire to get into position.
The thing is, they should have been doing this hours ago. You wait till the last. It's just like when you're driving behind someone, and the light is on green. They wait until the light is on amber to speed up, and then you get caught in the red. So hopefully the Leewards don't get caught in the red today.
Let's hope that they don't. But they're beginning to lose time as Mansingh comes across and plays this one square of the wicket. Not interested in a run though, as he's just hell-bent on survival. Terence Ward must be ruined that dropped catch in that last over. Would have really finished the match. Mansingh covers up as Cornwall spins one into him. Cornwall 5 for 41 so far, 10 for in the match. Mansingh would have had half centuries in both innings. Both men would be up there for player of the game if it ends in a draw. Who do you give? Who had the most impact, you would think, between Cornwall and Mansingh?
Well, to be honest, how the game is going, how the game has gone throughout, each and every day. There's a back and forth, and if you have a double man of the match, both of them should get it. But overall, I would give Raheem Cornwall. I think he gave the game
10 wickets in the match, and he
80
would have made 85 in the second innings, and at a crucial time as well for the Leeward Islands to put them into a position where they could be fighting for victory. As according to my watch, it's now 5:36, which means that they have just about another 5 minutes or so. The Leeward Islands trying to hustle through.
Why he didn't try to get a single? But probably he prefers that the other batters face
Kofi James,
Kofi James and
Dan Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah.
I think that has been his plan, that he has decided, and I was going to say that why not try Hayden Walsh Jr. That would have been at least my call for this final over, and see if he can even get one wrong one to go, or even if he can pitch one. Hasn't had a good game with the ball, but there's nothing to lose.
And he's a West Indies bowler.
Yes.
I was thinking about it 2 or 3 over, but I didn't want to say anything, because so I didn't want to say anything. But he's a West Indian bowler, so let him and Cornwall finish the innings.
Here is this delivery, and they're able to steal a single as that one squeezed off the inner edge of the bat, and it went away into the onside field. And Harty gets his first run. So Hayden Walsh Jr. is now going to be bowling to Abhijay Mansingh. Here is he in, and Mansingh is forward, looks comfortable, pushes this one into the offside field, and no run. They're trying to hustle so that they can even get one more over in, you would tend to think. Mansingh, though, just as gamesman as they are, he's walking away, making sure that he takes his time about it. Here is Hayden Walsh Jr. Tries the wrong one. That one turned back into Mansingh. Mansingh read it well, covers up that off stump line. No run. Walsh Jr. in. Outside the line of the off stump. The batsman didn't have to offer a stroke. No run.
But when you think about the man of the match, who really finishes the job? I think Mansingh is the one that finishes the job.
But that's why I was asking, if he goes to the end, Was his impact greater than all the
Yeah.
wickets had by Raheem Cornwall?
And he had 2 half century. He got 4 wickets. I think he got what, 4 wickets in the first innings or 3.
The umpires are going to have a talk. And then just as they're probably having a talk about light, we see a stream of sunshine come across at the northern end.
Hey, boy, hey, go field. Call for you, just call for you.
There.
Get a call for you, just get run Yeah.
They're sending back the physio who was again trying to come onto the field. It's all happening here.
So important time is then more.
Yes. Here is Hayden Walsh Jr. Yes, and this one is falling away on the onside, and the Leeward Islands, they sprint through, trying to get that one last over in. As it's going to be Raheem Cornwall gets an opportunity to bowl at Harty. So, Leeward Islands, they're trying. So,
The rain is coming. The rain is drizzling.
it's drizzling. There's a Jamaican player on the field. Umpires are trying to get him off the field. And it's all happening here. They're trying to get in this final over or so. And are they going to go off for rain? Yes. So, very anticlimactic at the end. The rain coming in right at the end. And it means that this match has ended in a draw. Prematurely. So, just when you thought Raheem Cornwall had the opportunity to bowl at Patrick Harty right at the end, the rain has decided it's going to have the final say. The rain has come in, and the Jamaicans finish their innings on 200 for 9 of 82 overs. 200 for 9. Raheem Cornwall finishing with 5 for 41 for the Leeward Islands, and the Jamaicans escape.
Well, I think the Leeward Islands only have themselves to blame with the attitude of the team in terms of getting around and showing more interest in pushing for a victory. But kudos must be given to the Jamaica Scorpion, especially Manson. He took his opportunity with both hands, and you beg to wonder why isn't he a part of the playing 11 on a consistent basis. From what we have seen here, his maturity and his fight, and put Jamaica in a situation where they actually save the game. After careful consideration, I would give him the man of the match. 2 half centuries, and his innings really save the Scorpion from losing this game and get some well deserved points. So, well played, a very good competitive game. You see a lot of time where a lot of different things could have been done to create a better impact. But I'm happy that I'm part of this game, because it was a really satisfying game then.
So Leeward Islands, they made 260 all out and 241 all out in their innings. Jamaica Scorpions 234 all out in their first innings and 200 for 9 in their second innings. Match drawn between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Just to give you a quick rundown of the second innings of the Jamaica Scorpion batting. Jamaica Scorpions, they needed 268 for victory. Log made 7, Kirk McKenzie 28, Romaine Morris 22, Aldane Thomas 12, 6 for Paul Palmer, 62 not out for Abijay Mansingh. Jamie Merchant got 47, Marquino Minley 3, Akeem Fraser 1, Gordon Bryan didn't score, and Patrick Harty was not out on 1 at the end. 200 for 9. Leeward Islands bowling. Berridge had 1 wicket, 1 for Jeremiah Louis, 5 wickets for Raheem Cornwall, giving him 10 in the match. Colin Archibald had a wicket, and a wicket also for Kofi James, which means that the match has ended in a draw. So on behalf of all of us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Commentary over the days presented to you by Terry Laraji, Seth Burton, Sylvester Joseph, and of course our technical team. I am Denmore Roberts saying have a great evening, and you will see us the next time when we bring you coverage of more action in the West Indies 4-Day Championship. Until then, it's good night.